Algeron Blackwood, An Appreciation, by Grace Isabel Colbron. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Ben Tucker. In these days, when popularity for an author means that his books are read some, but are talked about a great deal more, and that he himself is talked about more than his books, it comes with a shock of pleasing surprise to discover a writer who is read more than he is discussed. This has been Algeron Blackwood's fate thus far. The majority of his books have gone into several editions in England and in this country, and yet they are little talked about, and the man himself even less. He has escaped requests for his opinion on all the multifarious subjects, from esoteric Buddhism to the width of women's skirts, which our popular authors are expected to elucidate in the daily and weekly journals, a deadly result of wide advertising. Algeron Blackwood has been little advertised, except by readers who have come under the spell of his unique literary personality. It is scarcely 10 years since the first book over the name of Algeron Blackwood appeared in England, and already there are 12 volumes of remarkable stories bearing his name. Stories that haunt one after reading, tales that are heady as new wine. His imagination and insight are as rare as his choice of subjects is unusual. But there is no pose about this choice. We feel the man could not express himself in any other way. His rather unique life experience, if one may judge from the few biographical facts he is willing to give, has kept him singularly free from the trammels of the obvious. From a childhood and youth spent in a Moravian school in the Black Forest, he went to the Canadian wilds, and to the life of the man who has only his own exertions upon which to depend. This in spite of titled ancestry which would seem to chain him to conventional habits. Every sort of work came his way, even newspaper work in New York, until he returned to Europe, and began to express in literary form some of the rich experiences that had piled in upon a brain of rare sensitiveness. Having apparently entirely escaped the usual sort of life that should have fallen to his lot, there was little to interpose between the eyes of his mind and the core of things. The physical eye became the immediate receiver of impressions that registered themselves on a brain which did not have to forget prejudices and the superimposed opinions of others. The result is one of the most remarkable literary personalities of the present day, a personality too powerful to be imbibed in large doses, even by the most hardened reader. To criticize this personality calmly, by the canons of accredited literary criticism, is a task that taxes self-control. One's pen limps lamely after his 10-league strides, and in a moment of exhaustion one acknowledges that to do Algeron Blackwood justice, one should be Algeron Blackwood himself. At first it seems that it is the subject which enthralls, then comes appreciation of rare insight, and finally a realization of remarkable stylistic power, rich and exuberant, a rush of words like a mountain torrent, suiting sound to sense poignantly, hypnotizing, like some Eastern drug. The reader's progress to understanding follows the writer's progress of achievement. In his earlier books, the subject sometimes taxes his power of expression, but with growing practice, the gift of interpretation in words grows and grows, until his tendency to linger over the soul conflict and hurry with a sentence past actual happenings is handled with such mastery that it gives the chosen theme its greatest charm. There are few others who dare to do this. No one else comes to mind just now who ventures it in such degree, unless it be that wonderful Danish prose stylist J.P. Jacobsen, who dislikes actualities and lingers lovingly over realities as Blackwood does. Algeron Blackwood's chosen theme is the unknown, the great realm that lies beyond the world of the known and the obvious. He finds it in many places, in the forest depths of pathless Canadian wilds, in Egyptian desert sands, in smiling mountain valleys, and even in London streets and offices. It comes to the adult with a tinge of horror, because the adult dislikes and fears all that will not fall in line with his notions of what the world should be like. It comes to the child as something exquisitely sweet, in dreams of stardust caverns, of beautiful beneficent beings that understand one's play. And it comes to the cat But then the cat is half in that world always, and often has to come back from it when we would call her attention to our humble human selves. For Algeron Blackwood is one of those rare adults who can so sink his own consciousness of self that he can find his way into the psychology of the little child and the cat. They have taken him into the secret garden where they really live, and he has interpreted it for us in tales of poignant sweetness. The child and the cat are the supreme nonconformists of a world which spends its energies trying to conform to some set pattern changing with the decades. They simply don't try. That's why so few adults understand them. In A Prisoner in Fairyland, Jimbo, some of the stories in Pan's Garden, New York, the Macmillan Company, and The Education of Uncle Paul, New York, Henry Holt and Company, Blackwood has given us lyrics of childhood that will last. Children themselves may not understand them until they grow up, and then only if they are the sort of children that never grow up. But the adult who knows will find great store of riches, and the lover of cats will find much delight in these books. But when the adult mind finds itself approaching or crossing the borderland that parts the known from the unknown, sorrow or horror even take the place of joy. And in the expression of this creeping horror that chills the heart when the human comes face to face with what is not human, Algernon Blackwood excels. It is not done sensationally. It seems to come from the man's inmost heart as an expression of personal beliefs and experiences, and his stories have little dealing with organized or accredited spiritualism. He has only scorn for such futile mental debauches. He has no interest in ghosts that are ticketed and classified, and have even become fashionable. He lays no claim to scientific research, but he can enthrall the reader until the sweep of unseen or dimly glimpsed presences crowd thick upon us in the silent room, and we long to get back in sheer shrinking fear into the sweet, wholesome business of today. Every degree of emotion felt by the mind and heart under stress of such experience figures in the many stories that deal with this subject. For sheer, naked, concentrated horror, unexplained and unexplainable, such tales as The Wendigo, Lost Valley, New York, Vaughan and Gom, and The Willows, The Listener, New York, Vaughan and Gom, may be said to lead among the stories of the supernatural, but many others are a gorgeous, haunting riot of imagination and creepiness, mingling terror and a sense of splendid free life. Real and unreal in bewildering confusion. The regeneration of Lord Ernie and the stupendous descent into Egypt in the book Incredible Adventures, New York, the Macmillan Company, ancient sorceries, secret worship, and the Camp of the Dog in John Silence, New York, Vaughan and Gom, are some of the most noteworthy among these, although many others have power to hold and thrill unendurably. The Centaur, Macmillan Company, has sustained power of imaginative writing equal to the best Blackwood has produced. Arnold Böcklin, the Swiss painter, had such an imagination, and many a sentence in the best of the Blackwood stories takes the form of a Böcklin picture to the inner vision. One wishes Böcklin were still among us to illustrate these conceptions of a kindred spirit that can see the teeming life just beyond the border of what human vision, hampered by human prejudices, considers fitting limit for the soul's sight. And yet through all these tales of the power of what lies beyond to act upon human lives, there is a note of splendid courage in the appeal to the mind of man to understand that he may control, by controlling himself, all these powers, and take their strength into himself to form it over for good. It is this note, and the sincerity of the style which free the tales entirely from any reproach of desired sensationalism, and which also relieve the strain of horror that might otherwise prove too strong to be wholesome. Algernon Blackwood stands in a class by himself. What effect it will have on his work, if he should ever become popular and Sunday supplemented, cannot now be foretold. But somehow there is that about his writing which arouses the hope that the good in it may survive even such a fate. End of Algernon Blackwood, An Appreciation. by Grace Isabel Colbron.
The Brotherhood of the Kingdom by Walter Rauschenbusch. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recorded by the Progressing America Project. The Brotherhood of the Kingdom. The recent announcement of the formation of the Brotherhood of the Kingdom has awakened considerable interest, if we may judge by the number of questions asked concerning it. Perhaps a brief statement concerning its origin and purpose will be welcome. The Brotherhood has taken shape very gradually, naturally, and, as we believe, under the guidance of God. It began in the friendship of a number of us who had been drawn together by kinship of spirit and similarity of convictions. As we exchanged our thoughts about the kingdom of our Master, our views grew more definite and more united. We saw the Church of Christ divided by selfishness, every denomination intent on its own progress, often at the expense of the progress of the kingdom. Churches and pastors absorbed in their own affairs and jealous of one another. External forms of worship and church polity magnified, and the spirit neglected. The people estranged from the church, and the church indifferent to the movements of the people. Aberrations from creeds severely censured, and aberrations from the Christian spirit of self-sacrifice tolerated. As we contemplated these blemishes of the body of Christ, and sorrowed over them, in common with all earnest lovers of the Church of Jesus, it grew clear to us that many of these evils have their root in the wrongful abandonment or the perversion of the great aim of Christ, the kingdom of God. As the idea of the kingdom is the key to the teachings and work of Christ, so its abandonment or misconstruction is the key to the false or one-sided conception of Christianity and our halting realization of it. Because the kingdom of God has been dropped as the primary and comprehensive aim of Christianity, and personal salvation has been substituted for it, therefore men seek to save their own souls and are selfishly indifferent to the evangelization of the world. Because the individualistic conception of personal salvation has pushed out of sight the collective idea of a kingdom of God on earth, Christian men seek for the salvation of individuals and are comparatively indifferent to the spread of the Spirit of Christ in the political, industrial, social, scientific, and artistic life of humanity, and have left these as the undisturbed possessions of the spirit of the world. Because the kingdom of God has been understood as a state to be inherited in a future life, rather than as something to be realized here and now, therefore Christians have been contented with a low plane of life here, and have postponed holiness to the future. Because the kingdom of God has been confounded with the church, therefore the church has been regarded as an end instead of a means, and men have thought they were building up the kingdom when they were only cementing a strong church organization. As these thoughts took shape, through observation and the study of Scripture and church history, and grew hot through prayer, and as we felt in our personal efforts the magnitude of the task of removing these evils, we determined to strike hands in the name of Christ, and by union to multiply our opportunities, increase our wisdom, and keep steadfast our courage. So we formed ourselves into a Brotherhood of the Kingdom, in order to re-establish this idea in the thought of the Church, and to assist in its practical realization in the world. We desire to see the kingdom of God once more the great object of Christian preaching, the inspiration of Christian hymnology, the foundation of systemic theology, the enduring motive of evangelistic and missionary work, the religious inspiration of social work and the social outcome of religious inspiration, the object to which a Christian man surrenders his life, and in that surrender saves it to eternal life, the common object in which all religious bodies find their unity, the great synthesis in which the regeneration of the spirit, the enlightenment of the intellect, the development of the body, the reform of political life, the sanctification of industrial life, and all that concerns the redemption of humanity shall be embraced. To this task, God helping us, we desire to dedicate our lives. We invite others, ministers and laymen, to join us in it. We are not a proselytizing body. We care little for numbers. We care much for the spirit. If anyone has cherished the same prayerful longings, and feels that he is in substantial agreement with our aims, and if, moreover, he is willing to render service that may not bring honor or profit, we heartily invite him to put himself in communication with our secretary, the Reverend Samuel Zane Batten, or with any of our members. Pastors who desire to have their people come in contact with the ideas for which we stand will find us ready to serve them in the pulpit or on the platform, so far as other duties permit. As far as our efforts will reach in the churches, in the religious press, in the social movements, and in our personal relations, we hope to carry the thoughts and the spirit of the King, whose bondservants we are, and to hasten with all our strength the time when the kingdom of the earth shall be the kingdom of the Christ. End of The Brotherhood of the Kingdom by Walter Rauschenbusch.
Carranza's tragic flight to death, described in full for the first time, a dispatch direct from Mexico, by journalist Sophie Treadwell, published on the front page of the New York Tribune on May 31st, 1920. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Carranza's tragic flight to death, described in full for the first time. 16,000 men, women, and children on trains, defenseless, when ammunition is found to contain pepper. First Chief alone calm in panic. Faint hope of reaching safety shattered when Sanchez, looked upon as a protector, turned troops upon fugitives at San Andres. The accompanying article gives the first detailed description of the flight of Venustiano Carranza from the Mexican capital in his vain effort to reach Veracruz and safety. Dispatches heretofore have given merely a meager outline of the last journey of the first chief. In this article, Miss Treadwell describes vividly the remarkable company which escorted Carranza from Mexico City, and tells how the old man was overwhelmed by revolutionary forces and compelled to seek the mountains where he was assassinated. By Sophie Treadwell, copyright 1920, New York Tribune, Incorporated. Mexico City, May 24th. A railroad station at night. A dull, small-town sort of railroad station, though in the capital of the United States of Mexico, the city of palaces. The government of the nation is moving. A very dark night. The scattered electric lights hanging on long cords from black heights seem dim. Outside, by the curb of the deserted street, the flare of the pitch torch of an Indian fruit vendor smokes in the summer night. He sags over his knees, sogged with pulque. Beside him, drowsing over a sleeping baby, hidden in her wrapped rebosa, crouches his woman. In the shadow by the station door, a lonely, naked child is folded up on the stones, sleeping. President's train, a royal luxury. Within, on the tracks, are many trains, their waiting engines headed all in one direction. Besides the platform is a yellow train of 5 cars. On the sides of each is painted in a pretentious red crest, R.M., Republic of Mexico. Although its brilliancy is dimmed in the uncertain light of the wooden station, this yellow train with the red monograms is one of the most luxurious in the world. It is the private traveling conveyance of the President of the Republic. On each of its steps slouches patiently a small, poor-looking little man, with a big rifle and a huge cartridge belt. He wears worn cotton pants and shirt. His bare feet are in sandals. He is the Army of the Republic. Up and down the platform hurry confusedly men in civilian clothes. Here and there, in the dark, shiny, new American-looking straw hats reflect the scattered lights. They are the hats of the diputados. There are also hats of the Supreme Court. There also are women's hats. The government of the nation is moving, all branches and the flower itself, but not the root. Outside drowses the Indian fruit vendor and his woman. Confusion and indecision. There is no order. There is much confusion, much indecision, restless going forward, uneasy hanging back. Friends embrace each other, ecstatically giving both cheeks. Ay, amigo! Ay, hombre! Enemies look askance. Sometimes, too, as is the custom with all peoples, enemies embrace and friends look away. The air has a peculiar quality. It is heavy with the perfume of flowers from the garden by the fountain across the street, and the smell of oil and smoke from engines. It is charged, too, with anxiety and fear, and that curious electric quiver of the great adventure, the desperate chance, the setting forth into the unknown tomorrow. Almost 16,000 persons finally entered those trains, and of the 16,000 all were uneasy. All were wondering whether or not they should have set forth. All were asking themselves if the old man was going to make it this time, as he did once before. All were in their hearts afraid. Carranza alone calm, except one, Don Venustiano Carranza, the president, whose amazing dictatorial power, whose life itself hung by a thread, whose thinness he most of all knew, was calmness, was tranquillity itself. All that night, the night of May 6th, they worked through the confusion getting the trains ready for the salida to Vera Cruz. They had been working for 2 days and nights before. At the very time that Carranza issued his last manifesto, declaring he would never relinquish his power except to a duly elected successor, they were getting the trains ready. But it was not until the morning of Friday the 7th at 9:30 o'clock that the retreat of Carranza from power, from Mexico, and from life really began. There were 26 trains in the outfit of about 15 cars each, almost 400 cars in all. They ran very close together, and when, about an hour and a half later, they came to their first stop in the Villa of Guadalupe, they stretched out from the station a solid line more than 3 miles long. Loyal generals aboard. They carried inhuman beings, besides the president, the general of his Estado Mayor, Juan Barragan, also Generals Francisco Murguia, Marciano Gonzalez, Rafael de la Torre, Agustin Millam, the Secretary of the Hacienda, Luis Cabrera, his brother Alfonso Cabrera, Governor of the State of Puebla, the Ingeniero Ignacio Bonillas, diputados, members of the Permanent Committee of Congress, 8 Supreme Court judges, between 2,000 and 2,500 pacificos, clerks, office holders, partidarios, and the women of all these, a defending army of 2,200 cavalry, 6,000 infantry, and 4,000 women of the soldiers. This force was increased by 1,500 soldiers who joined them at Apizaco on the 3rd day. The formation of the outfit was this. First came the train with the soldiers of General Murguia, then those of General Urquiza, then those of General Pilar Sanchez. The 4th train was that of Luis Cabrera. In this train were 2 cars loaded with gold coin, 26 million, with gold and silver bars, copper 125 million, in infalsificables, all the postage stamps of the nation, the coinage dies from the mint, and all the machinery for the making of the nation's money. Yellow train of President. Back of this came the yellow train of the President. Mounted on the pilot of the engine was a French 75 on a swinging base. Behind the engine the 5 cars that made up the presidential suite. Here rode Carranza, his favorite Barragan, the young dictator of 26 years, and almost as many millions. Other generals, also Cabrera, Bonillas, one or two other important citizens, and women. The presidential train had one express car, one supply car, and 3 private cars of great luxury. It carried all the silver service of the National Palace, and much of its furniture, and many curtains. Behind the president's train came in order the military trains of General Murguia, General Marciano Gonzalez, General Urquiza, General Agustin Millan, General Lucio Blanco, 2 trains of the Colegio Militar, infantry and cavalry, and finally the elementos of General Barranca. This was the military plan. Scattered between the trains of soldiers were supply trains, passenger trains, a Red Cross train, at least a car with 2 Red Cross flags flying, and carrying a few rolls of bandages and some Caslon oil. Cars of hay and corn, flat cars carrying 12 automobiles, 5 trucks, and 1 aeroplane, carloads of ammunition, and 2 carloads of the most valuable archives of the nation. The equipment in arms was this: 250 machine guns, 86 water-cooled Colts rapid-fire type, and 120 Maxim rapid-fire type. Of artillery, 8 Schneider field guns, 2 of the 70 mm, 2 of 80, and 4 of 75. All these pieces came from Saint-Chamond, France. 1 Farman biplane, 2-seater, with a Hispana Suiza 300 horsepower engine, also purchased in France. Of small arms, 7,000 rifles, and 2 carloads of spare rifles. 2 carloads of FNC 30-30 ammunition, packed in cartridge boxes of 1,000 each, and 1 carload of artillery ammunition. 1 repair car. First stop at Guadalupe. 1 hour and a half after the departure from Mexico City came the first stop in the Villa of Guadalupe, famous in Mexican history as the shrine of the National Virgin. Guadalupe is to the Mexicans as Mecca to the Mohammedans, but evidently the patron saint of his country did not extend her protection to its retreating chief and her so-needing son. The stop was made because it was discovered that there were no air brakes. Everybody, more or less, got out to help put on the hose, or to buy bananas. Suddenly someone called out, "Ay, viene el enemigo," and 5 Obregonistas rushed up on horseback, shouting "Viva Obregon." They rode along the train shouting, but made no move to shoot. They were followed almost immediately by 800 or 900 more mounted Obregonistas, who, like their leaders, shouted but did not shoot. The first shot in the bloody retreat of Carranza, a retreat that was to be an almost continuous fight for a week, that was to reach its climax in the biggest battle in the history of Mexico, its end in one of the most brutal murders, was fired by an excited young student in the train of the Colegio Militar. As though in one flash, the Obregonistas added shooting to shouting, and panic and death broke loose. To the terror of the sound of men shooting was added glass crashing, women screaming, children sobbing, and all were lying on the floors of the cars in a squirming mass. Many women and troops killed. In the midst of it a machina loca, a wild engine, was sent hurtling into the rear cars. Hundreds, many women of the soldiers, were killed in the crash. The train of General Barranca was captured with the leader and 500 men. 67 soldiers were killed. The engineer of General Barranca's train was shot dead, but the fireman escaped by falling to the floor. There he heard the whistle to go ahead from the forward engine, and reaching up he opened the throttle. For 5 miles the train ran on like that before the fireman could find the courage to lift his head from the floor. Once again the moving government was under way. The battle had been short, a half hour, but it was an unhappy defeat for the government. Soldiers crowded to their chiefs, crying, expostulating. Their rifles died, they said. In the thickest of the melee, when the bullets of the enemy were flying all around them, and rebel generals were shooting their way into trains, hunting out Carranza officers from among the terrified Pacificos, the guns of the defending soldiers refused to go off. Charles Hampton, the American artilleryman who had been with Funston, swiftly opened a cartridge or two, shook the powder into the palm of his hand, smelt it, tasted it, spit, and swore. The black powder was, in goodly proportion, black pepper. Black pepper for powder. 6 months ago, on the invitation of Carranza, Japanese munition makers set up their plant without the city of Mexico, and proceeded to the manufacture of arms and ammunition for the Mexican government. This black pepper powder was one of their products. The convoy went slowly ahead. Already had begun to weigh upon it the heavy sense of an unreal, fatal hand. The tragedy of the Machina Loca was not actually known to the trains that went ahead, but the dread of vague but near disaster was everywhere. The train moved slowly across the cactus-covered plains of Apam, past the ancient pyramids of the sun and the moon, like some great antediluvian serpent, moving seemingly without reason, but inevitably to its doom. Within his private car, Don Venustiano was still saluted as chief by his ever-surrounding camarilla, but without the car there was no chief, nor the slightest organization. The true character of the Estado Mayor became clear. The civilians rode like a canful of worms carried to a fishing holiday. Within the crowded cars they couldn't move, they could only squirm. The cars of the trenes militares were jammed with soldiers, who brought with them all the appurtenances of their domestic life, their wives, sons, and daughters, pigs, parrots, chickens, dogs, cats, and their complete though meager aids to sleeping and cooking. Scream, cry, cook, embrace. Of the 16,000 human beings who made up the convoy of the retreating president, less than 1/2 were men. Each one of these, according to his estate and inclination, brought his woman along or his woman and children, and these screamed, cried, cooked, embraced, robbed, served, and were waited on, all according to their estate and inclination. But whatever it was, all were everlastingly in the way. The train just ahead of the president's carried at the very last, behind the platforms where rode luxurious, high-powered passenger automobiles, a private car de lujo, number 110 of the Isthmus Railroad. From the windows of this car looked out smiling, arrogant, and indifferent algunas niñas, elaborately coiffed and dressed. From the window of the little buffet at the rear a huge black negro cook laughed with all his 32 teeth as he opened imported little French cans and bottles. This little serrallo, riding just ahead of the president's train, was a constant source of a sense of injury to those who rode behind, sitting on the floor or on valises. At every stop a rancorous crowd would gather below the window of car 110, muttering and murmuring, "Here goes Maria Teresa, here goes Canta Laura." Treason heard everywhere. And in the conversation that passed the long hours for all, from Estado Mayor to simple soldado, the word most frequently heard was traición. Treason was the thing of which every present was accusing each absent. The most cynical imagination could not call up a more perfect symbol of disorder and disorganization than this long and various escort to death of Don Venustiano Carranza. The run of 100 miles from Guadalupe to Apizaco took 3 days. There were at least 20 stops, delays of machinery breakdowns, delays for water, delays for wiretapping. All along the line the retreating government kept itself well informed concerning the doings of the incoming government. They knew more about the entry of Gonzales and the advance of Obregón than did any of the citizens of Mexico. As the days passed without further attack, the gente grew more confident that they were going to be allowed to go through without further molestation. The jefes, too. Not that there would not be further attack, the presence of the 2 cars of hacienda assured that, but that the fiel troops planted by Carranza along the line of travel would hold them off. Was it not a fact that in Puebla was the loyal General Guadalupe Sanchez with 4,000 men? Lupe Sanchez, a great fighter and a thorough Carrancista. And beyond Puebla to Veracruz, were there not all the elementos of General Candido Aguilar? And was not Candido Carranza's son-in-law? Gold, silver, and champagne. The greatest cause for anxiety was the lack of water. But in the presidential supply train rode 1,200 bottles of a special gold seal French champagne. And ahead of this whirred the wheels of the car with the niñas, and ahead of this rumbled heavily the 2 cars of gold and silver. When the wiretappers brought the message of the salida of General Trevino from Mexico, with orders from the revolutionary chiefs to get a personal interview with Carranza and offer him guarantees for his safe conduct to the coast, the Estado Mayor decided to a man not to receive Trevino. Adelante. On Sunday the 9th, the day Obregon, at the head of his elementos, made his triumphal entry into the deserted and defenseless capital, even the gendarmes were without guns. The government had taken all arms away from them a week before. Carranza fought off the second attack. A small force of cavalry suddenly appeared out of the hills above Apizaco and cut down on the train, waiting at the station. There was a short interchange of bullets. Then the horsemen rode as swiftly away, and the train moved as slowly on. From Apizaco to Rinconada, 30 miles, took 2 days, an empty, hilly desert country, hot in the day, cold at night. The train stopped more than ever. All bridges behind were blown up. Gold was buried. The question of the treasure took on the new side of not only keeping it, but keeping the enemy from getting it. Water, 18 pesos a cup. Every soldier was paid at first 5 pesos a day. This was raised to 10 and then to 20. They fought those last days, all admitted, with gallantry. Finally, just before the end, each soldier got a bonus of 2 months' pay, and each diputado and each member of the Supreme Court 3 months' salary. This day gold was everywhere, and a cup of water cost 18 pesos. Besides this material prop to lowering morale, the wiretapping brought spiritual alleviation. On Monday, the day after Obregon and Gonzales, with their armies, had formally taken possession of the capital, Carranza intercepted several messages. They were not of much importance in themselves, but they brought monumental laughter to the tired soul of the fast-failing leader. One was a message to Gonzales from an outlying Carrancista colonel, offering to go over to the revolution if he could have the rank of general. The answer was from Obregon, announcing that he alone was the man who made generals, and bidding the ambitious officer to address his demands to the right person thereafter. Another was a message of something the same import, addressed to Obregon, and answered in the same vein by Gonzales. Sanchez's message cheers fugitive. But on the 11th came the message direct to Carranza that put real heart, complete confidence almost, into the breast of the old man and all of his followers. It was a message from Guadalupe Sanchez, whose troops held the country the train was about to enter. The message said that he had the situation in that country in hand, and protested his allegiance to Don Venustiano. That night the engine of the first train nosed into the little station of Rinconada, that lies in a plain below a line of hills. All slept easier than on any night since leaving Mexico City, for next day they would start for San Andres, where the protecting army of Lupe Sanchez undoubtedly would hail them. And beyond was Candido Aguilar, the son-in-law. Practically a clear road lay before them. So they dreamed. They awoke to see the hills before them alive with Obregonistas, and there were many more than they saw, as all night the Revolutionary Army had been digging in. Machine guns, perfectly placed, pointed down upon the line of the train. Carranza alone was unperturbed. General Murguia, the one man of his staff to show any energy or direction, ordered his forces out to the fight. In the dawn he strung cavalry, 1,500 men and horse, at the foot of the armed hill, and behind them infantry. Back of the infantry, ranging his fire perfectly, were the 8 field pieces of the American artilleryman, Charlie Hampton. Carranza leads the attack. Carranza mounted the horse that had pranced under him in so many parades down the Paseo de la Reforma. He rode around the artillery protection, past the foot soldiers, to the front line of cavalry. Carranza himself led the attack. His horse was shot in the right foreleg. Murguia told his shoeless and ragged little soldiers to go to the top of the hill and not come back. And go up they did, into an incessant downpour of lead. They were 6 hours getting to the top, but they got there. In the meantime, Santana, the lone aviator, had gone up in his Farman. He came back with a report that the enemy were not protected on their rear, that an infantry force could make its way through an opening in the hills to the side of them and come out in back and on top of them. Murguia ordered this maneuver. 400 foot soldiers made their way in the shelter of the frontal attack around to the little town of Rinconada, which they took without a fight. From this base they worked their way up to the top of the hills, and accomplishing perfectly what they were told to do, swooped down on the enemy's rear. They took 4 machine guns, 2 small field pieces, and 500 prisoners. The enemy lost 700 killed. No doubt it was a victory. The young General Juan Barragan, chief of the Estado Mayor, got down from the train and mounted an imposing steed. Within the train, while the battle was going on, the utmost terror reigned, terror not unmixed with humor. It is said that the Diputado Don Natividad Macias, on hearing the first shots, ordered his son to enclose the paternal person in green Pullman cushions. When this was accomplished, the father's voice came in sepulchral tones from within the improvised dugout. "My son, these are my last moments. In this tremendous instant, my son, hear the supreme will of your father. Serve only the governments that are constituted on solid bases. Serve them all, but serve no others." Among the prisoners taken were 2 colonels, who until a few days before had been Carrancistas. They were sentenced by the valiant Estado Mayor to be shot for treason. Carranza urged postponement of the execution of sentence, but his now thoroughly aroused aides insisted upon the military necessity of immediateness. The first captured colonel was taken aside and shot, but the second one offered information of great importance in exchange for his life. He told Carranza of the existence of 5 mines hidden under the tracks just beyond. The president and his aides went to the spot indicated by the prisoner, and there found, exactly as had been said, 5 immense cast-iron mines buried beneath the ties. Carranza viewed these powerful engines for his death without the slightest visible emotion. He personally directed their removal and the repair of the tracks, and ordered the train to proceed. They went ahead 3 miles and stopped for lack of water in the engines, just without the station of San Andres. They were without water and with little food, but not without hope. They had met and whipped the enemy, and were now within the zone of their own troops. Soon they would kiss both loyal cheeks of General Lupe Sanchez. The train stopped at right angles to a narrow gauge track that reached half a mile across level ground to a hacienda on the left. A wagon road ran parallel to this track. It went past the hacienda, making a little detour around a water trough and across freshly plowed ground into the edge of the hills. This was the road that Carranza was to take, seeking his liberty and finding his death. The water for the trough was supplied by a hand-run wheel. All the will and muscle in the world given to it could result in only a drop in the bucket of the Carrancista need, 12 dead engines and more than 16,000 thirsty human beings, many wounded and dying. To the right of the wagon road was a small clear field. Here Santana set up his biplane. A few miles ahead the hills closed into the track around the town of San Andres. Close on the right of the track continued unbroken the line of hills that began at Rinconada. The next morning their dreams were not all untrue. The hills to the left by the town were covered with troops. Santana, coming back from an early flight, reported the presence of Lupe Sanchez himself in a huge hat and mounted on a white horse. Almost at the same minute the attack began. All day, from 8 until 5:30, Carranza fought off the troops he had counted on for his defense. Sanchez had 3,500 men, Carranza 4,000. The battle that raged between them was the greatest ever fought in the history of the 100 years' struggle for Mexican independence. At night the enemy withdrew into the hills. Perhaps Carranza had won, but it was impossible to go on. The 12 engines were dead from lack of water and oil. Ahead, just beyond the station, Santana reported the complete destruction of 6 kilometers of track. Behind, all bridges were blown up. Wounded soldiers lay in rows alongside the cars. There were no medical supplies. Nothing was done for the hurt and dying. Women gave underwear generously, but few knew how to bind a wound. There was no water. Faint hope still lingered. One faint hope still lingered. Perhaps Candido Aguilar had been warned of the defection of Lupe Sanchez and had his troops on the march to the aid of his chief and father-in-law. The next morning, Friday the 14th, just 1 week from the confused but confident setting forth, the exhausted and imprisoned trains saw in the first dawn the hills surrounding them literally covered with menacing troops. The elementos of Candido Aguilar had indeed arrived, but without their general. Their officers had heard of the turning of Sanchez, and deserting Aguilar, had hurried to join the standard of the Jefe Sublevado. So was the last Carranza hope achieved and lost in one stroke. The Carrancistas got down from their trains, and stretching out, this time from both sides of the track, went to the attack. Within the first 15 minutes of fighting, 250 unmounted horses returned from the charge. From the rear, Santana brought the report of the close advance of Trevino with 2,500 Obregonista cavalry. At 9 o'clock, the desperate Carrancistas poured gasoline on the 2 cars containing the nation's archives and set fire to all of their records of their own regime and some of the most valuable documents in their country's history. They opened the 2 cars containing the nation's money and loaded all the gold possible into saddlebags. More was hurriedly buried in a frantic effort to keep it from falling into the hands of their enemies. All this in the midst of pandemonium. The president ordered all trains abandoned and the march on foot to the town of San Andres. Confusion reigned in the cars, everyone trying to take with him what is most necessary. There is indiscriminate dressing and undressing. Many uniforms and pseudo-uniforms suddenly are seen no more. All wish to appear en civil. One good-looking young man who until that moment had been noticeable for a fantastic military outfit that seemed to have come from some comic opera wardrobe, suddenly appeared in blue and white striped underwear. The niñas in number 110 got down from their car and began ransacking their huge wardrobe trunks in the dirt and blood and soot of the roadside for their most precious pieces of lingerie. A little boy fell wounded at the step of the president's train. There was a sudden stampede toward the hacienda on the left. Men, women, and children clutched by terror, a horrible sight. Horses' bridles hanging, dashed blindly here and there. Only Carranza, and to this all give witness, maintained to the last his extraordinary and impenetrable calm. At 11:40 that morning of the 14th, enough soldiers were got together to make a double line stretching from the abandoned yellow train with the red monograms to the hills 3 miles to the left. Through these, at a gallop, rode Don Venustiano, at the head of a handful of mounted men. They disappeared into the hills during heavy firing from the front and the right. From some one throat, raucous with thirst and dust, came a last "Viva Carranza!" End of Carranza's tragic flight to death, described in full for the first time, a dispatch direct from Mexico by journalist Sophie Treadwell, published on the front page of the New York Tribune on May 31st, 1920. Read for LibriVox by Sue Anderson.
The Cry of the Children by Mrs. John Van Voorst. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Cry of the Children. Human Documents in the Case of the New Slavery by Mrs. John Van Voorst. Saturday Evening Post, March 10, 1906. Editor's Note. This is the first of a series of articles by Mrs. Van Voorst in which the victims of the new slavery tell their own stories. There is one fact regarding the industries in America which concerns every man and woman throughout the land. Since cotton mills began to spring up like mushrooms and sociological philanthropy began to be the fashion, we have heard much about child labor. So much, indeed, has it been a matter of discussion that the very life has been taken out of the phrase itself, and it has come to have no meaning. It suggests reports and dull discourses, and lobbying for legal reform and dry statistics. It has assumed the form of a mere stereotyped heading which serves as a watchword to deter the hurried reader from wasting any time on articles he always skips. Yet back of these two words, linked incongruously together, is the fact that concerns us all, an outrageous fact that cannot be denied, a fact that need only be presented from its human side in order to touch every heart that beats for the good of the country and the welfare of others. In our thriving mills, both north and south, there are thousands and thousands of little children at work. As I formulate this simple statement, I can hear a chorus of protest, echoes of past objections which have been made for years by those whose interest it is not to acknowledge the truth. In response, I have only to say that I started, a skeptic myself, upon a tour of inspection regarding what I held to be sensational reports about child labor. After remaining 6 weeks in various cotton mill towns of Maine, New Hampshire, Georgia, and Alabama, I have determined to relate only what I saw, all too sensational, alas. Believing the simple account of realities to be the most convincing, and daring to hope that it may serve as an appeal, and that it may stir those whom it touches into procuring some remedy for an existing condition of things which is contrary to every principle of civilization and Christianity. The facts of the case as regards the law are these. Each state, being free to impose upon manufacturers what regulations it pleases, there is a variety of labor problems to choose from in studying any single American industry. Not having unlimited time in which to make a general investigation, I selected as centers of observation for those studies of child labor: Maine, where there are good laws poorly enforced; New Hampshire, where there is no factory inspection; Alabama, where the laws are poor and the enforcement poorer; Georgia, where there are no laws at all. I confined my visits almost entirely to the woolen and cotton mills, because more children are employed there than in the other complicated manufactures, and because also, by making a comparative study of the same industry under different conditions, it was possible to arrive at some general conclusions regarding it. To be sure, even the most rapid reformer could not hope that business be run as a philanthropy, and the question might easily be asked whether, once a model child labor law had obtained, there were still any profit to be made by the cotton mill owners. The nearest approach to an ideal state of affairs being that which exists in Massachusetts, I made also a sojourn at Fall River, studying there the evolution of reform and its practical effects both upon the well-being of the employees and the welfare of employers. But if the articles which follow make a slight pretense of tracing the history of an industry, their most earnest purpose is to get a hearing for the little children who toil, to let them speak for themselves, to show something of their lives which will be eloquent in claiming for them protection legal and humane, to sound their cry. Listen for it in what I am going to tell. A complaint, you ask, used as you are to the wielding of charity recipients. A complaint? Why, the children of the mills are an army of tiny pilgrims whose miserable bodies in the onward march are but the vehicle for a spirit that no suffering can repress. Victims of ignorance and avarice, robbed of health by the heavy burdens too early placed upon their fragile shoulders. Denuded of hope, they trudge forward in life's way with a fortitude and determination which makes their cry less a complaint than a summons. The memory of faces such as theirs clings in the mind with lingering tenacity. Faded masks of withered flesh, dark eyes gazing out of pale, swollen brows, all the ugliness visible which deprivation and toil can practice upon the human features, yet illuminating this solid, tragic image an expression that glows as the sun does for whole days behind clouds which seem to diffuse and magnify its brilliance. The bringing about of any modification in social conditions is, in a republican country like ours, determined by popular opinion, and this irrepressible force is composed of so many minor opinions that no one is excused on the ground that what he thinks can't make any difference from taking an interest in such a national question as this of child labor. Census bulletins show that there are at work in the United States over 1.5 million children between the ages of 10 and 15. 25% of all of the textile operations in the South are under 16. 2,000 girls under 13 are doing night work in Pennsylvania. 92,000 are employed at this age or younger in New York State. But it is not statistics that we are looking for. Considered thus, as mere figures in an official statement, these thousands of children seem like one of the necessary elements in a great industrial organization. How are they designated on the payrolls of the great mills? How are they alluded to familiarly by employers? Not even by the generic name of children. They are called, very pertinently, hands. Their hands and what they can do with them are all that attract the manufacturer. For him, the rest of their little persons, from the youth that is repressed within them to the soul to which not even greed can attain, is of minor consequence. Yet it is only by taking time to think of these hands as individuals that they can appeal to us from a human point of view. It is just this life of theirs, therefore, which the mill disregards, that I would aim to make the subject of these articles. The life, not as it manifests itself in so many mechanical gestures with relation to a machine, but the inward life, the life of sentiment and feeling, the home life, the character of the children, their occupations outside of working hours, their pleasures, and their own opinions about child labor. We don't want to hear any horrors. This is a remark often made among the less militant of the fairer sex. Physical suffering, squalor, poverty are not the only horrors. Paucity of spirit, lack of compassion, and indifference can also come under the comprehensive heading. Those who are all stirred up by what they read, and who take no action, are apt rather to be provoked with existing conditions than with their own inactivity. They argue in this way: what is the use of knowing about such dreadful things when we can't help them? So long as there are over 1 million children at work for us, our industrial records need such forcible cleaning up that everybody can help. If those who set their shoulders to the wheel find that their hearts fail them in the effort for reform, they need only consider the example of these little laborers, and once hear the cry of the children, in order to renew their energy and their courage. After first consulting the state records at the Capitol in Montgomery, where all corporations are registered, and determining upon what centers it seemed advisable to visit, I accepted a letter of introduction to the owner of a mill in Birmingham, and set out for that place, the second city with Montgomery in Alabama, which has attained to a population of 30,000. The idea of a letter of introduction was, to be sure, incongruous with that of making a tour of investigation, and though the few courteous lines I presented to the proprietor of the mills might have procured me hospitality under his own roof, they sent me as an outcast from his factory gates. It was of no interest to him that a piece should be written about his help. This he made quite clear, and having done so, he closed the door peremptorily, leaving me without to meditate upon some more successful method of obtaining entrance to the factories I had determined to visit. Profiting by the presence at Birmingham of several ladies who had been more or less active in passing the only laws which place any restraint upon Alabama manufacturers, I called upon them before proceeding to Anniston, and gathered from their conversation certain facts regarding the situation in their state. My chief informant was a pretty woman of the graceful, languid type we designate in a word as Southern. It was a shock to hear her affirm in her soft, musical voice, with its drawling intonation, "Why, child labor in Alabama is a necessary evil." "Do you think," I exclaimed, "that it is just as well for a child of 12 years old to be at work as to be in school?" Her gentle eyes reflected in their smile a feeling of inward indulgence. "That," she said, "is not a fair question. When you know more of these people, you see that they're just like animals. In the mill, they have some chance of getting civilized. If we made laws restricting labor, we should frighten away capitalists and wreck our very surest chances of progress and prosperity." She followed up her argument with pitiful descriptions of ignorance among the people who flock in from the hills and plains to feed the mill machinery. "They don't even know enough to level the ground where they build their cabins. They fry every bit of their food, even the bread." And then she repeated the comprehensive phrase, "They're just like animals." She was a stockholder, this gentle Southerner, in the mills I had just attempted to visit. Oh, hideous logic which greed alone makes plausible! What part, pray, had God in creating a class like animals? And who could maintain with justice that out of such mental and moral insufficiencies a better state might come, were it coupled to physical oppression and misery? Two wrongs cannot make a right, and the cursory dispatching of a whole class of people to the realm of the animal does not free the bondsman from his ultimate accounting for the soul which has passed, along with the body, into his keeping. As a matter of fact, there was a law made in 1903 which prohibited the employment of children under 12 years of age in factories, unless widowed mothers or aged or disabled fathers be dependent upon the labor of such children. And the same law forbade children under 13 to work after 7 p.m. or before 6 a.m., and all children to hire out for more than 66 hours a week, day work, or 48 hours, night work. "Why did they pass the law?" responded one of my feminine informants. "Why not? What difference does it make? There are no inspectors, no school laws, no truant officers, and where there is nobody to enforce a law, it can't inspire much respect." The method of asking permission having met with such rebuff as I took to be characteristic, I determined on reaching Anniston upon the more simple plan of walking into any factory that might be open and pursuing my inquiries regardless of consequence until I was stopped or put out. The town of Anniston lies among the foothills of the Blue Ridge Mountains, halfway between Birmingham and Atlanta. There was little need to ask directions for reaching the mills. Over a slope of the hill in the village outskirts hung a black cloud, fed perpetually from a forest of chimneys that rose like the dark cypress trees of some Campo Santo. Thither I bent my steps. The cotton mill folks wear unwittingly a badge which distinguishes them far and wide. As I came along down over the hillside, I met a child holding in her arms another smaller child. Both were covered, their hair, their clothes, their very eyelashes even, with fine flakes of lint, wisp of cotton, fibers of the great web in which the factories imprison their victims. "Hello," I said. "Do you work in the mill?" "Yes, mum." The voice was gentle and the manner friendly. She hitched the baby, who had a tendency to slip from her tiny motherly arms, and showed me one of her fingers, done up in a loose, dirty bandage. "I cut my finger right smart," she drawled, "so I'm taking a day off." "How old are you?" 12. "Got any brothers or sisters?" "I've got him." She straightened the piece of lemon stick candy in the baby's mouth as she thus called attention to him, and continued, "And I've got the brother in the mill." "How old is he?" 12. "Twins?" I asked. She smiled and shook her head. "He's 12 in the mill, and he's 10 outside." This little bit of humanity, taking a day off as mother to a still tinier being, seemed a promising sponsor, and I suggested that we walk together. She could not go to the mill with me, she explained, without first consulting her mother, so we proceeded to the settlement in which she lodged, along with the other 80 or 100 families who manned the mills in which she worked. "That's where we live." Her fleet little bare feet picked away deftly over the stony path, and she kept a hand free, when it was not laid on the baby's back, to point out to the turns that led to where she lived. Her home was one of a group of frame one-story houses perched on a slant of ground. Each house was encircled by a wooden veranda, and the order of housekeeping described itself before the eyes as a whisk of the broom which carried all dirt from the kitchen onto the porch, and another whisk which landed it on the slant of ground bedecked, in consequence, with old tin cans, decaying vegetables, pieces of dirty paper, rags, and chicken feathers. It was to the more intimate quarter, however, that I penetrated with my guide. The inside court or square upon which these homes opened their back doors was a large mud puddle, overhung with the collective wash of the neighborhood. In and out of the mud puddle wallowed the younger members of the mill families, receiving from time to time admonishing reprimands from a gently irate parent who swished her long cotton wrapper over the mud court, drawling to her offspring, "I sure will whip you if you all don't quit." "That-a-way's where we live," said my little companion, stepping onto the porch and depositing her load as she opened the door and ran to announce a visit to her mother. The woman turned listlessly from the sewing machine over which she was bent. "Won't you come in?" she called to me, dragging out a chair by the fire without getting up. "Looking for work?" she asked. I took a seat, glancing at the interior, which my little friend called home. The outer room was the kitchen, though it might, except for the stove, have been mistaken for a hen coop. The chickens pecked their way about the dirty floor, venturing as far even as the table, upon which stood the meager remains of a noonday meal. The second and the inner room had each a bed. An unmade bed, I was going to say, but how could a bed be made without either sheets or pillows? 2 grimy counterpanes were flung in disorder across the mattresses. A few chairs, a bureau, and a machine completed the home furnishings. As the listless woman talked with me in a kindly manner about work, the baby, who had crawled in from the porch and arrived as far as its mother's skirts, now tugged at those to be taken up. His tiny hands had served as propeller across the filthy floor. The stick of lemon candy was still clutched in one, and it added to the general stickiness of the dirt with which his face and clothes were smeared. As the soldier shoulders his gun, the burden to which he is most accustomed, this mother swung her baby into her arms, and while she talked on, giving items about the cost of living and factory wages, she loosened her cotton jacket, evidently the only garment she had on, and folding the baby to her breast, lulled its whimpering. "Yes," she said, "we pay $150 a week for 3 rooms. That's a little over $6 a month. I call it high. We don't get no running water. Every drop we uses got to be drawed in the yard, and we don't get no light either. Nothing but lamps." The baby, comforted and consoled, though the stick of lemon candy had slipped from its grasp, let his hand stray over the woman's throat with little spasmodic caresses, which left in their trail smears of dirt, flecked with tiny scarlet streaks where the sharp nails had caught in the pale, withered flesh. "I reckon you all might be cold," she said, directing the older girl to put more wood on the open grate fire, thinking apparently nothing of herself. "We don't like it here, first rate. Maybe we'll move again. I sure do crave traveling." "Well, honey," this was addressed to the baby, who had sat up with a jerk and begun to whine. The candy, picked up from the floor where it had fallen and restored to its owner's mouth, did not seem the desired thing. The mother looked at me with a knowing smile. "I reckon I can guess what ails him. He wants his babies." And at this, always without getting out of her chair before the machine, she reached behind her and drew from a shelf over her head 2 white rats. This was apparently what the baby had wanted. In the game that ensued between him and his pets, his chief delight seemed to be in seeing the rats disappear through the open-throated gown of his mother, and make the tour of her bodice, wriggling, burrowing, crawling, to emerge finally from her collar at the nape of her neck. Sometimes they diversified their gyrations, proceeding upward into her hair and down again by way of her ears onto easier climbing ground. Impassible, unmoved, she talked on in her gentle, drawling voice, giving no sign whatever that she noticed the animals. It was only when the baby plunged its sharp nails into the white rat's side that she ejaculated mercifully, "Quit that! You all hurt them babies." I was somewhat dazed as I proceeded presently with my little guide from this interior to the mill. The squalor and disorder of what I had seen, the ignorance and the insensibility, contrasted strangely with the friendly concern about any intention I might have to get work, the desire to help me on my way, the strange lethargic tenderness which took the form of pity for even rats. Like animals, my friend had told me. That we must wait to see. Following thus in the bare footprints of my companion, the way seemed to lead directly into the mill, the door of which stood open with no more formidable porter than a tired overseer. He nodded an indifferent yes at our request to visit the mill, and we stepped over the threshold on a level with the street and into the spinning room. There were 38 hands in this spinning room. Not 10 of them had reached the age of 12. It was only after I talked with them and questioned them for some 20 minutes that the second man came to me and explained in a jovial, courteous way that "talking kept the hands from work, But in that 20 minutes there was a little world revealed to me of which I had known nothing, and had read only such accounts as I believed to be sensational. The operation of spinning is an extremely simple one. An expert hand can run as many as 1,000 bobbins or 10 sides. A child of 10 keeps from 2 to 4 sides, going with no further effort than the renewing of the large spools, the cleaning of the saliva from the frames, and the refilling of the spindles whose threads have snapped. The replenishing of the quills or bobbins is done by the smallest hands, who from the process they perform in lifting the full spools off the frames to put empty ones in their place are called doffers. The first child to whom I spoke here stood waiting, without work, for the machinery to start up. He had on a cloth cap, overalls, and a blue cotton shirt open at the throat. His face was wan, his eyes blue, with an intenser blue streak beneath them. His mouth was full of tobacco, which had caught in a dingy crust about his lips. As he leaned back, one foot crossed over the other, expectant for the spindles to begin again their whirling, he presented in his attitude and his gestures the appearance not of a child, but of a gaunt man, shrunk to diminutive size. Coming over to where he stood, I began. "How many sides do you run a day?" 3 to 4, he answered. "How much do you make?" "About $2.40 a week." Then hastily I put the question, "How old are you?" "Going on 12, he responded. "I've been working about 4 years. I come in here when I was 7. "Ever been to school?" He shook his head. "No'm. I don't know if I'd like it. I'd reckon I'd as soon work here as be in school." "How many hours do you work here a day?" "From 6 to 6. The noise of the machinery was distracting, and as I bent over him to catch his answers, piped in a shrill nasal voice, I could not but notice how fine and delicate his features were. The deep eyes, the high-arched nose, the slender lips were placed in the oval face as features only can be placed by the unerring mold that breeding cast. Observing also the miniature shoulders that seemed to have been oppressed by some iron hand, I said, "Don't you get very tired?" There was a pause which made more marked the honesty of his response. "Why, I don't never pay much attention whether I get tired or not." "You have an hour at noon?" Here he pushed the cloth cap onto the back of his head and sent a long, wet black line from his mouth to the floor. "Well," he said. It was the man who spoke, his arms akimbo, his body warped in the long tussle for existence. "They aim to give us an hour, but we don't never get more'n 25 minutes. We all live right up there." He nodded toward the square of houses, clustered around the mud puddle, on the brink of the slovenly hillside. Here the bobbins began to revolve slowly, the spindles to whirl, and the boy started back to his work. "You can't loaf much," he explained, "when the machines are running." Up and down he plied on his monotonous beat, lone little figure. Ah, how far some of us could go if we worked thus in tacit submission, without stopping even to question whether or not we were tired. Evidently waiting to join in the conversation, a small boy, I noticed, was standing beside me. His dark eyes sparkled merrily in his colorless face. He was dirty and covered with lint. "What's your job?" "Sweepin'." He grinned. "How much do you make a day?" 20 cents. "And how old are you?" 7. The boy at the card machine, making straps for the spindle, was "going on 10." He made 20 cents a day. Others I questioned were 8, 9, 10, and occasionally there was one as old as 12. Some of my Birmingham informants had told me that there were whole families of dwarfs who came down from the mountains and took work in the mills, greatly misleading certain visitors who supposed them to be children under age. as I walked on now through the mills, talking with a 12-year-old red-headed girl who had been 4 years at work, my eyes suddenly fell upon a strange couple. Doubtless, I thought, some of the dwarfs against whom I had been warned. I could not take my attention from the tiniest of the tiny pair. The boy's hands appeared to be made without bones. His thumb flew back almost double as he pressed the cotton to loosen it from the revolving rod in the spinning frame. They no longer moved, those yellow anemic hands, as though directed in their different acts by a thinking intelligence. They performed mechanically the gestures which had given them their definitive form. The red-headed girl laughed and nodded in the direction of the dwarf. "He's most 6," she said. "He been here 2 years. He come in when he was most 4. His little brother most 4 is working here now." "Yes? Where?" "Oh, he works on the night shift. He comes in about 5:30 and stays till 6 in the morning." I went over to the other dwarf of the couple, older evidently than the boy, most 6. Below her red cotton frock hung a long apron which reached to the ground. Her hair was short and shaggy, her face bloated, her eyes like a depression in the flesh, and about her mouth trailed dark streaks of tobacco. It seemed atrocious to question her. Oblivion was the only thing that could have been mercifully tendered, and even the peace of death could hardly have relaxed those tense features cast in the dogged mold of misery. "How old are you?" I asked. She shook her head. "I don't know." "What do you earn?" She shook her head again. "On the night shift at 6." Her fingers did not for a moment stop in their swift manipulation of the broken threads. Then, as though she had suddenly remembered something, she said, "I've been only working here a day." "Only 1 day?" "I've been working on the night shift till now." Dwarfs? Ah, yes, dwarfs indeed. But with that those who affirm it might once catch sight of the expression that lowered under the brows of these 2 miniature victims. Like a menace, threatening, terrible, it seemed to presage a great storm that shall one day be unchained by the spirits too long pent up in the service to the greed of man. The next child I questioned was 12. She had been only 3 weeks in the mill. "Did you ever go to school?" I asked. "I sure did." "Would you rather be in school now?" She stopped a moment, looked full at me, and then she said, "Yes, indeed I would." It was just then that we were interrupted by the second man. "Some folks," he explained, "thinks we are running children under 12. They's all over 12, except the few little ones that's in here helping." He knew something of the law, then, this second man. And if the children were only helping, who was paying them for it? Who but the owners of the mills? At the next factory, the intricacy of work, cotton-woven bedspreads and crash towels, requires older and more experienced hands. The boss made no objection to showing the mill, but as I was accompanied through the rooms by a clerk, I had no opportunity to question what children there were. Of the 200 hands, I saw 6 or 7 who looked to be under 12, and a score who might have just completed their first dozen years. About a mile out of Anniston is yet another mill employing 100 hands. There, finding the gate open, I walked in without passing by the office or asking any sort of permit to visit. My solitary tour through the spinning room was interrupted by the superintendent, who asked me my business. When I told him it was simple curiosity, he led me on a fatiguing expedition through picking, carding, and twine rooms. But I had already questioned hastily 10 miniature hands who were under 12 years old. Too large a proportion, perhaps, even though they might have only been helping. The largest factory was firm in its refusal to allow visitors of any sort within its gates. "You see," the superintendent said with a knowing twinkle in his eye, "we have some difficulty keeping our help, and we're always afraid folks might be prowling around to get some of our hands away from us. Besides that," he added, fortifying his refusal, "the insurance companies don't permit us to let people through the mills." Where night is day. One mill there was, whose tall, narrow windows continued through the night hours to glow in the darkness, reflecting long silver beams of light against the hillside houses, as though to search out and claim in their very sleep the mill hands. Let him who is a skeptic on the subject of child labor, let him who scoffs at the worth of the lower classes, stand one morning at 6 before the door of that mill when the night shift gets off. In the haggard procession that filed up the incline toward the settlement, the thing which impressed me most was the cheerfulness of every response that was made to any question I put. Conversation with these people never became, as it does inevitably with the poor whom charity societies reach, an occasion for lamentation and complaint. "Why, the old mill keeps us company," one woman protested. She was a pale wraith of a being, clad in black, her sparse hair dragged clear of her forehead. The fine film of cotton had settled over her garments, where they rested like a shroud, already enveloping one whose weary limbs would find rest only in death. "We all don't mind sleeping in the daytime," she smiled, "when the children don't wake us up playing round." By our side trudged a long-legged, barefooted boy, who gave his age as 13. At an exclamation of pity from me, with regard to the night work for children, he said, "If you don't work, you can't earn nothing. You sure do make more nights. You can get as much in 5 nights as you can in 6 days." Which information was accompanied by a comprehensive expression that traversed his wan face. "How much time do you have for resting in the night?" "Not much of any," he said. "But for eating?" "You've got just about time enough for swallowing your midnight lunch. The machinery don't never stop, and the work's mostly piecework." Here I caught sight of the hand most fore, whom my red-headed friend had signaled to me as being on the night shift. Tumbling along by his mother's side in the semi-obscurity of the dawn, he appeared like a sprite, a creature bred in a cave, his flesh bleached, his eyes dazed by perpetual darkness. Yet when I spoke to him, he turned his strange, bloated, mask-like face to me and smiled. "He's only helping me," the worker explained. "He makes $1.20 a week. I've got 3 in myself," she added, almost apologetically, "to look out for, since my husband died." Anniston is a typical Alabama town, in which there happen to be mills. The tenements rented by the mill hands are part of the company's property, but the schools belong to the township, and the mill children, like any other residents of the city, may go or not, as they please, to the public classes. There are no compulsory school laws in the state. "We don't think it's a right in a democracy," one of the Alabama club women explained to me, "to force anyone to do anything. If the parents want their children to go to school, it's their privilege to send them. But we don't believe in compulsion. We believe in liberty." End of The Cry of the Children by Mrs. John Van Vurst, read by Mary in Arkansas.
Doctors, an address delivered to medical students, 1908, by Rudyard Kipling. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by David Wales. Gentlemen, it may not have escaped your professional observation that there are only 2 classes of mankind in the world. doctors and patients. I have some delicacy in confessing that I belong to the patient class, ever since a doctor told me that all patients were phenomenal liars where their own symptoms were concerned. If I dared to take advantage of this magnificent opportunity which now lies before me, I should like to talk to you about my symptoms. However, I have been ordered, on medical advice, not to talk about patients, but doctors. Speaking, then, as a patient, I should say that the average patient looks upon the average doctor, very much as the non-combatant looks upon the troops fighting on his behalf. The more trained men there are between his dearly beloved body and the enemy, he thinks, the better. I have had the good fortune this afternoon of meeting a number of trained men who in due time will be drafted into your permanently mobilized army, which is always in action, always under fire, against death. Of course, it is a little unfortunate that death, as the senior practitioner, is always bound to win in the long run. But we non-combatants, we patients, console ourselves with the idea that it will be your business to make the best terms you can with death on our behalf, to see how his attacks can best be delayed or diverted, and when he insists on driving the attack home, to take care that he does it according to the rules of civilized warfare. Every sane human being is agreed that this long-drawn fight for time, which we call life, is one of the most important things in the world. It follows, therefore, that you, who control and oversee this fight, and you who will reinforce it, must be amongst the most important people in the world. Certainly, the world will treat you on that basis. It has long ago decided that you have no working hours that anybody is bound to respect, and nothing except extreme bodily illness will excuse you in its eyes from refusing to help a man who thinks he may need your help at any hour of the day or night. Nobody will care whether you are in your bed or in your bath, on your holiday, or at the theater. If any one of the children of men has a pain or a hurt in him, you will be summoned. And, as you know, what little vitality you may have accumulated in your leisure will be dragged out of you again. In all times of flood, fire, famine, plague, pestilence, battle, murder, or sudden death, it will be required of you that you report for duty at once, go on duty at once, and remain on duty until your strength fails you or your conscience relieves you, whichever may be the longer period. This is your position. These are some of your obligations. I do not think they will grow any lighter. Have you heard of any legislation to limit your output? Have you heard of any bill for an 8 hours a day for doctors? Do you know of any change in public opinion which will allow you not to attend a patient, even when you know that the man never means to pay you? Have you heard any outcry against those people who are perfectly able to pay for medical attention and surgical appliances, and yet cadge around the hospitals for free advice, a cork leg, or a glass eye? I am afraid you have not. It seems to be required of you that you must save others. It is nowhere laid down that you need save yourselves. That is to say, you belong to the privileged classes. May I remind you of some of your privileges? You and kings are about the only people whose explanations the police will accept if you exceed the legal limit in your car. On presentation of your visiting card, you can pass through the most turbulent crowd unmolested, even with applause. If you fly a yellow flag over a center of population, you can turn it into a desert. If you choose to fly a Red Cross flag over a desert, you can turn it into a center of population towards which, as I have seen, men will crawl on hands and knees. You can forbid any ship to enter any port in the world. If you think it necessary to the success of any operation in which you are interested, you can stop a 20,000-ton liner with her mails in mid-ocean till that operation is completed. You can tie up the traffic of any port without notice given. You can order houses, streets, whole quarters of a city to be pulled down or burnt up, and you can count on the cooperation of the nearest armed troops to see that your prescriptions are properly carried out. To do us poor patients justice, we do not often dispute doctors' orders unless we are frightened or upset by a long continuance of epidemic diseases. In that case, if we are uncivilized, we say that you have poisoned the drinking water for your own purpose, and we turn out and throw stones at you in the street. If we are civilized, we do something else. But a civilized people can throw stones too. You have been, and always will be, exposed to the contempt of the gifted amateur, the gentleman who knows by intuition everything that it has taken you years to learn. You have been exposed, you always will be exposed, to the attacks of those persons who consider their own undisciplined emotions more important than the world's most bitter agonies, the people who would limit and cripple and hamper research because they fear research may be accompanied by a little pain and suffering. But you have heard this afternoon a little of the history of your profession. You will find that such people have been with you, or rather against you, from the very beginning, ever since, I should say, the earliest Egyptians erected images in honor of cats and dogs on the banks of the Nile. Yet your work goes on, and will go on. You remain now perhaps the only class that dares to tell the world that we can get no more out of a machine than we put into it; that if the fathers have eaten forbidden fruit, the children's teeth are very liable to be affected. Your training shows you daily and directly that things are what they are, and that their consequences will be what they will be, and that we deceive no one but ourselves when we pretend otherwise. Better still, you can prove what you have learned. If a patient chooses to disregard your warnings, you have not to wait for a generation to convince him. You know you will be called in a few days or weeks, and you will find your careless friend with a pain in his inside, or a sore place on his body, precisely as you warned him would be the case. Have you ever considered what a tremendous privilege that is? At a time when few things are called by their right names, when it is against the spirit of the times even to hint that an act may entail consequences, you are going to join a profession in which you will be paid for telling men the truth, and every departure you may make from the truth you will make as a concession to man's bodily weakness and not his mental weakness. Realizing these things, as I have had good reason to realize them, I do not think I need stretch your patience by talking to you about the high ideals and the lofty ethics of a profession which exacts from its followers the largest responsibility and the highest death rate, for its practitioners, of any profession in the world. If you will let me, I will wish you in your future what all men desire, enough work to do, and strength enough to do your work. End of Doctors, an Address Delivered to Medical Students, 1908, by Rudyard Kipling.
The Evolution of the Stars and the Formation of the Earth, by William Wallace Campbell, Director of the Lick Observatory, University of California. Published in The Popular Science Monthly, September 1915. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Introduction. Every serious student of nature asks sooner or later, what was the origin of the stars? What has been their history? And what does the future hold in store for them? In harmony with our experience is the belief that all matter in the universe is endowed with the property of obeying certain fundamental laws, such as every particle of matter attracts every other particle, a hotter body radiates its heat energy to a cooler body, gases expand indefinitely unless resisted by gravitation or other effective force. Again, everything in nature is growing older and changing in condition, slowly or rapidly, depending upon circumstances. The meteorological elements and gravitation are tearing down the high places of the earth. The eroded materials are transported to the bottoms of valleys, lakes, and seas. and these results beget further consequences. In general, the changes in small bodies proceed rapidly, and in great bodies slowly. Astronomers believe there has been an orderly development of the stars in obedience to precisely the same simple laws that govern our everyday affairs. Starting with the materials as already existing, our problem is to trace in outline the probable course of the evolutionary processes which have given us the stellar universe. The effort to find a solution brings us against two superlative difficulties. First, save only the Earth and an occasional meteorite, all the bodies that concern us are at tremendous distances. We must study them at long range, through the reading and interpretation of the messages which their own rays of light and heat carry from them to us. We bring bodies closer, in effect by means of telescopes, but the reduced distances are still heroic. The stars, some of which are many millions of kilometers in diameter, are still seen as mere points of light in our most powerful telescopes, even though the telescopes magnify 3,000-fold. Secondly, the evolutionary processes are exceedingly deliberate. We do not know that any progressive changes have ever been noted in any celestial body, except in the comets and meteorites in the Earth's surface strata, and possibly in the so-called new stars. We observe changes in the clouds of Jupiter, changes in the surface features of the Sun, and some 4,000 stars are known to vary in brightness, but all these are short-period changes, and they do not indicate that progressive or permanent changes are involved. We can get no help in our problem by waiting for any star to show signs of change in physical condition. We should probably have to wait tens of thousands and perhaps millions of years. We must take the heavenly bodies as they are, try to fit them into an orderly series representing the various stages of evolutionary development, and justify our arrangement by means of the evidence collected. We need, first of all, to comprehend as thoroughly as possible what the individual heavenly bodies are, how they are arranged in space, and how they are related to each other, both physically and geometrically. At the cost of telling you many things you have already learned, I shall recall a few features in the structure of the solar system and of the stellar system, and describe briefly the characteristics of each class of objects with which we have to deal. The solar system. In the solar system, we have the great central body, our Sun, around which revolve the 8 major planets and their 26 moons, the 800 minor planets or asteroids discovered to date, the zodiacal light materials, the comets and the meteors. The Sun is one of the ordinary stars. It seems very large, very bright, and very hot, because it is relatively near to us, and we receive from it our entire supply of energy. But compared with the thousands of other stars visible on any clear night, it is merely an average star. Nevertheless, the Sun is a very large body. If it were a hollow shell of its present diameter, we could pour more than 1,000,000 Earths into it, and still leave empty the space between the earth balls. Traveling outward from the Sun, we come first to the small planet Mercury, its diameter a little more than 1/3 the Earth's diameter, which revolves once around the Sun in 88 days. Secondly, to the planet Venus, just a shade smaller than the Earth, with period of revolution 225 days. And thirdly, to the Earth and its moon, which revolve around the Sun in 1 year. 50% farther out than the Earth is Mars, its diameter a trifle more than 1/2 the Earth's, with 2 tiny moons and period of revolution 1.9 years. Next are the asteroids, about 800 discovered to date, which revolve around the Sun, each in its own orbit, in from 1 3/4 to 8 years, the orbits varying greatly in size, eccentricity, and position of orbit planes. Then we come to the giant Jupiter, its diameter 11 times the Earth's diameter, and 9 moons, the system completing a revolution about the Sun in 12 years. Still farther out is Saturn, its diameter 9 times the Earth's, with its wonderful ring system and 9 moons, all revolving around the Sun in 29.5 years. Next is Uranus, 4 times the Earth in diameter, with 4 moons, all revolving around the Sun once in 84 years. And finally, we come to the outermost known planet, Neptune, a shade larger than Uranus, and its one moon, this planet requiring 165 years to travel around the Sun. Again, as to the material which composes the solar system, its distribution is most remarkable. Nearly all of it is in the Sun. If we add together the masses of the major planets, the hundreds of asteroids, the satellites, make liberal allowance for the comets, etc., and call the total 1, then the mass of the Sun on the same scale is 744. That is, of 745 parts of matter composing our solar system, 744 parts are in the Sun, and only 1 part is in the bodies revolving around it. To state it differently, 99 6/7% is in the Sun, and only 1/7 of 1% is divided up to make the planets, satellites, asteroids, comets, and meteors. The 4 outer planets, Jupiter, Saturn, Uranus, and Neptune, contain 225 times as much material as the 4 inner planets, Mercury, Venus, Earth, and Mars. The Earth is fully 3,000 times as massive as the 800 asteroids combined. There is the zodiacal light material, which, in a more or less finely divided state, as dust grains or very small bodies, revolves around the Sun, each separate particle in effect a minute planet. This matter, distributed through a great volume of space somewhat the shape of a double convex lens, whose center coincides with the Sun, and whose edge extends out at least as far as the Earth's orbit, reflects and scatters the Sun's rays falling upon it, and causes the illumination easily visible after sunset in the west and before sunrise in the east. Then there are the comets, which pass in orbits usually very elongated around the Sun, their tails pointing approximately away from the Sun, and the meteoric matter, which at least in part, and quite possibly all, revolves around the Sun in elliptic orbits. Occasionally, a meteorite gets through our atmosphere to the Earth's surface, is found, and is installed in a museum, but many millions which collide with our atmosphere every 24 hours are consumed by frictional heat in the atmosphere and lose their identity. It is a most remarkable fact that all the planets revolve in orbits lying nearly in the same plane. Let us call the distance from the Sun to the Earth 1. Then the distance from the Sun to Neptune is 30, and the diameter of Neptune's orbit is 60. Now our system lies so nearly in one plane that we could put it in a very flat bandbox 60 units in diameter and only 1 unit thick, so that all the major planets and their satellites and all the asteroids, with a very few exceptions, would perform their motions entirely within the box. The exceptional asteroids and the majority of the comets would dip out of the box because the planes in which their orbits lie make considerable angles with the central plane of the solar system. It is an equally remarkable fact that the 8 planets and the 800 asteroids are all revolving around the Sun in the same direction, which we call west to east. Likewise, the Sun rotates on its axis from west to east, and so also do Mercury, Venus, the Earth and its moon, Mars, Jupiter, and Saturn. Our moon, Mars's 2 moons, the 7 inner moons of Jupiter, Saturn's rings, and 8 of its moons revolve around their planet from west to east. From Jupiter out to Neptune, we come upon exceptions to the rule. The 8th and 9th moons of Jupiter go around the planet from east to west. The 9th moon of Saturn is similarly reversed in direction. The 4 moons of Uranus move in a plane making an angle of 98 degrees with the principal plane of the solar system, that is, nearly at right angles to the principal plane. The 1 moon of Neptune moves in a plane inclined 145 degrees to the plane of the system, in effect, from the east toward the west. The equatorial planes of Uranus and Neptune are, without doubt, essentially coincident with their satellite planes. The stellar system. Our solar system is very completely isolated from other systems. Light travels from our Sun out to Neptune in less than 4.5 hours, yet it requires 4.5 years to travel from our Sun to the nearest star Alpha Centauri. Stating the case differently, the nearest star is more than 9,000 times as far from our system as our farthest planet Neptune is from the Sun. We should have to go 7 light years from our Sun in another direction to reach the second nearest star. It is 9 light years in a still different direction to Sirius. The average distances between neighboring stars, at least in our part of the universe, is 6 or 7 or 8 light years. We can see that the stars themselves occupy very little space and that they have an abundance of room to move about. Recalling further that the average speed of the stars is about 26 kilometers per second, which means that about 80,000 years would be required for the average star to travel over the average distance to its neighbor, we can see that collisions of two stars must be exceedingly rare, and that close approaches of two stars, approaches so close as to disturb each other violently, must also be rare. However, when we consider the number of stars in the stellar system, we should perhaps expect a few close approaches to occur in a human lifetime, possibly also a grazing collision, but probably no full collision. The universe of stars, our stellar system, is believed by students of the subject, all but unanimously, to occupy a limited volume of space that is somewhat the shape of a very flat pocket watch, more strictly a much flattened ellipsoid or spheroid. However, it is not intended to convey the impression that the boundaries of the stellar system are sharply defined, or that the stars are uniformly distributed throughout the spheroid, and all at once, at the surface of the spheroid, cease to exist, but only that the stars are more or less irregularly distributed throughout a volume of space roughly spheroidal in form, and that the thinning out of stars near the confines of the system may be quite gradual and irregular. The equatorial plane of the spheroid is coincident with the central plane of the Milky Way. We see the Milky Way as a bright band encircling the sky because in looking toward the Milky Way, we are looking out through the greatest depth of stars. There is considerable uncertainty as to the dimensions of the system, chiefly for two reasons. First, the stars near the surface of the spheroid are everywhere too far away to let us measure their distances directly, and in fact, so far away that we have not been able to measure their transverse motions, their proper motions, and thus to gain indirectly an idea of their distances. And secondly, the spheroid may be considerably larger than it seems because of possible and even probable absorption or obstruction of starlight in its passage through space. Newcomb has suggested that the shorter radius of the spheroid, at right angles to the plane of the Milky Way, may be taken as of the order of 3,000 light years. The long radii of the spheroid, that is, the radii in the plane of the Milky Way, may be at least 10 times as great, that is, 30,000 light years or more. The solar system is believed to be somewhere near the center of the stellar system. The counts of stars in all parts of the sky indicate that the Milky Way structure is not much closer to us, so to speak, in one direction than in other directions. There are about as many stars on one side of a plane through the central line of the Milky Way as there are on the other. Wilhelm Struve's statistical studies of stellar distribution led him to conclude that the effective central line of the Milky Way is not a great circle, but a small circle, lying at a distance of 92 degrees from the north pole of the galaxy and 88 degrees from the south pole of the galaxy. Interpreted, this means that the solar system lies a short distance north of the central plane of the stellar system. This conception of the stellar universe and Milky Way agrees in all important particulars with Immanuel Kant's ideas and description published in the year 1755, a remarkable contribution based essentially on naked eye observations, without the advantage of accurate observations laboriously made with telescopes. However, it was the star counts by the two Herschels, father and son, which put this conception of the stellar system upon the basis of confidence. Sir William Herschel, using an 18-inch reflecting telescope in the northern hemisphere, and Sir John Herschel, using the same telescope in the southern hemisphere, counted the stars visible in the eyepiece, 15 minutes of arc in diameter, in 7,300 regions distributed rather uniformly over the entire sky. They found that the number of stars decreased rapidly as they passed from the central plane of the Milky Way toward the north and south poles of the galaxy. Here is a table deduced by Struve from the Herschel's counts. This table has two columns, the left column labeled galactic latitude zones in degrees. Right column, average number of stars per field 15 minutes of arc in diameter. Plus 90 degrees to plus 75 degrees, 4.32. Plus 75 degrees to plus 60 degrees, 5.42. Plus 60 degrees to plus 45 degrees, 8.21. Plus 45 degrees to plus 30 degrees, 13.61. Plus 30 degrees to plus 15 degrees, 24.09. Plus 15 degrees to 0 degrees, 53.43. 0 degrees to minus 15 degrees, 59.06. Minus 15 degrees to minus 30 degrees, 26.29. Minus 30 degrees to minus 45 degrees, 13.49. Minus 45 degrees to minus 60 degrees, 9.08. Minus 60 degrees to minus 75 degrees, 6.62. And minus 75 degrees to minus 90 degrees, 6.05. The average number of stars in the Milky Way zone 30 degrees wide, that is, in galactic latitude plus 15 to minus 15, visible in the eyepiece of the telescope was 56, whereas in the region surrounding the north and south galactic poles, the average number visible in the same eyepiece was but 5. The great condensation in the Milky Way is not fully evident from the table. The stars are much more numerous near the central line of the Milky Way than they are near its borders. The average number along the central line, found by Sir William Herschel, was 122. There is no reason to doubt that the preponderance of stars visible in the direction of the Milky Way is due to the greater extension of the stellar system in that direction than in the direction of the galactic poles. It has been noted by several observers that the faintest stars visible in telescopes of moderate size, that is, stars of the 14th, 15th, and 16th magnitudes, are plentiful in the Milky Way and very scarce at a distance from the Milky Way. The contrast between Milky Way and non-Milky Way regions is scarcely noticeable in the naked eye stars, but it becomes stronger and stronger as we pass to the fainter stars. If there is an absorption of light in its passage through space, such that the very distant stars are appreciably reduced in brightness, then the stars of average size and physical condition must be invisible to us when they are farther away than a certain limiting distance, and in that case the extent of the universe in the direction of the Milky Way may be vastly greater than we have described it. But this consideration would not act to increase the radius of the actual stellar system in the direction of the poles of the galaxy by any appreciable amount. Investigations conducted principally at the Harvard and Greenwich observatories indicate that the number of stars visible in our largest telescopes is of the order of 60 million or 70 million, and that the number which can be recorded on photographic plates by means of long exposures with our largest reflecting telescopes is several times as great. Investigations by Newcomb and Kelvin upon the gravitational power of the stellar universe to produce the observed velocities of the stars give indications that the visible stars contain in reality only a fraction, perhaps 1/5, of the gravitating materials concerned, and they conclude that more material exists in dark and invisible stars than in the visible ones. I am inclined to regard their estimates of dark material as of questionable accuracy on account of the purely arbitrary assumptions involved. Stellar motions. It is necessary that we consider briefly the motions of the stars, including that of our own star. It has been found that all celestial bodies, as far as they have been studied, are in motion with reference to the entire system, and with reference to each other. Our sun is no exception to the rule. It is traveling rapidly through the stellar system, carrying its planets and their satellites along with it. The apparent motions of the individual stars are not in general their real motions. They are a compound of the real motions and of our motion. If the other stars were really at rest in the great system, they would still seem to be moving because our star is carrying us past them, so to speak. The nearest stars would seem to be moving rapidly, and the more distant stars less rapidly, away from that point in the sky which we are approaching. Since the stars are really moving in a great variety of directions, with a great variety of speeds, their apparent motions are also in a great variety of directions, but the prevailing tendency of their motions is away from our goal. By studying these compounded motions, Herschel in 1783 and a long line of distinguished investigators following Herschel have established that our solar system is traveling toward a point in distant space about on the boundary line between the constellations Hercules and Lyra. If the solar system is moving rapidly toward that point, the stars in that vicinity should, on the average, seem to be approaching us, and the stars in the opposite region of the sky should, on the average, seem to be receding from us. The spectrograph enables us to measure the rates of approach and recession of the individual stars. It has been found that while the hundreds of bright stars in the Hercules-Lyra region are traveling, some away from us and some towards us, with a very great variety of speeds, yet on the average, that group of stars seems to be approaching us at the rate of 19 kilometers per second. In a similar manner, it has been found that the stars near the opposite point of the sky, while moving individually with a great variety of velocities of approach and recession, are on the average receding from the solar system with a speed of 19 kilometers per second. No one questions the explanation of these facts. The solar system is traveling toward the Hercules-Lyra region with a speed of 19 kilometers per second. If now the speed of 19 kilometers per second be maintained, and the longer radii of our stellar system be 30,000 light years, we should require a period of 450 million years to travel from the center to the circumference of our system. The youth of the solar system was probably spent in a very different part of the stellar system from where it now is. Comets. Are the comets bona fide members of the solar system as the planets are, or are they transient visitors from the greater stellar system? Immanuel Kant, in 1755, advocated the view that the comets are genuine members of the solar system. From 40 to 70 years later, Laplace advocated the other view, that the comets belong to the great stellar system, and that a few of them happen in the course of their travels to encounter the solar system. The latter view prevailed from Laplace's time almost up to today. If the comets are of our solar system, they should move in elliptic orbits. That is, they should return again and again to the vicinity of the Sun. If the Sun were at rest with reference to the stellar system, and the comets should start with exceedingly small velocities from a very great distance, say 20 or more light years away, they would travel around our Sun in curves which we could not distinguish from parabolas. Interpreted, this means that they would eventually go back to approximately the same distant region of space from which they started and never again return to the solar system. If the comets should start toward us from interstellar space with appreciable velocities, they would move around the Sun in hyperbolic orbits, curves whose branches, one coming in toward the Sun and one going out from the Sun, diverge widely. Such comets would go away to a region of space totally different from that which they had occupied before their solar visits, and never return either to us or to their original habitation. Since the Sun is not at rest in the stellar system, but is traveling 19 kilometers per second toward the Lyra-Hercules constellations, it can be shown that the forms of the orbits of comets coming from interstellar space, whether they start from rest or with the average speed of the stars, would, in general, be strongly hyperbolic. The observed facts are that of the more than 400 cometary orbits determined, only 8 or 9 have been suspected to be hyperbolic. Further, the recent researches of Fabry and Strumgren have shown that all of the suspected cases either rest upon insufficient observations of the comets at the time of their appearance, so that the orbits are uncertain, or that the disturbing attractions of our planets have converted the orbits from the elliptic to the hyperbolic form after the comets have got well within our planetary system. Another fact is equally important. By virtue of our rapid travels toward the Lyra-Hercules region, we should meet more comets coming from that direction than there are comets overtaking us from the opposite direction. To state this point differently, of the comets which swing around the sun, a greater number should have come into our system from the Lyra-Hercules region than from any other region, and especially from the region of sky which we are leaving behind. The facts are otherwise. We cannot say that the approaches of comets favor any particular direction. The orbits of the great majority of comets are very close to the parabolic form. The nature of comets is such that they are under observation for a few weeks or a few months, and only an occasional one for a year or more. When but a small section of the orbit has been thus observed, it is difficult to decide between the parabola and a very elongated ellipse. It happens, however, when these comets have been accurately observed through many months, and the disturbing attractions of our planets have been taken into account, that the orbits are found to be very long ellipses and not parabolas. Some of the ellipses are so elongated that thousands, and occasionally hundreds of thousands of years are required to complete one circuit of the sun. Let us assume that a comet belonging to the solar system starts at rest, with reference to the solar system, from a point midway between Alpha Centauri and our sun, and travels around our sun. It would be 60 million years in reaching us, or 120 million years in completing its circuit. It is evident that an immense amount of cometary material must exist in the outer regions of our sun's gravitational field in order that a minute part of it may visit the sun every 3 months, which is about the average interval of time between the coming of these bodies. It should be noted that the planes of the very elongated comet orbits show no preference for small angles with the plane of the solar system. They intersect the solar system plane at all angles, and these comets come into our system from all directions indifferently. We must hold, I think, that the comets are genuine members of our solar system. The great majority spend most of their time in the outer parts of our system, far beyond the orbits of Neptune, but they are moving through space as companions to our sun as truly as the Earth and Jupiter are. Aside from the comets which come from great distances, there are, of course, the so-called periodic comets, which move in relatively short ellipses, revolving around the sun in a few years, and reappearing at predicted times and places. About 60 such comets have been observed with periods less than 100 years. There is the great Jupiter family of comets, about 30 in the family, so called because their aphelions, the points of the orbits farthest from the sun, lie near Jupiter's orbit. Their periods vary from 3 to 8 years. Their motions around the sun are all from west to east, as in the case of the planets, and their orbit planes make small angles with the plane of the solar system. In a similar way, there are 2 Saturn comets, 3 Uranus comets, and 6 Neptune comets, one of the latter being Halley's. Halley's comet is revolving around the sun from east to west, that is, in a retrograde direction, and the motions of 2 comets, which disappeared many years ago, were likewise from east to west. The motions of all the other short-period comets are from west to east. The origin of the periodic comets is an interesting question. Newton, of Yale, who was the chief student of the subject, gave practical certainty to the view that the periodic comets have been captured, so to speak, by the major planets, and especially by Jupiter. That is, that comets approaching the sun in their elongated orbits and passing close to the major planets have had their orbits converted, either during one visit or cumulatively during several visits, into the forms we now observe. Perhaps the strongest doubt as to the sufficiency of the explanation arises from the fact that 95% of the motions appear to be from west to east. Newton's theory seems to demand that about 25% of Jupiter's comets should move in retrograde orbits, whereas none of Jupiter's comets, nor the 2 Saturn comets, do so move. 3 of the 11 comets related to Uranus and Neptune, namely Halley's Comet and 2 lost comets, travel in the retrograde direction. The capture theory is technical, and we must not pursue it. Fortunately, there is another avenue of approach. Barnard has noted that the short-period comets differ in appearance from those which come to our system unexpectedly, in that the former are the more diffuse in appearance, that is, they have larger diameters in proportion to their total brightness. There is reason to believe that the head of a comet consists principally of separate small bodies. Now, in a collection of small bodies, the gravitational forces holding them together are extremely slight. When the group approaches the center of the solar system, the Sun's attractions upon the nearer members of the group are appreciably stronger than upon the members which are farthest from the Sun. The orbital motions of the nearer particles are relatively quickened and those of the farther particles relatively delayed. If the comet is traveling upon a very elongated orbit, the mutual attractions within the head can again be effective while the comet is in the outer parts of the orbit, and a condensing process probably occurs. But if the orbit extends out only as far as Jupiter or other major planets, there is little opportunity for the internal attractions to recondense the particles, and the next approach to the Sun carries the scattering process a step further. Repeated returns to the Sun dissipate the individual constituents of the comet more widely. The intensity of the comet's light is reduced, and eventually it becomes too faint for discovery and observation. There is little room to doubt that this process is responsible for the total disappearance of several periodic comets. Meteor streams. The argument is strongly supported by the meteor streams. It is well known that on certain nights of the year we see an unusually large number of meteors, which come from certain definite directions in space. These meteors have been extensively observed, and their orbits have been computed. The illustration shows the orbits of 4 such swarms. They intersect the Earth's orbit at certain computed points. We pass through those points on certain nights of the year, and the meteoric materials moving in the one orbit collide with the Earth in the other orbit. Now, it has been shown that the orbits of these 4 meteor streams and of one other stream are the orbits of 5 periodic comets which have disappeared from sight. Clearly, the cometary materials have been gradually scattered by the disintegrating effect of the Sun's attraction, and the separate particles were compelled to move in orbits differing slightly from each other and from the recognized orbits of the comets. The meteoric collisions with the Earth are such as to show that we are dealing with widely separated small masses moving in orbits nearly identical with each other. In the case of these 5 swarms, there is certainly a close connection between meteors and comets. Whether all meteoric matter has come from the disintegration of comets cannot be answered now. We can say that since the Earth actually passes through at least 5 prominent meteor swarms, there ought to be thousands of invisible swarms within our solar system which we do not pass through. Newton's investigations led him to the conclusion that about 90% of the meteors which have encountered the Earth and have been observed with sufficient accuracy to let us determine their orbits are moving around the Sun in eccentric orbits of short periods, like those of the short-period comets, and in the west to east direction. The certainty of rapid disintegration of the periodic comets, extremely rapid in comparison with astronomical time intervals, is all but equivalent to saying that the periodic comets have been recently captured by our planets. For the periodic comets, which we are still observing, could not have been following their present orbits during many centuries, except at the price of disintegration to the point of total disappearance. The zodiacal light. The zodiacal light is a closely related subject. The phenomenon is due to the presence of countless small particles of solid matter, varying perhaps from dust particles up to bodies perhaps many cubic inches or even larger in volume, which scatter the sunlight falling upon them. The volume of space occupied by this finely divided material is very great. It extends north from the sun to a distance of the order of 100 million kilometers, and there is no reason to doubt an equal southern extension, for observations made in the west after sunset and in the east before sunrise indicate that the structure is symmetrical with respect to the sun. Its extent in the principal plane of the solar system in all directions from the sun is even greater. In such clear skies as exist on the tops of mountains, the zodiacal light can be seen to stretch entirely across the sky as a faint band following the ecliptic, and this is proof abundant that the materials which scatter the light extend beyond the Earth's orbit. Inasmuch as we do not distinguish the individual particles which make up the zodiacal light materials, we cannot now say whether they are revolving around the sun from west to east, but we cannot doubt the fact that they are revolving around the sun, and that the orbits of a large proportion of the particles are necessarily in planes highly inclined to the general plane of the solar system. Seeliger is of the opinion that this material supplies the attracting mass which disturbs the motion of Mercury and to a lesser degree the motions of Venus, Earth, and Mars. If this be true, the total mass of the particles must approximate to that of the planet Mercury. Where this material came from, whether it is a remnant of the original material which formed the inner planets and the sun, or whether it has come in from the outer confines of the sun's sphere of influence in the same way that the comets have transported very distant materials into the terrestrial region, is wholly unknown. Stars clusters. The star clusters offer a wide range of character as to their density of stellar contents and as to the symmetry of distribution. There are the large irregular clusters visible to the eye, such as the Pleiades, Praesepe, the Perseus clusters, in which the stars are widely separated and irregularly distributed. There are the globular clusters, invisible to the naked eye, except in 3 or 4 cases, which contain multitudes of faint stars densely crowded together and quite symmetrically arranged. The great cluster in Hercules is the most striking example in the northern skies. The accompanying photograph, secured with the 60-inch reflector of the Mount Wilson Observatory, records stars to the order of 30,000, each star a sun as truly as is our star. There are 2 still more extensive clusters in the southern hemisphere, but they have not yet been photographed on the same scale as the northern clusters. The globular clusters, of various degrees of stellar richness, exist to the number of several scores. There are 2 great agglomerations of stars, 2 dense clouds of stars, occupying isolated positions in the far southern sky, quite distant from the Milky Way, which seem to have many of the Milky Way's attributes. They appear to be great irregular clusters of stars, differing only in size from the vastly greater Milky Way cluster. These objects are known as the Greater and Lesser Magellanic Clouds. The nebulae. The objects which probably concern our subject most directly are the nebulae. The word nebula means a little cloud, and like little clouds superimposed upon the dark background of the sky, the first 10,000 nebulae looked to their discoverers. They were of various sizes, from that of the Orion Nebula, and even larger, down to those indistinguishable in small telescopes from stars, and to those so faint as to be on the limit of telescopic vision. The Herschels, father and son, were the first great discoverers of the nebulae. Lord Rosse's reflecting telescope showed that a few of the very bright and large nebulae, perhaps 24 in all, are not formless masses, but spirals, indicating plainly that they have motions of rotation. It was noticed by Sir William Herschel a century ago that the distribution of the nebulae on the surface of the sky is most remarkable. Proctor's chart, published in 1869, illustrates this fact. On this chart, the cloud-like forms of the Milky Way are outlined across both hemispheres as seen by the naked eye, but it should be said that telescopic vision of the Milky Way would present very different and vastly more uniform outlines. Each dot on the chart represents a nebula. He who runs may read that the nebulae in general abhor the Milky Way. In the northern hemisphere they cluster most densely in the neighborhood of the pole of the galaxy. In the southern hemisphere they show the same tendency, but not so strongly. There are nebulae in the Milky Way, but they are relatively few. Herschel's and Proctor's conclusions related only to the brighter nebulae, which had been discovered by visual methods. Before Keeler began to photograph nebulae with the Crossley reflector in 1898, some 10,000 of these bodies had been discovered and catalogued. A few plates exposed by Keeler here and there over the northern sky recorded several hundred additional nebulae. Using his photographs of small areas of the sky as samples, he estimated conservatively that at least 120,000 nebulae are discoverable with the Crossley reflector. Further observations by Perrine with the same instrument and by Fath with the 60-inch Mount Wilson reflector have shown that the number discoverable with fairly short exposures is considerably greater than 120,000. Fath's plates, uniformly distributed over the northern sky from the North Pole to declination 22.5 degrees south of the equator, recorded 864 nebulae previously unseen. The numbers on the individual plates are set down in the corresponding area. The curve drawn across the chart represents the central line of the Milky Way. The North Pole of the galaxy is at N. The distribution of these faint nebulae is seen to be patchy, but the fact is in evidence that the faint nebulae, like those bright enough to be discovered by visual methods, abhor the Milky Way. Keeler's photography of the nebulae led him to open another chapter in nebular investigation with the startling discovery that most of the nebulae have the spiral structure. This applied not only to the faint nebulae, which he discovered, but to the nebulae already known. Keeler's successors have confirmed this discovery. It is certain that the great majority of the nebulae have the spiral form. What the relative number of spirals and formless nebulae may be remains for the future to decide. The spirals vary all the way from the great Andromeda Nebula down to those so small that the photographic plate is just able to separate the details of structure, and there is no reason to doubt that more powerful instruments would show still smaller objects to have the spiral structure. There are irregular nebulae of all sizes. The brilliant Orion Nebula is diminutive in size compared with the faint nebulosity discovered by William H. Pickering in 1889, which forms the background for almost the whole of the constellation of Orion. The well-known nebulous structure connected with the brighter Pleiades stars is small in comparison with the area covered by a faint exterior nebulosity discovered by Barnard in 1893. There are very great irregular nebulae, such as the Network Nebula in Cygnus and the nebulous background in the Greater Magellanic Cloud. Barnard's wonderful photographs of the Milky Way have recorded many extensive nebulous fields, especially in regions where the background of the galaxy shows relatively few stars. See Figure 2. The so-called planetary nebulae are of special interest, as we shall learn in the sequel. Small in size, all more or less dense, some quite regular in outline, and a large proportion containing condensed or stellar nuclei near their centers. They were called planetaries by Herschel because, though faint, they present disks somewhat as the planets do when viewed under low power. There are several scores of so-called stellar nebulae. In moderate-sized telescopes, most of them look like ordinary stars. In large telescopes, many of them are hazy, but some are as well defined as stars. The spectroscope shows that all are true nebulae. If they were much closer to us, we should doubtless see them as planetary nebulae. A few other interesting objects are known as ring nebulae, the most noted case being the Ring Nebula in Lyra. Among the remarkable facts of the stellar universe are these: the large irregular nebulae, the ring nebulae, the planetary nebulae, and the stellar nebulae, with relatively rare exceptions, are in or very close to the Milky Way, and, on the contrary, the spirals in or near the Milky Way are of negligible number. The first group are without question an integral part of our stellar system. The spirals seem not to be closely connected with our stellar system, yet their very avoidance of the Milky Way shows that they bear some intimate relationship to it. There is no occasion for surprise that a small group of special objects should be in the Milky Way structure, but that the scores of thousands and perhaps hundreds of thousands of spirals should abhor the Milky Way is a fact which immediately arrests our attention and calls for explanation. Moore has suggested that their absence from the Milky Way may be apparent and not real, that any absorbing or obstructing medium in the Milky Way structure might prevent the light of the spirals from reaching us, especially if the spirals are extremely distant. If the light from very distant nebulae is absorbed or obstructed as a function of the angular distance from the galaxy, the nebulae near the poles of the galaxy, other things being equal, should on the average be intrinsically brighter than the nebulae in or near the Milky Way. Secondly, if such an effect exists, long exposure photographs on regions near the galaxy should record nebulae in numbers more nearly equal to those recorded by short exposures near the poles of the galaxy. An examination of existing Crossley reflector photographs has led to negative results on this question, and we must assume that the spiral nebulae really avoid the Milky Way. The question of the distances of the spiral nebulae has long been held in mind. The evidence, to which we shall refer later, is to the effect that they are very far away, and accordingly that they are of enormously great dimensions. This is the particular reason why a few astronomers suggest that the spirals may be distant systems of stars. They say that our own stellar system, if viewed from a great distance, might be seen to have a spiral structure, that it would be fairly circular in general outline if viewed from the poles of the Milky Way, or greatly elongated or spindle-shaped if the observer were in the plane of the Milky Way. We illustrate this point by means of well-known spirals viewed broadside and obliquely, and of the spindle-shaped nebulae, which we do not doubt are spirals seen edgewise. Easton, the principal modern student of Milky Way structure, has even gone through the laborious task of assigning the stars as seen from our viewpoint near the supposed center of the stellar system to their assumed places in a spiral structure. But I need scarcely say that the subject is too vast for solution now or in the near future. If our stellar system is one of 100,000 or more spiral nebulae, we have at once the problem of determining the place of our stellar system in the larger universe of systems, necessarily beginning with the motion of our system as a whole with reference to the great numbers of surrounding systems. Star streams. It was supposed, until 10 years ago, that the stars are moving approximately at random, both as to direction and as to speed. In 1904, Kapteyn announced, on the contrary, that the stars have decided preferences for motions toward two opposite points in the sky, one point in the northern edge of Orion in the Milky Way, and the other point exactly opposite to this. Investigations by many others have in all cases confirmed Kapteyn's discovery. Kapteyn did not mean to say that the individual stars are moving parallel to a straight line joining these two opposite points, but simply that their components of motion parallel to this line are considerably greater on the average than the components in any other direction. We may visualize his ideas in the following manner. Assume the existence ages ago of a great cluster or cloud of stars distributed more or less uniformly through a certain vast volume of space, whose individual motions were at random in both magnitude and direction. Assume the existence of an entirely similar group of stars occupying another vast volume of space, whose internal motions were also at random. Assume further that these two groups of stars were traveling through space in such a way that they more or less completely interpenetrated, with the result that the two groups of stars have now become a single group. There are stars still moving in all directions with speeds of all dimensions within certain limits, and yet there exists a preference for motion along and parallel to the line which originally joined the centers of the two groups. Assume now that our Sun is carrying the terrestrial observer through the combined group in a direction making a considerable angle with the line of preferential motion. The apparent motions of the individual stars, as observed from the solar system, would then have preferences for two directions very different from the line joining the two original positions of the groups. We should find a great number deviating by small angles from the two preferential directions, a small number deviating to a greater extent, and relatively few whose motions make large angles with the preferential directions. And this is as the apparent motions of the stars have been determined by many observers. Kapteyn's results depend upon proper motion data, that is, upon their apparent motions on the surface of the sky. Spectroscopic observations of stellar motions of approach and recession confirm that the stars have preferential motions, but to a smaller degree than proper motion data had indicated. No one doubts that preferential motions exist, but the explanation is another matter. Kapteyn does not insist that our stellar system has actually resulted from the intermingling of two star streams, yet he inclines more and more to this point of view, and the hypothesis does seem to accord better with the observed facts than any other hitherto proposed. A strong objection to it is its apparent improbability. It does not seem reasonable that two great clouds of stars, containing all the stars now in our sidereal universe, should have come together and interpenetrated so completely as to have produced, in an age when we happen to be the observers, a stellar system apparently spheroidal in form. When I look at the Milky Way, completely encircling the sky, my mind is filled with doubt. And if two great galaxies of stars have traveled far and come together, they will travel further and through each other, and we shall have two galaxies again, moving away from each other. It does not follow that the more distant and fainter stars will show the same preferential motions as the brighter and nearer ones, which led Kapteyn to his hypothesis, though it should be said that a fairly extensive study of stars fainter than the Kapteyn stars made by Comstock led to results in good agreement with Kapteyn's. May it not be possible that the preferential motions observed are in some way connected with rotational phenomena within our stellar system, especially as the line of preferential motions lies approximately in the plane of the Milky Way, or are local to what we may call our region of the system, and not be true of the system as a whole? An alternative hypothesis of prevailing stellar motions, proposed by Schwarzschild, seems to have advantages from the point of view of probability, but it appears not to accord so well with the facts of observation. Schwarzschild suggests that if from a given point we draw vectors whose directions and lengths represent the directions and speeds of existing stellar motions, then the outer extremities of these vectors will define the surface of an ellipsoid of preferential motions having three unequal axes. To be continued. End of The Evolution of the Stars and the Formation of the Earth by William Wallace Campbell. The Evolution of the Stars and the Formation of the Earth, Part 2, by Dr. William Wallace Campbell, Director of the Lick Observatory, University of California. Published in The Scientific Monthly, October 1915. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Principles of Spectroscopy. Thus far, our description of the stellar universe has been confined to its geometrical properties. A serious study of the evolution of the stars must seek to determine, first of all, what the stars really are, what their chemical constitutions and physical conditions are, and how they are related to each other as to their physical properties. The application of the spectroscope has advanced our knowledge of the subject by leaps and bounds. This wonderful instrument, assisted by the photographic plate, enables every visible celestial body to write its own record of the conditions existing in itself, within limits set principally by the brightness of the body. Such records physicists have succeeded to some extent in duplicating in their laboratories, and the known conditions under which the laboratory experiments have been conducted are the Rosetta Stones which are enabling us to interpret, with more or less success, the records written by the stars. It is well known that the ordinary image of a star, whether formed by the eye alone or by the achromatic telescope and the eye combined, contains light of an infinite variety of colors corresponding, speaking according to the mechanical theory of light, to waves of energy of an infinite variety of lengths, which have traveled to us from the star. In the point image of a star, these radiations fall in a confused heap, and the observer is unable to say that radiations corresponding to any given wavelengths are present or absent. When the star's light has been passed through the prism, or diffracted from the grating of a spectroscope, these rays are separated one from another and arranged side by side in perfect order, ready for the observer to survey them and to determine which ones are present in superabundance and which other ones are lacking wholly or in part. The following comparison is a fair one. The ordinary point image of a star is as if all the books in the university library were thrown together in a disorderly but compact pile in the center of the reading room. We could say little concerning the contents and characteristics of that library, whether it is strong in certain fields of human endeavor or weak in other fields. The spectrum of a star is as the same library, when the books are arranged on the shelves in complete perfection and simplicity, so that he who looks may appraise its contents at any or all points. Let us consider the fundamental principles of spectroscopy. 1. When a solid body, a liquid, or a highly condensed gas is heated to incandescence, its light, when passed through a spectroscope, forms a continuous spectrum, that is, a band of light, red at one end and violet at the other, uninterrupted by either dark or bright lines. 2. The light from the incandescent gas or vapor of a chemical element, passed through a spectroscope, forms a bright line spectrum, that is, one consisting entirely of isolated bright lines, distributed differently throughout the spectrum for the different elements, or of bright lines superimposed upon a relatively faint continuous spectrum. 3. If radiations from a continuous spectrum source pass through cooler gases or vapors before entering the spectroscope, a dark line spectrum results. That is, the positions which the bright lines in the spectra of the vapors and gases would have are occupied by dark or absorption lines. These are frequently spoken of as Fraunhofer lines. To illustrate, the gases and vapors forming the outer strata of the sun's atmosphere would in themselves produce bright line spectra of the elements involved. If these gases and vapors could in effect be removed without changing underlying conditions, the remaining condensed body of the sun should have a continuous spectrum. The cooler overlying gases and vapors absorb these radiations from the deeper and hotter sources which the gases and vapors would themselves emit, and thus form the dark line spectrum of the sun. The stretches of spectrum between the dark lines are of course continuous spectrum radiations. These principles are illustrated in Figure 12. The essential parts of a spectroscope are the slit, an opening perhaps 1/100th of an inch wide and 1/10th of an inch long, to admit the light properly; a lens, to render the light rays parallel before they fall upon the prism or grating; a prism or grating; a lens to receive the rays after they have been dispersed by the prism or grating, and to form an image of the spectrum a short distance in front of the eye, where the eye will see the spectrum or a sensitive dry plate will photograph it. If we place an alcohol lamp immediately in front of the slit and sprinkle some common salt in the flame, the two orange bright lines of sodium will be seen in the eyepiece, close together, as in the upper of the two spectra in the illustration. If we sprinkle thallium salt in the flame, the green line of that element will be visible in the spectrum. If we take the lamp away and place a lime light or a piece of white hot iron in front of the slit, we shall get a brilliant continuous spectrum not crossed by any lines, either bright or dark. Insert now the alcohol sodium thallium lamp between the lime light and the slit, and the observer will see the 2 sodium lines and 1 thallium line in the same places as before, but as dark lines on a background of bright continuous spectrum, as illustrated in the lower of the 2 spectra. Let us insert a screen between the lamp and the limelight so as to cut out the latter, and we shall see the bright lines of sodium and thallium reappear as in the upper of the 2 spectra. These simple facts illustrate Kirchhoff's immortal discovery of certain fundamental principles of spectroscopy in 1859. The gases and vapors in the lamp flame are at a lower temperature than the lime source. The cooler vapors of sodium and thallium have the power of absorbing exactly those rays from the hotter lime or other similar source which the vapors by themselves would emit to form bright lines. When we apply the spectroscope to celestial objects, we find apparently an endless variety of spectra. We shall illustrate some of the leading characteristics of these spectra, as in figures 13 to 18 inclusive, and figures 21, 22, 23, and 24. The spectra of some nebulae consist almost exclusively of isolated bright lines, indicating that these bodies consist of luminous gases, as Huggins determined in 1864, but a very faint continuous band of light frequently forms a background for the brilliant bright lines. Many of the nebular lines are due to hydrogen, others are due to helium, but the majority, including the 2 on the extreme right in figure 13, which we attribute to the hypothetical element nebulium, and the close pair on the extreme left, have not been matched in our laboratories and therefore are of unknown origin. Most of the irregular nebulae whose spectra have been observed, the ring nebulae, the planetary and stellar nebulae, have very similar spectra, though with many differences in the details. Footnote: my colleague, Wright, who has been making a study of the nebular spectra, has determined the accurate positions of about 67 bright nebular lines. End footnote. The Great Spiral Nebula in Andromeda has a continuous spectrum crossed by a multitude of absorption lines. The spectrum is a very close approach to the spectrum of our Sun. It is clear that this spiral nebula is widely different from the bright line or gaseous nebulae in physical condition. The spiral may be a great cluster of stars which are approximate duplicates of our Sun, or there is a chance that it consists, as Slipher has suggested, of a great central sun or group of suns, and of a multitude of small bodies or particles, such as meteoric matter, revolving around the nucleus. This finely divided matter being visible by reflected light, which originates in the center of the system. There is an occasional star, like Eta Carinae, whose spectrum consists almost wholly of bright lines, in general bearing no apparent relationship to the bright lines in the spectra of the gaseous nebulae, except that the hydrogen lines are there, as they are almost everywhere. There is reason to believe that such a spectrum indicates the existence of a very extensive and very hot atmosphere surrounding the main body, or core, of the star in question. This particular star is remarkable in that it has undergone great changes in brilliancy and is located upon a background of nebulosity. The chances are strong that the star has rushed through the nebulosity with high rate of speed, and that the resulting bombardment of the star has expanded and intensely heated its atmosphere. There are the Wolf-Rayet stars, named from the French astronomers who discovered the first 3 of this class, whose spectra show a great variety of combinations of continuous spectrum and bright bands. We believe that the continuous spectrum in such a star comes from the more condensed central part or core, and that the bright line light proceeds from a hot atmosphere extending far out from the core. The great majority of the stars have spectra which are continuous, except for the presence of dark or absorption lines, a few lines in the very blue stars, and an increasing number of lines as we pass from the blue through the yellow and red stars to those which are extremely red. Secchi, in the late 60s, classified the spectra of the brighter stars according to the absorption lines in their spectra into types 1, 2, 3, and 4, which correspond, type 1, to the very blue stars such as Spica and Sirius, type 2, to the yellow stars similar to our Sun, type 3, to the red stars such as Aldebaran, and type 4, to the extremely red stars, of which the brightest representatives are near the limit of naked eye vision. Secchi knew little or nothing concerning stars whose spectra contain bright lines, except as to the isolated bright line spectra of a few nebulae, and as to the bright hydrogen lines in Gamma Cassiopeia, and his system did not include these. One of the most comprehensive investigations ever undertaken by a single institution was that of classifying the stars as to their spectra over the entire sky, substantially down to and including the stars of 8th magnitude, by the Harvard College Observatory as a memorial to the lamented Henry Draper. Professor Pickering and his associates have formulated a classification system which is now in universal use. It starts with the bright line nebulae, passes to the bright line stars, and then to the stars in which the helium absorption lines are prominent. The latter are called the helium stars, or technically the Class B stars. The next main division includes the stars in which hydrogen absorption is prominent, called Class A. Classes B and A are blue stars. Then follows in succession Class F, composed of bluish-yellow stars, which is in a sense a transition class between the hydrogen stars and those resembling our Sun, the latter called Class G. The Class G stars are yellow. Class K stars are the yellowish-red, Class M the red, and Class N the extremely red. Each of these classes has several subdivisions which make the transition from one main class to the next main class fairly gradual and not per saltum, though it should be said that the relationship of Class N to Class M spectra is not clear. The illustration, Figure 17, brings out the principal features of the spectra of classes B to M. The spectrum becomes more complicated as we pass from Class B to the Class M, and the color changes from blue to extreme red, because the violet and blue radiations become rapidly weaker as we pass through the various classes. General course of evolutionary process. The general course of the evolutionary processes, as applied to the principal classes of celestial bodies, is thought to be fairly well known. With very few exceptions, astronomers are agreed as to the main trend of this order, but this must not be interpreted to mean that there are no outstanding differences of opinion. There are, in fact, some items of knowledge which seem to run counter to every order of evolution that has been proposed. The large irregular nebulae, such as the Great Nebula in Orion, the Trifid Nebula, and the background of nebulosity, which embraces a large part of the constellation of Orion, are thought to represent the earliest form of inorganic life known to us. The material appears to be in a chaotic state. There is no suggestion of order or system. The spectroscope shows that in many cases the substance consists of glowing gases or vapors, but whether they are glowing from the incandescence resulting from high temperature or electrical condition or otherwise is unknown, though heat origin of their light is the simplest hypothesis now available. Whether such nebulae are originally hot or cold, we must believe that they are endowed with gravitational power, and that their molecules or particles are, or will ultimately be, in motion. It will happen that there are regions of greater density or nuclei here and there throughout the structure which will act as centers of condensation, drawing surrounding materials into combination with them. The processes of growth from nuclei, originally small to volumes and masses, ultimately stupendous, must be slow at first, relatively more rapid after the masses have grown to moderate dimensions, and the supplies of outlying materials are still plentiful, and again slow after the supplies shall have been largely exhausted. By virtue of motions prevailing within the original nebular structure, or because of inrushing materials which strike the central masses, not centrally but obliquely, low rotations of the condensed nebulous masses will occur. Stupendous quantities of heat will be generated in the building up process. This heat will radiate rapidly into space because the gaseous masses are highly rarefied and their radiating surfaces are large in proportion to the masses. With loss of heat, the nebulous masses will contract in volume and gradually assume forms more and more spherical. When the forms become approximately spherical, the first stage of stellar life may be said to have been reached. It was Herschel's belief that by processes of condensation, following the loss of heat by radiation into surrounding space, formless nebulae gravitated into nebula of smaller and smaller volumes until finally the planetary form was reached, and that planetaries were the ancestors of stars in general. That the planetaries do develop into stars we have every reason to believe, but that all nebulae, or relatively many nebulae, pass through the planetary stage, or that many of our stars have developed from planetaries, we shall later find good reason for doubting. The probabilities are immensely stronger that the stars in general have been formed directly from the irregular nebulae without the intervention of the planetaries. The planetary nebula seem to be exceptional cases, but to this point we shall return later. It is quite possible, and even probable, that gaseous masses have not in all cases passed directly to the stellar state. The materials in a gaseous nebula may be so highly attenuated or be distributed so irregularly throughout a vast volume of space that they will condense into solids, small meteoric particles, for example, before they combine to form stars. Such masses or clouds of non-shining or invisible matter are thought to exist in considerable profusion within the stellar system. The nebulosity, connected more or less closely with the brighter Pleiades stars, may be a case in illustration. Slipher has recently found that the spectra of two small regions observed in this nebula are continuous, with absorption lines of hydrogen and helium. This spectrum is apparently the same as that of the bright Pleiades stars. Slipher's interpretation is that the nebula is not shining by its own light, but is reflecting to us the light of the Pleiades stars. That this material will eventually be drawn into the stars already existing in the neighborhood, or be condensed into new centers and form other stars, we can scarcely doubt. The condensation of such materials to form stars large enough to be seen from the great distance of the Pleiades cluster must generate heat in the process, and cause these stars in their earliest youth to be substantially as hot as other stars formed directly from gaseous materials. It is possible, also, that the spiral nebulae will develop into stars, perhaps each such object into many, or some of the larger ones into multitudes of stars. Let us attempt to visualize the conditions which we think exist in a newly formed star of average mass. It should be essentially spherical, with surface fairly sharply defined. Our Sun has average specific gravity of 1.4 as compared with that of water. The average density of the very young star must certainly be vastly lower, perhaps no greater than the density of our atmosphere at the Earth's surface. It may even be considerably lower than this estimate. The diameter of our Sun is 1,400,000 kilometers. The diameter of the average young star may be 10 or 20 or 40 times as great. The central volume or core of the star is undoubtedly a great deal denser than the surface strata on account of pressure due to the star's own gravitational forces. The conditions in the outer strata should bear some resemblance to those existing in the gaseous nebula. The star may or may not have a corona closely or remotely similar to our Sun's corona. The deep interior of the star must be very hot, though not nearly so hot as the interiors of older stars. But the surface strata of the young star should be remarkably hot, for, being composed of highly attenuated gases, any lowering of the temperature by radiation into surrounding space will be compensated promptly through the medium of highly heated convection currents, which can travel more rapidly from the interior to the surface than in the case of stars in middle or old age. Even though the star, as observed in our most powerful telescopes, is a point of light without apparent diameter, its outer strata should supply some bright lines in the spectrum, because these strata project out beyond what we may call the core of the star and themselves act as sources of light. The spectrum should, therefore, consist of some of the bright lines which were observed in the nebular spectrum, these proceeding from the outer strata of the star, and of a continuous spectrum made up of radiations proceeding from the deeper strata or core of the star, in which a few dark lines may be introduced by the absorption from those parts of the outer gaseous strata which lie between us and the core. A few hundred stellar spectra resembling this description are well known, discovered mostly at the Harvard Observatory. Their details differ greatly, but they have certain features in common. The bright lines of helium are extremely rare in stars, but they have been observed in a few stellar spectra. The bright lines of nebulium have never been observed in a true star. They and the radiations in the ultraviolet known as 3726A seem to be confined to the nebular state, and the absorption lines of nebulium have never been observed in any spectrum. As soon as the stellar state is reached, nebulium is no longer in evidence. Stellar spectra containing bright lines seem always to include hydrogen bright lines. This is as we should expect. Hydrogen is the lightest known gas, and it is probably the substance which can best exist in the outer strata of stars in general. The extensive outer strata of very young stars seem to be composed largely of hydrogen, though other elements are in some cases present, as indicated by the weaker bright lines in a few cases. This preference of hydrogen for the outermost strata is illustrated by several very interesting observations of the nebulae. The nebulium lines are relatively strong in the central denser parts of the Orion and Trifid nebulae, but the hydrogen bright lines are relatively very strong in the faint outlying parts of these nebulae. The planetary nebula BD, 12 degrees 1172, is seen in the ordinary telescope to consist of a circular disk, probably a sphere or spheroid, of light and a faint star in its center. When this nebula is observed with a slitless spectrograph, the hydrogen and nebulium components are seen as circular disks, but the hydrogen disks are larger than the nebulium disks. In other words, the hydrogen forms an atmosphere about the central star, which extends out into space in all directions a great deal farther than the nebulium disks extend. The Wolf-Rayet star planetary nebula DM plus 30 degrees, 0.3639, looks hazy in a powerful telescope, and when examined in a spectroscope, the haziness is seen to be due to a sharply defined globe of hydrogen 5 seconds of arc in diameter surrounding the star in its center. Wolf and Burns have shown that in the Ring Nebula in Lyra, the 3726A and the hydrogen images are larger as to outer diameter than the nebulium images, but that the latter are the more condensed on the inner edge of the ring. Wright has in the present year examined these and other nebulae with special reference to the distribution of the principal ingredients. He finds in general that the radiations at 4363A and 4686A of unknown or possibly helium origin are most closely compressed around the central nuclei of nebulae, that the matter definitely known to be helium is more extended in size, that the nebulium structure is still larger, and that the hydrogen uniformly extends out farther than the nebulium, and that the ultraviolet radiation at 3726A seems to proceed from the largest volume of all. The 3726A line, like the nebulium line, is unknown in stellar spectra. It seems also to be confined to true nebulosity. Neglecting the elements which have never been observed in true stars, we may say that all these observations are in harmony with the view that hydrogen should be and is the principal element in the outer stratum of the very young star. A few of the stars whose spectra contain bright hydrogen lines have also a number of bright lines whose chemical origin is not known. They appear to exist exactly at this state of stellar life. Several of them have not been found in the spectra of the gaseous nebulae, and they are not represented in the latter types of stellar spectra. The strata which produce these bright lines are thought to be a little deeper in the stars than the outer hydrogen stratum. A slightly older stage of stellar existence is indicated by the type of spectrum in which some of the lines of hydrogen, always those at the violet end, are dark, and the remaining hydrogen lines, always those toward the red end, are bright. The brightest star in the Pleiades group, Alcyon, presents apparently the last of this series, for all of the hydrogen lines are dark except H alpha in the red. In some of the bright line stars which we have described, technically known as OE5, Harvard College Observatory found that the dark helium and hydrogen lines exist and apparently increase in intensity, on the average, as the bright lines become fainter. Wright has observed the absorption lines of helium and hydrogen in the spectra of the nuclei of some planetary nebulae, although the helium and hydrogen lines are bright in the nebulosity surrounding the nuclei. We may say that when all of the bright lines have disappeared from the spectra of stars, the helium lines, and likewise the hydrogen lines, have in general become fairly conspicuous. These stars are known as the helium stars, or stars of class B. Proceeding through the subdivisions of class B, the helium lines increase to a maximum of intensity and then decrease. The dark hydrogen lines are more and more in evidence, with intensities increasing slowly. In the middle and later subdivisions of the helium stars, silicon, oxygen, and nitrogen are usually represented by a few absorption lines. Just as the gaseous nebulae radiate heat into space and condense, so must the stars, with this difference: the nebulae are highly rarefied bodies with surfaces enormously large in proportion to the heat contents, and the radiation from them must be relatively rapid. In fact, some of the nebulae seem to be so highly rarefied that radiation may take place from their interiors almost as well as from their surfaces. The radiation from a star just formed must occur at a much slower rate. The continued condensation of the star, following the loss of heat, must lead to a change of physical condition, which will be apparent in the spectrum. It should pass from the so-called helium group to the hydrogen or class A group, not suddenly, but by insensible gradations of spectrum. In the class A stars, the hydrogen lines are the most prominent features. The helium lines have disappeared, except in a few stars where faint helium remnants are in evidence. The magnesium lines have become prominent, and the calcium lines are growing rapidly in strength. The so-called metallic lines, usually beginning with iron and titanium lines, which have a few extremely faint representatives in the last of the helium stars, become visible here and there in the class A spectra, but they are not conspicuous. In the next main division, the class F spectra, the metallic lines increase rapidly in prominence, and the hydrogen lines decrease slightly in strength. These stars are not so blue as the helium and hydrogen stars. They are intermediate between the blue stars and the yellow stars, which begin with the next class G, of which our Sun is a representative. The metallic lines are in class G spectra in great number and intensity, and the hydrogen lines are greatly reduced in prominence. The calcium bands are very wide and intense. Another step brings us to the very yellow and the slightly reddish stars, known as class K. These stars are weak in violet light. The hydrogen lines are substantially of the same intensity as the most prominent metallic lines, and the metallic lines are more and more in evidence. Stars in the last subdivisions of the class K and all of the class M stars are decidedly red. In these, the hydrogen lines are still further weakened, and the metallic lines are even more prominent. Their spectra are further marked by absorption bands of titanium oxide, which reach their maximum strength in the later subdivisions of class M. The extremely red stars compose class N on the Harvard scale. Their spectra are almost totally lacking in violet light. The metallic absorption is very strong, and there are conspicuous absorption bands of carbon. Deep absorbing strata of titanium and carbon oxides seem to exist in the atmospheres of the class M and N stars respectively. The presence of these oxides indicates a relatively low temperature, and this is what we should expect from stars so far advanced in life. The period of existence succeeding the very red stars has illustrations near at hand, we think, in Jupiter, Saturn, Uranus, and Neptune, and in the Earth and the other small planets and the Moon, bodies which still contain much heat, but which are invisible save by means of reflected light. The progression of stellar development, which we have described, has been based upon the radiation of heat. This is necessarily gradual, and the corresponding changes of spectrum should likewise be gradual and continuous. It is not intended to give the impression that only a few types of spectra are in evidence. The variety is very great. The labels Class B, Class A, and so on to Class N are intended to mark the miles in the evolutionary journey. The Harvard experts have put up other labels to mark the tenths of miles, so to speak, and someday we shall expect to see the hundredths labeled. Further, it is not here proposed that heat radiation is the only vital factor in the processes of evolution. The mass of a star may be an important item, and the electrical conditions may be concerned. A very small star and a very massive star may develop differently, and it is conceivable that there may be actual differences of composition. But heat radiation is doubtless the most important factor. The evolutionary processes must proceed with extreme deliberation. The radiation of the heat actually present at any moment in a large helium star would probably not require many tens of thousands of years, but this quantity of heat is negligible in comparison with the quantity generated within the star during and by the processes of condensation from the helium age down to the class M state. We know that the compression of any body against resistance generates or releases heat. Now, a gaseous star at any instant is in a state of equilibrium. Its internal heat and the centrifugal force due to its rotation about an axis are trying to expand it. Its own gravitational power is trying to draw all of its materials to the center. Until there is a loss of heat, no contraction can occur. But just as soon as there is such a loss, gravity proceeds to diminish the stellar volume. Contraction will proceed more slowly than we should at first thought expect, because in the process of contraction, additional heat is generated, and this becomes a factor in resisting further compression. Contraction is resisted vastly more by the heat generated in the process of contraction than it is by the store of heat already in evidence. The quantity of heat in our Sun, now existing as heat, would suffice to maintain its present rate of outflow only a few thousands of years. The heat generated in the process of the Sun's shrinkage under gravity, however, is so extensive as to maintain the supply during millions of years to come. Helmholtz has shown that the reduction of the Sun's radius at the rate of 45 meters per year would generate as much heat within the Sun as is now radiated. This rate of shrinkage is so slow that our most refined instruments could not detect a change in the solar diameter until after the lapse of 4,000 or 5,000 years. Again, there are reasons for suspecting that the processes of evolution in our Sun, and in other stars as well, may be enormously prolonged through the influence of energy within the atoms or molecules of matter composing them. The subatomic forces residing in the radioactive elements represent the most condensed form of energy of which we have any conception. It is believed that the subatomic energy in a mass of radium is at least 1,000,000-fold greater than the energy represented in the combustion or other chemical transformation of any ordinary substance having the same mass. These radioactive forces are released with extreme slowness, in the form of heat, or the equivalent, and if these substances exist moderately in the Sun and stars as they do in the Earth, they may well be important factors in prolonging the lives of these bodies. Speaking somewhat loosely, I think we may say that the processes of evolution from an extended nebula to a condensed nebula, and from the latter to a spherical star, are comparatively rapid, perhaps normally confined to a few tens of millions of years, but that the further we proceed in the development process, from the blue star to the yellow, and possibly, but not certainly on to the red star, the slower is the progress made, for the radiating surface through which all the energy from the interior must pass becomes smaller and smaller in proportion to the mass, and the convection currents which carry heat from the interior to the surface must slow down in speed. End of The Evolution of the Stars and the Formation of the Earth, Part 2, by Dr. William Wallace Campbell.
The Fallacy of Success by G.K. Chesterton, 1874 to 1936. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Peter Tomlinson. There has appeared in our time a particular class of books and articles which I sincerely and solemnly think may be called the silliest ever known among men. They are much more wild than the wildest romances of chivalry, and much more dull than the dullest religious tract. Moreover, the romances of chivalry were at least about chivalry. The religious tracts are about religion. But these things are about nothing. They are about what is called success. On every bookstall, in every magazine, you may find works telling people how to succeed. There are books showing men how to succeed in everything. They are written by men who cannot even succeed in writing books. To begin with, of course, there is no such thing as success. Or, if you like to put it so, there is nothing that is not successful. That a thing is successful merely means that it is. A millionaire is successful in being a millionaire, and a donkey in being a donkey. Any live man has succeeded in living. Any dead man may have succeeded in committing suicide. But passing over the bad logic and bad philosophy in the phrase, we may take it, as these writers do, in the ordinary sense of success in obtaining money or worldly position. These writers profess to tell the ordinary man how he may succeed in his trade or speculation, how, if he is a builder, he may succeed as a builder, how, if he is a stockbroker, he may succeed as a stockbroker. They profess to show him how, if he is a grocer, he may become a sporting yachtsman, how, if he is a tenth-rate journalist, he may become a peer, and how, if he is a German Jew, he may become an Anglo-Saxon. This is a definite and business-like proposal, and I really think that the people who buy these books, if any people do buy them, have a moral, if not a legal, right to ask for their money back. Nobody would dare to publish a book about electricity which literally told one nothing about electricity. No one would dare to publish an article on botany which showed that the writer did not know which end of a plant grew in the earth. Yet our modern world is full of books about success and successful people which literally contain no kind of idea and scarcely any kind of verbal sense. It is perfectly obvious that in any decent occupation, such as bricklaying or writing books, there are only two ways, in any special sense, of succeeding. One is by doing very good work, the other is by cheating. Both are much too simple to require any literary explanation. If you are in for the high jump, either jump higher than anyone else, or manage somehow to pretend that you have done so. If you want to succeed at whist, either be a good whist player or play with marked cards. You may want a book about jumping. You may want a book about whist. You may want a book about cheating at whist. But you cannot want a book about success. Especially you cannot want a book about success, such as those which you can now find scattered by the hundred about the book market. You may want to jump or to play cards, but you do not want to read wandering statements to the effect that jumping is jumping, or that games are won by winners. If these writers, for instance, said anything about success in jumping, it would be something like this. The jumper must have a clear aim before him. He must desire definitely to jump higher than the other men who are in for the same competition. He must let no feeble feelings of mercy, sneaked from the sickening little Englanders and pro-Boers, prevent him from trying to do his best. He must remember that a competition in jumping is distinctly competitive, and that, as Darwin has gloriously demonstrated, the weakest go to the wall. That is the kind of thing the book would say, and very useful it would be, no doubt, if read out in a low and tense voice to a young man just about to take the high jump. Or suppose that in the course of his intellectual rambles, the philosopher of success dropped upon our other case, that of playing cards. His bracing advice would run, in playing cards it is very necessary to avoid the mistake commonly made by maudlin humanitarians and free traders of permitting your opponent to win the game. You must have grit and snap and go in to win. The days of idealism and superstition are over. We live in a time of science and hard common sense, and it has now been definitely proved that in any game where two are playing, if one does not win, the other will. It is all very stirring, of course, but I confess that if I were playing cards, I'd rather have some decent little book which told me the rules of the game. Beyond the rules of the game, it is all a question either of talent or dishonesty, and I will undertake to provide either one or the other, which it is not for me to say. Turning over a popular magazine, I find a queer and amusing example. There is an article called "The Instinct That Makes People Rich." It is decorated in front with a formidable portrait of Lord Rothschild. There are many definite methods, honest and dishonest, which make people rich. The only instinct I know of which does it is that instinct which theological Christianity crudely describes as the sin of avarice. That, however, is beside the present point. I wish to quote the following exquisite paragraphs as a piece of typical advice as to how to succeed. It is so practical, it leaves so little doubt about what should be our next step. Quote, "The name of Vanderbilt is synonymous with wealth gained by modern enterprise. Cornelius, the founder of the family, was the first of the great American magnates of commerce. He started as the son of a poor farmer. He ended as a millionaire 20 times over. He has the money-making instinct. He seized his opportunities, the opportunities that were given by the application of the steam engine to ocean traffic, and by the birth of railway locomotion in the wealthy but undeveloped United States of America, and consequently he amassed an immense fortune. Now it is, of course, obvious that we cannot all follow exactly in the footsteps of this great railway monarch. The precise opportunities that fell to him do not occur to us. Circumstances have changed, but although this is so, still, in our own sphere and in our own circumstances, we can follow his general methods. We can seize those opportunities that are given us and give ourselves a very fair chance of attaining riches." End quote. In such strange utterances we see quite clearly what is really at the bottom of these articles and books. It is not mere business. It is not even mere cynicism. It is mysticism, the horrible mysticism of money. The writer of that passage did not really have the remotest notion of how Vanderbilt made his money, or of how anybody else is to make his. He does indeed conclude his remarks by advocating some scheme, but it has nothing in the world to do with Vanderbilt. He merely wished to prostrate himself before the mystery of a millionaire. For when we really worship anything, we love not only its clearness, but its obscurity. We exult in its very invisibility. Thus, for instance, when a man is in love with a woman, he takes special pleasure in the fact that a woman is unreasonable. Thus, again, the very pious poet, celebrating his Creator, takes a pleasure in saying that God moves in a mysterious way. Now, the writer of the paragraph which I have quoted does not seem to have had anything to do with a God, and I should not think, judging by his extreme unpracticality, that he had ever been really in love with a woman. But the thing he does worship, Vanderbilt, he treats in exactly this mystical manner. He really revels in the fact his deity Vanderbilt is keeping a secret from him, and it fills his soul with a sort of transport of cunning, an ecstasy of priestcraft, that he should pretend to be telling to the multitude that terrible secret which he does not know. Speaking about the instinct that makes people rich, the same writer remarks, quote, "In the olden days its existence was fully understood. The Greeks enshrined it in the story of Midas, of the golden touch. Here was a man who turned everything he laid his hands upon into gold. His life was a progress amidst riches. Out of everything that came in his way, he created the precious metal. A foolish legend, said the wise Acres of the Victorian age. A truth, say we of today. We all know of such men. We are ever meeting or reading about such persons who turn everything they touch into gold. Success dogs their very footsteps. Their life's pathway leads unerringly upwards. They cannot fail." End of quote. Unfortunately, however, Midas could fail. He did. His path did not lead unerringly upward. He starved because whenever he touched a biscuit or a ham sandwich, it turned to gold. That was the whole point of the story, though the writer has to suppress it delicately, writing so near to a portrait of Lord Rothschild. The old fables of mankind are, indeed, unfathomably wise, but we must not have them expurgated in the interest of Mr. Vanderbilt. We must not have King Midas represented as an example of success. He was a failure of an unusually painful kind. Also, he had the ears of an ass. Also, like most other prominent and wealthy persons, he endeavoured to conceal the fact. It was his barber, if I remember right, who had to be treated on a confidential footing with regard to this peculiarity, and his barber, instead of behaving like a go-ahead person of the succeed-at-all-cost school and trying to blackmail King Midas, went away and whispered this splendid piece of society scandal to the Reeds, who enjoyed it enormously. It is said that they also whispered it as the wind swayed them to and fro. I look reverently at the portrait of Lord Rothschild. I read reverently about the exploits of Mr. Vanderbilt. I know that I cannot turn everything I touch to gold. But then I also know that I have never tried, having a preference for other substances, such as grass and good wine. I know that these people have certainly succeeded in something, that they have certainly overcome somebody. I know that they are kings in a sense that no men were ever kings before, that they create markets and bestride continents. Yet it always seems to me that there is some small domestic fact that they are hiding, and I have sometimes thought I heard upon the wind the laughter and whisper of the reeds. At least, let us hope that we shall all live to see these absurd books about success covered with a proper derision and neglect. They do not teach people to be successful, but they do teach people to be snobbish. They do spread a sort of evil poetry of worldliness. The Puritans are always denouncing books that inflame lust. What shall we say of books that inflame the viler passions of avarice and pride? 100 years ago we had the ideal of the industrious apprentice. Boys were told that by thrift and work they would all become Lord Mayors. This was fallacious, but it was manly and had a minimum of moral truth. In our society, temperance will not help a poor man to enrich himself, but it may help him to respect himself. Good work will not make him a rich man, but good work may make him a good workman. The industrious apprentice rose by virtues few and narrow indeed, but still virtues. But what shall we say of the gospel preached by the new industrious apprentice, the apprentice who rises not by his virtues, but avowedly by his vices? End of The Fallacy of Success by G.K. Chesterton.
The History of Haroun Al-Raschid from the Belfast Monthly Magazine. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The History of Haroun Al-Raschid. The name of Haroun Al-Raschid is so familiar to most readers that a compilation purporting to relate the principal events of his life might seem at first to require an apology. On perusal, however, it will be found that the Haroun Al-Raschid of history differs much from the facetious night wanderer of Oriental romance, and that most of what is detailed of him by the historians of his reign will present him in a point of view essentially different from that in which we are accustomed to behold him. If we choose to moralize on the matter, we may reflect on the falsehood of those names too frequently bestowed on kings, which may have flattered their own blind vanity, but have afterwards accompanied their character downwards through time, with all the damning effect of sneering irony. For Al-Raschid, or the Just, seems to have been little deserved by this prince, who appears to have acted, in most instances, with the unfeeling caprice of a despot, and not with the mature deliberation of one who strove to award to all their due. In the year of the Hegira 100, which answers to 718 of our era, Muhammad, great-grandson of Abbas, the uncle of the impostor Muhammad, laid claim to the Caliphate, then in the possession of Omar II. His attempt succeeded, and he became the founder of the Abbasid race, which maintained their sway through a series of 37 caliphs and a period of nearly 500 years. Haroun al-Raschid was the fifth caliph of this race and succeeded his brother Hadi according to the appointment of their father Mahdi. This appointment seems to have been unpleasing to Hadi, who acted on every occasion toward Haroun so as to testify his displeasure, in some instances displayed great meanness of disposition. Mahdi had left to Haroun, as a pledge of the succession to which he had appointed him in the event of his brother's death, a remarkably handsome ruby set in a ring. This the Caliph wished much to get from Haroun, and sent a eunuch to demand it of him. Haroun was walking on the bank of the Tigris when the messenger came. The demand enraged him. He reproached his brother with injustice, in seeking to wrest from him the only thing of value which remained to him out of his father's possession, while he himself was in possession of such extensive territories and such vast treasures. He then pulled off the ring and threw it into the river. Haroun, after his accession to the Caliphate, bethought himself of the ring, and sent some divers to search where he had thrown it in. The attempt was successful, for the first thing the divers met with was the ring, and this was regarded as a presage of good fortune in his ensuing reign. Hadi did not confine himself to those petty mortifications of his brother. He endeavored to set aside his father's appointment relative to Haroun and substitute his own son Jafar, but death put an end to all his plans about 5 months after the transaction of the ring. After his death, Jafar made some efforts to obtain the power, but the party of Haroun proved so formidable that he thought it advisable to yield his pretensions with the best grace he could, and Haroun quietly ascended the throne in the year of the Hejira 170. While in a private station and exposed to danger as well as mortifications from his brother, Haroun had vowed a pilgrimage to Mecca in case he should be delivered from his difficulties. After he had obtained the supreme power, he consulted with his courtiers on the propriety of adhering to his vow. They unanimously declared it not binding on him. The doctors of their law being consulted, were as unanimous in maintaining the opposite opinion. He bowed to the decision of the latter and set out on foot from Baghdad in the year of the Hejira 179. Particular attention was paid to the accommodation of the noble pilgrim, and it is said that the roads were strewn with tapestry and the most valuable stuffs. A person attended as he was, and protected from all difficulties and distresses of the journey, can scarcely be said to have travelled as a pilgrim, and in fact his pilgrimage is unmarked by a single incident or circumstance worth notice, if we except his meeting with Ben Adhem, whose character and performances as a pilgrim form a singular contrast to those of Haroun. From his earliest youth he had devoted himself to religious pursuits, and at the proper age enrolled himself among the Sufis, or religious, under the direction of Fodhail at Mecca. He undertook to perform his pilgrimage thither, under a vow of passing the desert alone, and without any store of provisions, making 1,000 genuflections at the end of every mile. This journey, it is said, occupied him 12 years, during which time, the Arab historians say, he was often tempted by evil spirits. The Caliph, on their meeting, saluted him and asked how he did. Adham's reply was an Arabic quotation to the following effect, quote, "With worldly rags we eke religion's garb, vain toil, which only to destroy it tends. Happy whose master is the Almighty God, whose worldly mammon makes him heavenly friends." End quote. Mecca, whither the Caliph was proceeding, is situated in the midst of an extensive stony plain, which is bounded at the distance of about 3 miles by some mountains, in which a grotto named from Eve attracts the reverence of the Mussulman. There is another mountain to the south of it, where Mohammed hid himself when he had been driven out of Mecca, and had resolved on fixing himself at Medina, whence came the era of the Hejira, or flight, dated from this time. All Mussulmen are bound to visit this city once in their lives, either in person or by proxy, and the principal objects of their reverence are the Kaaba, or square buildings supposed to have been built by Abraham, the Zanazem, or the well shown by the angel to Hagar in the wilderness, and the Black Stone. The Caliph in due order approached the Kaaba on his knees, kissed the threshold under which was buried a fragment of the revered Black Stone, drank abundantly of the Zanazem, which imparts wisdom, wit, valor, and every desirable qualification to those who drank plentifully, and most reverently kissed 1,000 times the wondrous stone, which has the quality of swimming in water, though sometimes it is so heavy as to be immovable by the united force of men and beasts. He was the last Caliph who performed these holy rites. Haroun, before his departure, had taken the illustrious family of the Barmecides under his patronage. Abu Ali Jahia, who had been his preceptor, was endowed with every civil and military qualification. His 4 sons were equally conspicuous for virtues and talents. Jahia, the father, was appointed vizier, and Jafar, who appears to have been the eldest son, was chosen to the confidential post of instructor and governor of the young Caliph Al-Mamun, the second son of Haroun, whom, in a manner similar to that in which himself had been appointed by his father Mahdi, he ordered to be recognized as eventual successor of his eldest son Muhammad, afterwards named Al-Amin. The Grecian Empire, which was about this time under the sway of the Empress Irene, was tributary to the Caliphate. But Irene having been dethroned, her successor Nicephorus thought it unbecoming his dignity to pay this tribute, or perhaps conceived that the refusal to pay it would procure popularity for him among his subjects, or still more probably moved thereto by unprincipled folly. His method of declaring his intentions displayed braggart insolence. He sent a positive refusal of the tribute, in place of which he presented, by ambassadors sent for the purpose, some swords. Haroun cut them in two with his own sword in their presence with the greatest ease, thus showing how little he regarded this covert declaration of war, and without awaiting an open avowal of what was plainly intended, he flew like an eagle to the gates of Constantinople and took the city of Heraclea. Not content with this, he assaulted the empire in various parts until he compelled Nicephorus to sue in the most abject terms for a peace, which he forced him to purchase at a very dear rate. He turned his arms against Egypt, which he subdued. He was induced to this from an abhorrence of the pride and blasphemy of the king of Egypt, who commanded his subjects to look on him as their master and their god. In contrast to this, Haroun resolved on appointing the meanest of his slaves as governor of that country. He chose for this purpose one Hozaib, an Ethiopian, in proof of whose ignorance and stupidity the following anecdote is related. The Egyptians complained to him of a heavy loss they had suffered in their cotton, which had been usually sown on the banks of the Nile, and at this time had been carried away by an unexpected flood. "Well," said he, "why did you not sow wool?" Most of the transactions of this prince, whether foreign or domestic, beneficent or vindictive, mark the impetuosity, precipitancy, and caprice observable in the conduct of almost all who have been cursed with the gift of despotic power. His wars were begun on slight provocations, entered on with haste, and brought to a precipitate conclusion. His benefits were given profusely. Good sense was often seen to guide his conduct and answers, while at other times he seems the sport of the most infernal passions. Of prudence the following is an instance. His son, Amin, demanded the punishment of a man who had spoken disrespectfully of his mother. The Caliph, having weighed the matter, replied, "My son, I advise you to pardon the man. This would be the action, as it is the duty of a great prince. But if you cannot repress your desire of revenge, do you say as much evil of his mother as he has of yours." But this period of his reign is indelibly disgraced by an act of the most capricious cruelty, an act in which no limits were set to his rage. But the innocent and the guilty alike involved in destruction stand recorded in history as an instance of the effects of despotic power in aggravating the evil dispositions of man. An offense of the most venial kind, if indeed it could be called an offense, was committed, and this, which should have been pardoned, was visited with the most dreadful punishment extended even to those who knew not of the offense. And what brings Al-Raschid under heavier condemnation is, that his repentance is nowhere recorded. The transaction shall speak of itself, and perhaps will set forth the injustice and cruelty of the Caliph more strongly than any comment however forcible. Jafar, one of the 4 sons of Jahia ben Barmak, was the chief favorite of Haroun. He was raised by him to the dignity of vizier, and not only possessed the influence consequent of the post, but was able to resign the post in favor of one of his brothers and still maintain his influence with the Caliph. Of his power there is a striking proof in the following occurrence. Abd al-Malek Hashemi was a near relation to the Caliph, but not in the enjoyment of his favor. He applied to Jafar, lamenting his loss of the Caliph's favor, that he was deeply in debt to some who were pressing him for a payment he was unable to make, and that his son, now grown up, had no employment about the court. Jafar, having heard his complaints, assured him that the Caliph should thenceforward behold him with favor, pay his debts, and give his daughter in marriage to Abd al-Malek's son, with the government of Egypt as her dowry. One who heard these promises thought them so far beyond his power, great as it was known to be, as to suppose he had heated himself with wine, and that when he cooled they would be forgotten. But to the surprise of all, on the following day, Haroun publicly declared that he would punctually perform everything that had been promised in his name. Nor was this more than was due to Jafar for his past faithful and zealous services as a minister, although his merits in this way seem to have been comparatively small when compared with the exercise of his superior understanding and penetration in cases requiring the greatest promptitude and presence of mind. An instance of this is on record, which at once displays the strange inconsistency of Haroun, the despotism of his power, and Jafar's presence of mind. A Jewish astrologer had predicted that Haroun should die in the following year. Jafar found the prince in deep melancholy on having heard the prediction, and having sent for the Jew immediately, he asked him what he thought as to the length of his own life. The Jew replied that his horoscope portended a long life. Jafar advised the Caliph to order the immediate execution of the Jew. The order was promptly performed, and the Caliph restored to peace of mind. The many great services performed by Jafar for the Caliph should have commanded some return, but the relief this last must have brought to his mind, when laboring under the pain of fear and dejection, we might expect to find repaid in the most grateful manner, and a lively affection to take possession of the Caliph's heart so as to exclude every unkind thought. Far different was the return. Jafar, together with his other qualifications, possessed in an eminent degree the graces of conversation. Haroun had the refined taste that can prize and enjoy those graces. He, of course, devoted much of his leisure to this enjoyment. His favorite sister was Abasa, whose society he was desirous of enjoying at the same time. But the customs of the Persians, enjoining the strictest retirement on the females and making them inaccessible to any males except their nearest relations, made this impracticable. To gratify two wishes equally strong, he resolved on giving his sister in marriage to Jafar, that so he might without interruption enjoy the society of both. In the true spirit, however, of one who consults his own gratification only, he subjected their union to the painful condition of their strictly abstaining from every intercourse except what might take place in his presence. Jafar and Abasa were both beautiful and young. Ardent and mutual love was the necessary consequence of free intercourse between them, and love triumphed over their prudence and broke through the painful condition. Abasa became a mother, but the child was conveyed away so secretly that Haroun was ignorant of the whole transaction, till informed by a perfidious slave. Haroun made the necessary inquiries, and when he was fully informed, he resolved on destroying Jafar, and not content with that, he resolved to destroy his family and relations, numerous as they were. The Arabian historian of the Barmecides, according to the superstition of even the learned among the people, relates that Jafar, designing a little before he was surprised by death to visit the Caliph, consulted his ephemerides for a favorable time. He was then in his own house, which was situate on the banks of the Tigris, and while he was engaged in calculation, a man, who did not see him, passing by in a boat, recited some Arabic verses to the following purpose: Man seeks the stars for guidance on his way. Their rule is God, whose will must ever sway. Jafar, on hearing these words, threw his ephemerides and astrolabe to the ground, and mounted his horse to go to the palace, where he was shortly after put to death. In considering this dismal tragedy, we shall search in vain for any extenuating circumstance. Haroun was acquainted with the birth of Jafar's child before he set out on his pilgrimage, and on his arrival at Mecca, whither he was informed it had been conveyed, he searched for it, but fortunately in vain, as it had been sent away into Yemen. Footnote: or Arabia Felix. The account given by Abul Faraj of this whole transaction, as well as many other particulars of the Caliph's conduct, differs from what is related above. He says Jafar had twins by Abasa, that Haroun had Abasa thrown alive into a well, and when he sent for and had looked at the twins, he burst into tears, and ordered them also to be thrown into the well, which was then stopped up. End of footnote. On his return from pilgrimage, he went to Anbar, whither Jafar accompanied him, and immediately on his arrival, dispatched a messenger secretly to Baghdad, with orders to have the Barmecides, Jahia, the father of Jafar, and his 3 sons thrown into prison. This order was executed without the knowledge of Jafar, on whom Haroun, in the meantime, lavished more than ordinary caresses. At last, on the 1st day of the month Safar, in the year 187 of the Hejira, Haroun commanded one of his officers, named Jasser, to bring him the head of Jafar. The officer entered Jafar's house, and in a rude manner signified to him the Caliph's orders. "Return," said Jafar, without showing any emotion. "Perhaps Haroun has given his order while heated with wine. Tell him you have executed his command. If he repent, I shall save my life. If not, my head is always ready." Jasser not being quite content with this expedient, Jafar went with him to the door of the Caliph's apartment, and said to him, "Go in and tell him you have brought my head, but have left it outside." Jasser did so, but as soon as he had said so, the Caliph ordered him to bring the head quickly into his presence. On this the officer went out and cut off the head of Jafar, which he threw at the feet of the Caliph. This bloody scene was no sooner finished than he ordered Jasser to call certain persons whom he named. Jasser obeyed. When they entered, Haroun said to them, "Cut off that man's head, for I cannot bear the murder of Jafar in my presence." Thus perished by the most capricious cruelty a man who was the ornament and idol of his age. Of his generosity there is a pleasing trait on record. A person presented to him for sale a female slave, whom Jafar found so attractive that he gave at once the price demanded for her, which was 40,000 crowns. The girl seemed to feel much anguish, and in a voice expressive of the agony she suffered, "Do you not," said she to the person who was selling her, "do you not remember the promise you so often made, that you would never sell me?" Jafar instantly, on hearing this pathetic appeal, said to the seller, "Bring me evidence that this girl is free, and that you have married her, and I shall bestow on you the money I have now given you." The memory of the family thus cruelly cut off was dear to the people, and the conviction of this urged Haroun to the puerile revenge of making it death for any person to mention them in any manner whatsoever. One person, an old man named Mondir, was found courageous enough to despise this threat, and was in the habit of taking his station daily on a small eminence before one of the ruined houses of the family. There, as from a rostrum, he entertained the passengers with details of the worthy actions of these nobles, and formally delivered their panegyric. The Caliph, on information of this boldness, ordered the man to be brought before him and sentenced him to death. Moadir received his sentence with apparent satisfaction and only begged the favor of being permitted to speak 2 words before his execution. The favor was granted to him, but the 2 words extended into a long discourse in which he extolled the obligations he owed to the Barmecides with such force of eloquence that the Caliph, who had heard him at first with impatience, was moved, and not only gave him his life, but presented him with a gold plate from his table. Mondir, on receiving this valuable gift, bowed himself to the ground before the Caliph according to custom, saying, however, "Here is an additional favor I owe the Barmecides." Before this time Haroun had declared his eldest son Muhammad al-Amin his successor, and now he appointed his second son al-Mamun successor to him. In 192 of the Hejira he was at Raqqa in Mesopotamia, where he was employed in preparing to suppress a rebellion that had been excited in that neighborhood. Here he was very much alarmed by a dream, in which he thought he saw a hand, which held above his head a handful of red earth, and at the same time that he heard the voice of someone distinctly pronounce the following words: "This is the earth in which Haroun shall be buried." That he thereupon asked where the burial place should be, and that the same voice answered, "At Tus." Haroun awoke very much terrified by this dream, and fell into profound melancholy. His physician, Gabriel, a Christian by profession, perceived it and asked the cause. The Caliph recounted to him the substance of the dream. The physician told him what is usual in such cases, that dreams are but fancies produced by the fumes which the humours of the body send to the brain, that there was no necessity for distressing his mind, and that the anxiety occasioned by the preparations he was making to suppress the rebellion contributed to this fancy, and he prescribed diversions as the best means for dissipating this uneasiness. The Caliph, in compliance with this advice, ordered a magnificent festival, which was continued for some days, and thus got rid of his melancholy. At the conclusion of the festival he put himself at the head of his army, and had arrived in the province of Georgian, when he was attacked by a sickness which at first seemed trifling. As the country of Georgian was somewhat troubled, he resolved to pass to the province of Khorasan, that he might enjoy the repose his situation required. When he arrived at a place called Tus, feeling his malady increase, he sent for Gabriel and reminded him of what he had told him at Raqqa. "Well," continued he, "we are now at the Tus where I shall be interred. Send one of my eunuchs to look for a handful of the earth from some place round the town." His confidential eunuch Mesrur went for some and presented it, red as it was, with his arm half stripped. Haroun no sooner saw it than he exclaimed, "There is the earth, and there is the very arm I saw in my dream." Terror seized his mind immediately, and he expired 3 days after. Thus died a man through fear of death, which he had often confronted in the field during a life checkered with inconsistencies. He was deeply versed in learning and the sciences, yet absurdly addicted to judicial astrology. He cultivated his mind and was a patron of learned men, yet was ferocious and tyrannical. He selected men of learning for his advisers in their respective departments, and even prescribed to them with judgment the manner in which they should propose their advice. As to Asmai, a celebrated doctor of the law, he said, "Do not instruct me in public, nor be too pressing with your advice in private. In general, wait for my asking it, and be satisfied with a brief, precise answer to my questions. Beware of attempting to obtain any influence over me with the view of acquiring authority, etc. Yet his conduct proves his wisdom to have been merely the wisdom of words, too light to resist the tempest of his passions, and, while his showy qualifications have given a semblance of foundation for his panegyrists, those who look beyond the surface of things will stamp his conduct with decided reprobation. End of The History of Haroun Al-Raschid.
History of the Impeachment of Andrew Johnson, President of the United States, by Edmund G. Ross. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Ken Tolber. Preface. Little is now known to the general public of the history of the attempt to remove President Andrew Johnson in 1868, on his impeachment by the House of Representatives and trial by the Senate for alleged high crimes and misdemeanors in office, or of the causes that led to it. Yet it was one of the most important and critical events involving possibly the gravest consequences in the entire history of the country. The constitutional power to impeach and remove the president had lain dormant since the organization of the government, and apparently had never been thought of as a means for the satisfaction of political enmities or for the punishment of alleged executive misdemeanors, even in the many heated controversies between the President and Congress that had theretofore arisen. Nor would any attempt at impeachment have been made at that time but for the great numerical disparity then existing between the respective representatives in Congress of the two political parties of the country. One half the members of that Congress, both House and Senate, are now dead, and with them have also gone substantially the same proportion of the people at large, but many of the actors therein who have passed away lived long enough to see, and were candid enough to admit, that the failure of the impeachment had brought no harm to the country, while the general judgment practically of all has come to be that a grave and threatening danger was thereby averted. A new generation is now in control of public affairs, and the destinies of the nation have fallen to new hands. New issues have developed, and will continue to develop from time to time, and new dangers will arise, with increasing numbers and changing conditions, demanding in their turn the same careful scrutiny, wisdom, and patriotism in adjustment. But the principles that underlie and constitute the basis of our political organism are and will remain the same, and will never cease to demand constant vigilance for their perpetuation as the rock of safety upon which our federative system is founded. To those who, in the study of the country's past, seek a broader and higher conception of the duties of American citizenship, the facts pertaining to the controversy between the executive and Congress as to the restoration and preservation of the Union, set out in the following pages, will be interesting and instructive. No one is better fitted than the author of this volume to discuss the period of Reconstruction in which, as a member of the Federal Senate, he played so potent and patriotic a part, and it is a pleasure to find that he has discharged his task with so much ability and care. But it is profoundly hoped that no coming generation will be called upon to utilize the experiences of the past in facing in their day, in field or forum, the dangers of disruption and anarchy, mortal strife and desolation, between those of one race and blood and nationality that marked the history of America 30 years ago. David B. Hill. Chapter 2. The Baltimore Convention. Lincoln and Johnson not nominated as Republicans. Mr. Lincoln had been elected president in 1860, distinctively as a Republican. In 1864, however, the conditions had changed. The war had been in progress some 3 years, during which the insurgents had illustrated a measure of courage, endurance, and a command of the engineries of successful warfare that had not been anticipated by the people of the North. It was seen that to ensure the success of the Union cause, it was imperative that there should be thorough unity and cooperation of the loyal people of all parties, that it was no time for partisan division among those who hoped ever to see a restored republic, that it was necessary to lay aside, as far as possible, mere partisan issues, and to unite, in the then approaching campaign, upon a nonpartisan, distinctively Union ticket and platform. Mr. Lincoln had given so satisfactory an administration, so wisely, efficiently, and patriotically had he conducted his great office, that he was on all sides conceded to be the proper person for nomination and election. The convention of 1861 was not called as a Republican convention, but distinctively as a Union convention. The undersigned, so ran the call, who by original appointment or subsequent delegation to fill vacancies constitute the executive committee created by the National Convention held at Chicago on the 10th day of May, 1860, do hereby call upon all qualified voters who desire the unconditional maintenance of the Union, the supremacy of the Constitution, and the complete suppression of the existing rebellion with the cause thereof, by vigorous war and all apt and effective means, to send delegates to a convention to assemble at Baltimore on Tuesday, the 7th day of June, 1864, at 12 o'clock noon, for the purpose of presenting candidates for the offices of President and Vice President of the United States. The delegates met pursuant to this call. Honorable Edwin D. Morgan of New York, chairman of the Union National Committee, called the convention to order, and Robert J. Breckinridge of Kentucky was chosen temporary chairman. In the course of his introductory address, Mr. Breckinridge said, "Passing over many things which it would be right for me to say, did the time serve, and were this the occasion, let me add, you are a Union party. Your origin has been referred to as having occurred 8 years ago. In one sense it is true, but you are far older than that. I see before me not only primitive Republicans and primitive abolitionists, but I also see primitive Democrats and primitive Whigs. As a Union party, I will follow you to the ends of the earth and to the gates of death. But as an abolition party, as a Republican party, as a Whig party, as a Democratic party, as an American party, I will not follow you 1 foot." Mr. William Dennison of Ohio was chosen president of the convention. On taking the chair, he said, "In no sense do we meet as members or representatives of either of the old political parties which bound the people, or as the champions of any principle or doctrine peculiar to either. The extraordinary condition of the country since the outbreak of the rebellion has, from necessity, taken from the issues of these parties their practical significance, and compelled the formation of substantially new political organizations, hence the organization of the Union Party, if party it can be called, of which this convention is for the purpose of its assembling the accredited representative, and the only test of membership in which is an unreserved, unconditional loyalty to the government and the Union." After perfecting its organization, the convention proceeded to ballot for a nominee for the presidency, and Mr. Lincoln was unanimously nominated, the Missouri delegation at first casting its 22 votes for General Grant, but afterwards changing them to Mr. Lincoln, giving him the total vote of the convention 506 on the first and only ballot. Nominations for the vice presidency being next in order, Mr. Lyman Tremaine of New York, an old-time Democrat, nominated Daniel S. Dickinson, another old-time Democrat, and a very distinguished citizen of that state. In his nominating speech, Mr. Tremaine again emphasized that this convention was a union, and not a partisan body, in these words: "It was well said by the temporary and by the permanent chairman that we meet not here as Republicans. If we do, I have no place in this convention. But, like Daniel S. Dickinson, when the first gun was fired on Sumter, I felt that I should prove false to my revolutionary ancestry if I could have hesitated to cast partisan ties to the breeze, and rally around the flag of the Union for the preservation of the government." The Indiana delegation nominated Andrew Johnson, also a Democrat, and the nomination was seconded by Mr. Stone, speaking for the Iowa delegation. In the earlier proceedings of the convention, there had seemed a disposition to exclude the Tennessee delegation, and Parson Brownlow, an old-line Whig, being called on for a speech, evidenced in the course of his remarks the small part which partisan considerations were permitted to play in the purposes and proceedings of the convention. He said, "There need be no detaining this convention for 2 days in discussions of various kinds, and the idea I suggest to you as an inducement not to exclude our delegation is, that we may take it into our heads before the thing is over to present a candidate from the state in rebellion for the second office in the gift of the people. We have a man down there whom it has been my good luck and bad fortune to fight untiringly and perseveringly for the past 25 years, Andrew Johnson. For the first time, in the providence of God, 3 years ago we got together on the same platform, and we are fighting the devil, Tom Walker, and Jefferson Davis side by side." Mr. Horace Maynard, a conspicuous Republican of Tennessee, said, "Mr. President, we but represent the sentiment of those who sent here the delegation from Tennessee. When we announce that if no one else had made the nomination of Andrew Johnson, which is now before the convention, it would have been our duty to make it by one of our own delegation. That citizen, known, honored, distinguished, has been presented to this convention for the second place in the gift of the American people. It needs not that I should add words of commendation of him here. From the time he rose in the Senate of the United States, where he then was on the 17th day of December, 1860, and met the leaders of treason face to face, and denounced them there, and declared that the laws of the country must and should be enforced, for which he was hanged in an effigy in the city of Memphis, in his own state, by the hands of a Negro slave, and burned in effigy, I know not in how many places throughout that portion of the country, from that time on during the residue of that session of the Senate until he returned to Tennessee after the firing upon Fort Sumter, when he was mobbed in the city of Lynchburg, Virginia, on through the memorable canvass that followed in Tennessee, till he passed through Cumberland Gap on his way north to invoke the aid of the government for his people, his position of determined and undying hostility to this rebellion that now ravages the land has been so well known that it is a part of the household knowledge of many loyal families in the country. When he sees your resolutions that you have adopted here by acclamation, he will respond to them as his sentiments, and I pledge myself by all that I have to pledge before such an assemblage as this, that whether he be elected to this high place or whether he retire to private life, he will adhere to those sentiments and to the doctrine of those resolutions, as long as his reason remains unimpaired and as long as breath is given him by his God. 2 ballots were taken on the nomination for vice president. Mr. Johnson, whose nomination was known to be desired by Mr. Lincoln and his friends because of his prominence as a Southern Democrat and an influential supporter of the Union cause in his state, received 200 votes on the first ballot and 404 on the second. The delegations of Maine, New Hampshire, Vermont, Connecticut, New York, New Jersey, Pennsylvania, Delaware, Maryland, Louisiana, Arkansas, Missouri, Tennessee, Ohio, Indiana, Illinois, Michigan, Iowa, Minnesota, Oregon, West Virginia, Kansas, Nebraska, Colorado, and Nevada, voting solidly for him. Massachusetts, Rhode Island, Kentucky, Wisconsin, and Minnesota only being divided. Thus, a Republican and a Democrat were made the nominees of the convention, and its nonpartisan character found further expression in the first 3 resolutions of the platform adopted, which were as follows. Resolved, first, that it is the highest duty of every American citizen to maintain against all their enemies the integrity of the Union and the paramount authority of the Constitution and laws of the United States, and that laying aside all differences of political opinion, we pledge ourselves as Union men, animated by a common sentiment and aiming at a common object, to do everything in our power to aid the government in quelling by force of arms the rebellion now raging against its authority, and in bringing to the punishment due to their crimes the rebels and traitors arrayed against it. Second, that we approve the determination of the government of the United States not to compromise with rebels, or to offer them any terms of peace, except such as may be based upon an unconditional surrender of their hostility and a return to their just allegiance to the Constitution and laws of the United States, and that we call upon the government to maintain their position and to prosecute the war with the utmost possible vigor to the complete suppression of the rebellion, in full reliance upon the self-sacrificing patriotism, the heroic valor, and the undying devotion of the American people to their country and its free institutions. Third, that as slavery was the cause, and now constitutes the strength of this rebellion, and as it must be always and everywhere hostile to the principles of republican government, justice and the national safety demand its utter and complete extirpation from the soil of the republic, and that while we uphold and maintain the acts of proclamation by which the government in its own defense has aimed a death blow at this gigantic evil, we are in favor furthermore of such an amendment to the Constitution to be made by the people in conformity with its provisions as shall terminate and forever prohibit the existence of slavery within the limits or jurisdiction of the United States. So there seems to be good ground for saying that this was in no sense a partisan convention, but on the contrary, that it was a convention of the loyal people of the northern and border states of all parties who were ready to lay aside party creeds and partisan considerations the better to make common cause for the preservation of the Union. Before the war, Mr. Johnson had been a Democrat senator from Tennessee, and during the war a gentleman of great influence in support of the Union cause. So pronounced and effective had been his loyalty that Mr. Lincoln appointed him a brigadier general and military governor of Tennessee, to accept which he resigned his seat in the Senate, and so judicious and successful had been his administration of that office in behalf of the Union cause and of Union men, that Tennessee was the first of the revolted states to be readmitted to representation in Congress after the close of the war. So it may be said of Mr. Johnson that he was a persistent and consistent Union Democrat of the old school, for war so long as war might be necessary to the preservation of the Union, for peace when the war was ended by the abandonment of the struggle by the insurgents, and for the restoration of the Union on terms consistent with then existing conditions, without slavery, which was dead, and the return of the people of the South to their loyalty to and support of the government without debasing exactions, after they had laid down their arms. Aggressively radical so long as the people of the South continued in rebellion, he was considerate and merciful so soon as they yielded themselves to the authority of law and of the Union. Like Mr. Lincoln, he opposed the idea strenuously advanced by Sumner and Stevens and that wing of the Republican Party which they led, that the states in rebellion had committed suicide, and were therefore dead and without rights or entitled to consideration, even in any proposition that might be adopted for their rehabilitation. This record very effectually disposes of the criticisms of Mr. Johnson's course, so common after he came to the presidency and growing out of his disagreements with the extremists of Congress, that he had deserted and betrayed the Republican Party after it had elected him to the vice presidency and thus made him Mr. Lincoln's immediate successor. The facts of history showing that neither Mr. Lincoln nor Mr. Johnson were elected by the Republican Party as Republicans, nor by the Democratic Party as Democrats, but by a union of all parties of the North, distinctively as a Union party and on a Union ticket and platform for the preservation of the Union and the destruction of slavery. And when those purposes were accomplished, the war ended, and the Union party disbanded and was never heard of again. Mr. Lincoln, had he lived, would doubtless have still been a Republican, as Mr. Johnson was still a Democrat as before the war. The purpose of that war and of the convention that nominated him having been accomplished, and under no obligations, especially of a partisan character, to adopt or promote the partisan purposes relative to Reconstruction or otherwise that came to actuate the Republican Party. As stated, Mr. Johnson had during the later years of the war been acting as military governor of Tennessee, of which state he had been a citizen nearly all his life. His administration had been so efficient that Tennessee was practically restored to the Union at the close of the war, and so satisfactory to the loyal people of the country that though an old-line Democrat and a Southern man, Mr. Johnson's nomination by the National Convention for Vice President on the ticket with Mr. Lincoln for President was, and has been shown, logical and consistent. Though a pronounced states' rights Democrat and a citizen of a Southern state in rebellion, he regarded himself as a citizen of the United States, to which he owed his first allegiance. State rights meant to him the rights of the states in the Union and not out of the Union. In evidence of the confidence and esteem in which Mr. Johnson was generally held by those who knew him and knew of the valuable services he had rendered the cause of the Union, the following letter from Mr. Stanton, then Secretary of War under Mr. Lincoln, is here reproduced. It was written to Mr. Johnson on his tender to the War Office of his resignation of the military governorship of Tennessee to accept the office of Vice President of the United States. War Department, Washington, March 3, 1865. Sir, this department has accepted your resignation as Brigadier General and Military Governor of Tennessee. Permit me on this occasion to tender to you the sincere thanks of this department for your patriotic and able services during the eventful period through which you have exercised the highest trust committed to your charge. In one of the darkest hours of the great struggle for national existence against rebellious foes, the government called you from the comparatively safe and easy duties of civil life to place you in front of the enemy and in a position of personal toil and danger, perhaps more hazardous than was encountered by any citizen or military officer of the United States. With patriotic promptness, you assumed the post and maintained it under circumstances of unparalleled trial, until recent events have brought safety and deliverance to your state and to the integrity of the constitutional union, for which you so long and so gallantly periled all that is dear to man on earth. That you may be spared to enjoy the new honors and perform the high duties to which you have been called by the people of the United States, is the sincere wish of one who, in every official and personal relation, has found you worthy of the confidence of the government and the honor and esteem of your fellow citizens. Your obedient servant, Edwin M. Stanton. His Excellency, Andrew Johnson, Vice President-elect. End of Chapter 2 of History of the Impeachment of Andrew Johnson, President of the United States, by Edmund G. Ross. Read by Ken Tolber.
Letters on Landscape Painting, Number 5, by Asher B. Durand. From The Crayon, Volume 1, Number 10, March 7th, 1855. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. I have already advised you to aim at direct imitation, as far as possible, in your studies of foreground objects. You will be most successful in the more simple and solid materials, such as rocks and tree trunks, and after these, earth banks and the coarser kinds of grass, with mingling roots and plants, the larger leaves of which can be expressed with even botanical truthfulness. And they should be so rendered. But when you attempt masses of foliage or running water, anything like an equal degree of imitation becomes impracticable. It should be your endeavor to attain as minute portraiture as possible of these objects, for although it may be impossible to produce an absolute imitation of them, the determined effort to do so will lead you to a knowledge of their subtlest truths and characteristics, and thus knowing thoroughly that which you paint, you are able the more readily to give all the facts essential to their representation. So this excessively minute painting is valuable, not so much for itself as for the knowledge and facility it leads to. There is a marked distinction between imitation and representation, and if this distinction be at first difficult to understand, it will become more and more apparent as you advance. Although painting is an imitative art, its highest attainment is representative, that is, by the production of such resemblance as shall satisfy the mind that the entire meaning of the scene represented is given. Now, if all objects in nature could be equally well imitated, there would be no need of this distinction. But this is not the case. Take a tree, for instance. With its infinity of leafage, you perceive at once that direct imitation is impossible. That is such an imitation of its foliage as you produce of its trunk or of the rock beneath, for to that effect each leaf must be defined as far as seen, or at least a great portion of them, and with the same precision with which you express the scoring of its trunk. You are, then, to represent this foliage in every essential characteristic, without defining the forms of individual leaves. To do this, some analysis of its structure is necessary. In the first place, it presents you with form and mass so far like a solid object, which it is not, and herein is your greatest difficulty. It is open and permeable, and in a measure transparent, so that you see its nearer surface, and through that to its central portions and opposite limit. If you attempt to portray it by the usual process for rounded objects, its local color in the great mass of light and natural gradation into the shade of its receding surface, you will only have the effect of a solid object. You must do much more than this. The hue of the background on which it is relieved must be seen through its apertures in some parts. In others, the retiring color and texture of its center and opposite branches, together with gleams of reflection from the enlightened portions of its interior, for the light strikes through it as well as on it. Then its species must be determined by the form of its clusters, marking the divisions on its surface, and especially their terminations or contour, which express its distinctive character. In addition to this, you are to observe the kind of texture which its leafage requires, also reflections from the sky visible on the upper portions of the shaded side. When you shall have done all this, it is only representative, yet it satisfies the eye as fully as an imitation. Similar difficulties occur in painting near water. We see its surface, through that the bottom when shallow, and at the same time surrounding objects and the sky above, all distinctly imaged upon this surface. All attempt at imitation must fall far short, and yet water may be as unmistakably represented as trees. Strictly speaking, beyond a few foreground objects, our art is entirely representation, and that can be rendered satisfactory only by the utmost effort to produce imitation. When you shall have acquired some proficiency in foreground material, your next step should be the study of the influence of atmosphere, the power which defines and measures space, an intangible agent, visible, yet without that material substance which belongs to imitable objects. In fact, an absolute nothing, yet of mighty influence. It is that which above all other agencies carries us into the picture, instead of allowing us to be detained in front of it. Not the doorkeeper, but the grand usher and master of ceremonies, conducting us through all the vestibules, chambers, and secret recesses of the great mansion, explaining on the way the meaning and purposes of all that is visible, and satisfying us that all is in its proper place. This, therefore, is an important personage, and no pains should be spared to make his acquaintance. Having become familiar with the light and dark of foreground objects, and their distinctness, fullness of detail, and freshness of color, place yourself so as to include a view of these with a gradually retiring distance. You will perceive that similar objects to those nearest you, at a few hundred yards distant, have undergone considerable change, and that change becoming more and more apparent with every step beyond. An examination into these changes affords us the first lesson in atmospheric space. First, direct your attention to the dark portions of the scene, the shaded sides of objects, and the shadows cast by them on the ground and on each other. In the first place, you will find these darks have lost something in strength, and not only are they weaker, but less distinctly marked with details, and more negative in color, as if by the infusion of a bluish gray, scarcely perceptible at first, but more obvious further on. This invariably takes place at the first remove from the foreground, and must be carefully expressed, whether the eye discerns it or not, for it is a principle. I have reference to objects seen in a clear day, all under the same conditions. At every remove, then, the darks become weaker and weaker, and their details or markings within them fainter and fainter. I call your attention first to the darks, because their variations are more palpable and thorough, especially in color, than those of the lights, but the latter also undergo material changes, gradually losing their details, becoming softer in texture and weaker, though not so essentially changed in color, till at length, when individual form is no longer distinguishable, the mingling light and dark are resolved into one mass of comparatively uniform color, as in the far distant mountain. The sum of all this is simply the natural gradation from darker to lighter, stronger to weaker, on a principle as fixed as the chromatic scale in music, and the practiced eye of the artist will detect the slightest discord in the one, as will the sensitive ear in the other. This will serve as a general guide to the effect of a clear atmosphere, bearing in mind that the upper portions of distant mountains are stronger and more defined than their bases, the air being more transparent in proportion to elevation. You will observe that the open or permeable quality of trees is soon lost as you advance in the distance, and they partake more the appearance of solid objects, with the exceptions of the small openings or interstices, which alone determine their looseness of structure. Water also presents nothing but surface, and its transparency is only observable by its reflections. Here note especially that the clearness of distant water does not depend on the use of transparent color, but on the distinctness of reflections on its surface, and so all broad shadows, from whatever causes, owe their transparency to the precise sufficiency of their details, that is, the right degree of distinctness with which objects within them are defined. We frequently see in pictures broad masses of transparent color applied to represent shadows, yet utterly void of clearness, in consequence of mere blankness, no objects being seen, or at least distinctly seen within them. To conclude these brief hints, atmosphere is, as you know, a veil or medium interposed between the eye and all visible objects. Its final influence is to obscure and to equalize. It is felt in the foreground, seen beyond that, and palpable in the distance. It spreads over all objects the color which it receives from the sky, in sunlight or cloud light, and the only rule I can furnish you for the expression of its hue is, that it partakes more and more the color of the sky. Thus far, the expression of atmospheric space, according to the distance of objects from the foreground, is comparatively easy, but when considered under the influence of a variable sky, cloud shadows, and drifting vapor, it becomes more complex, and all the subtleties of light with color subject to the media through which it passes, and the intricacy of reflections from accidental causes will engage your attention and call in requisition all your powers of observation. The degrees of clearness and density, scarcely 2 successive days the same, local conditions of temperature, dryness and moisture, and many other causes, render anything like specific direction impracticable. I can do little more than urge on you the constant study of its magic power, daily and hourly in all its changes, at times shortening, at others lengthening the space before you, now permitting to be defined in all its ruggedness the precipice on the mountain side, and now transforming it to a fairy palace, and the solid mountain itself to a film of opal. I must allude to this subject further in other connections, its importance being too great to be passed by with a single consideration. Yours truly, A. B. Durand. End of Letters on Landscape Painting, No. 5, by Asher B. Durand. Read for LibriVox by Sue Anderson.
On Noise by Schopenhauer, 1788 to 1860, translated by Mrs. Rudolph Dirks. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Peter Tomlinson. Kant has written a treatise on the vital powers, but I should like to write a dirge on them, since their lavish use in the form of knocking, hammering, and tumbling things about has made the whole of my life a daily torment. Certainly there are people, nay, very many, who will smile at this because they are not sensitive to noise. It is precisely these people, however, who are not sensitive to argument, thought, poetry, or art. In short, to any kind of intellectual impression, a fact to be assigned to the coarse quality and strong texture of their brain tissues. On the other hand, in the biographies or in other records of the personal utterances of almost all great writers, I find complaints of the pain that noise has occasioned to intellectual men. For example, in the case of Kant, Goethe, Lichtenberg, Jean-Paul, and indeed when no mention is made of the matter, it is merely because the context did not lead up to it. I should explain the subject we are treating in this way. If a big diamond is cut up into pieces, it immediately loses its value as a whole, or if an army is scattered or divided into small bodies, it loses all its power. And in the same way a great intellect has no more power than an ordinary one as soon as it is interrupted, disturbed, distracted, or diverted. For its superiority entails that it concentrates all its strength on one point and object, just as a concave mirror concentrates all the rays of light thrown upon it. Noisy interruption prevents this concentration. This is why the most eminent intellects have always been strongly averse to any kind of disturbance, interruption and distraction, and above everything to that violent interruption which is caused by noise. Other people do not take any particular notice of this sort of thing. The most intelligent of all the European nations has called "never interrupt" the 11th commandment, but noise is the most impertinent of all interruptions, for it not only interrupts our own thoughts but disperses them. Where, however, there is nothing to interrupt, noise naturally will not be felt particularly. Sometimes a trifling but incessant noise torments and disturbs me for a time, and before I become distinctly conscious of it, I feel it merely as the effort of thinking becomes more difficult, just as I should feel a weight on my foot. Then I realize what it is. But to pass from genus to species, the truly infernal cracking of whips in the narrow resounding streets of a town must be denounced as the most unwarrantable and disgraceful of all noises. It deprives life of all peace and sensibility. Nothing gives me so clear a grasp of the stupidity and thoughtlessness of mankind as the tolerance of this cracking of whips. This sudden sharp crack which paralyzes the brain, destroys all meditation, and murders thought, must cause pain to anyone who has anything like an idea in his head. Hence every crack must disturb 100 people applying their minds to some activity, however trivial it may be, while it disjoints and renders painful the meditations of the thinkers, just like the executioner's axe when it severs the head from the body. No sound cuts so sharply into the brain as this cursed cracking of whips. One feels the prick of the whipcord in one's brain, which is affected in the same way as the mimosa pudica is by touch, and which lasts the same length of time. With all respect for the most holy doctrine of utility, I do not see why a fellow who is removing a load of sand or manure should obtain the privilege of killing in the bud the thoughts that are springing up in the minds of about 10,000 people successively. He is only half an hour on the road. Hammering, the barking of dogs, and the screaming of children are abominable, but it is only the cracking of a whip that is the true murderer of thought. Its object is to destroy every favourable moment that one now and then may have for reflection. If there were no other means of urging on an animal than by making this most disgraceful of all noises, one would forgive its existence. But it is quite the contrary. This cursed cracking of whips is not only unnecessary but even useless. The effect that it is intended to have on the horse mentally becomes quite blunted and ineffective, since the constant abuse of it has accustomed the horse to the crack. He does not quicken his pace for it. This is especially noticeable in the unceasing crack of the whip which comes from an empty vehicle as it is being driven at its slowest rate to pick up a fare. The slightest touch with the whip would be more effective. Allowing, however, that it were absolutely necessary to remind the horse of the presence of the whip by continually cracking it, a crack that made 1/100th part of the noise would be sufficient. It is well known that animals, in regard to hearing and seeing, notice the slightest indications, even indications that are scarcely perceptible to ourselves. Trained dogs and canary birds furnish astonishing examples of this. Accordingly, this cracking of whips must be regarded as something purely wanton, nay, as an impudent defiance on the part of those who work with their hands, offered to those who work with their heads. That such infamy is endured in a town is a piece of barbarity and injustice, the more so as it could be easily removed by a police notice requiring every whipcord to have a knot at the end of it. It would do no harm to draw the proletariat's attention to the classes above him who work with their heads, for he has unbounded fear of any kind of head work. A fellow who rides through the narrow streets of a populous town with unemployed post-horses or cart-horses, unceasingly cracking with all his strength a whip several yards long, instantly deserves to dismount and receive 5 really good blows with a stick. If all the philanthropists in the world, together with all the legislators, met in order to bring forward their reasons for the total abolition of corporal punishment, I would not be persuaded to the contrary. But we can see often enough something that is even still worse. I mean a carter walking alone and without any horses through the streets, incessantly cracking his whip. He has become so accustomed to the crack in consequence of its unwarrantable toleration. Since one looks after one's body and all its needs in a most tender fashion, is the thinking mind to be the only thing that never experiences the slightest consideration or protection, to say nothing of respect? Carters, sack-bearers, porters, messengers, and such like are the beasts of burden of humanity. They should be treated absolutely with justice, fairness, forbearance, and care, but they ought not to be allowed to thwart the higher exertions of the human race by wantonly making a noise. I should like to know how many great and splendid thoughts these whips have cracked out of the world. If I had any authority, I should soon produce in the heads of these carters an inseparable nexus idearum between cracking a whip and receiving a whipping. Let us hope that those nations with more intelligence and refined feelings will make a beginning and then, by force of example, induce the Germans to do the same. Meanwhile, hear what Thomas Hood says of them, up the Rhine. For a musical people they are the most noisy I have ever met with. That they are so is not due to their being more prone to making a noise than other people, but to their insensibility, which springs from obtuseness. They are not disturbed by it in reading or thinking, because they do not think. They only smoke, which is their substitute for thought. The general toleration of unnecessary noise, for instance, of the clashing of doors, which is so extremely ill-mannered and vulgar, is a direct proof of the dullness and poverty of thought that one meets with everywhere. In Germany it seems as though it were planned that no one should think for noise. Take the inane drumming that goes on as an instance. Finally, as far as the literature treated of in this chapter is concerned, I have only one work to recommend, but it is an excellent one. I mean a poetical epistle in terzo rimo by the famous painter Bronzino, entitled De Romori, a Messer Lucia Martini. It describes fully and amusingly the torture to which one is put by the many kinds of noises of a small Italian town. It is written in tragicomic style. This epistle is to be found in Opere Burlesche del Berni, Aretino ed Altri, Volume 2, page 258, apparently published in Utrecht in 1771. End of On Noise by Schopenhauer. Recording by Peter Tomlinson.
A Plea for Atheism by Charles Bradlaugh. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Avai in March 2022. A Plea for Atheism by Charles Bradlaugh. Gillespie says that an atheist propagandist seems a nondescript monster created by nature in a moment of madness. Despite this opinion, it is as the propagandist of atheism that I pen the following lines, in the hope that I may succeed in removing some few of the many prejudices which have been created against not only the actual holders of atheistic opinions, but also against those wrongfully suspected of entertaining such ideas. Men who have been famous for depth of thought, for excellent wit, or great genius, have been recklessly assailed as atheists by those who lacked the high qualifications against which the spleen of the calumniators was directed. Thus, not only has Voltaire been without ground accused of atheism, but Bacon, Locke, and Bishop Berkeley himself have, amongst others, been denounced by thoughtless or unscrupulous pietists as inclining to atheism, the ground for the accusation being that they manifested an inclination to improve human thought. It is too often the fashion with persons of pious reputation to speak in unmeasured language of atheism as favoring immorality, and of atheists as men whose conduct is necessarily vicious, and who have adopted atheistic views as a desperate defiance against the deity justly offended by the badness of their lives. Such persons urge that amongst the proximate causes of atheism are vicious training, immoral and profligate companions, licentious living, and the like. Dr. John Pye Smith, in his Instructions on Christian Theology, goes so far as to declare that nearly all the atheists upon record have been men of extremely debauched and vile conduct. Such language from the Christian advocate is not surprising, but there are others who, professing great desire for the spread of free thought, and with pretensions to rank amongst acute and liberal thinkers, declare atheism impracticable and its teachings cold, barren, and negative. In this brief essay I shall accept to each of the above allegations, and shall endeavor to demonstrate that atheism affords greater possibility for human happiness than any system yet based on theism, or possible to be founded thereon, and that the lives of true atheists must be more virtuous, because more human, than those of the believers in deity, the humanity of the devout believer often finding itself neutralized by a faith with which it is necessarily in constant collision. The devotee piling the faggots at the auto da fe of an heretic, and that heretic his son, might, notwithstanding, be a good father in every respect but this. Heresy, in the eyes of the believer, is highest criminality, and outweighs all claims of family or affection. Atheism, properly understood, is in no wise a cold, barren negative. It is, on the contrary, a hearty, fruitful affirmation of all truth, and involves the positive assertion and action of highest humanity. Let atheism be fairly examined, and neither condemned, its defense unheard, on the ex parte slanders of the professional preachers of fashionable orthodoxy, whose courage is bold enough while the pulpit protects the sermon, but whose valor becomes tempered with discretion when a free platform is afforded and discussion claimed, nor misjudged because it has been the custom to regard atheism as so unpopular as to render its advocacy impolitic. The best policy against all prejudice is to assert firmly the verity. The atheist does not say, "There is no God," but he says, "I know not what you mean by God. I am without idea of God. The word God is to me a sound conveying no clear or distinct affirmation. I do not deny God, because I cannot deny that of which I have no conception, and the conception of which, by its affirmer, is so imperfect that he is unable to define it to me." If you speak to the atheist of God as creator, he answers that the conception of creation is impossible. We are utterly unable to construe it in thought as possible that the complement of existence has been either increased or diminished, much less can we conceive an absolute origination of substance. We cannot conceive either, on the one hand, nothing becoming something, or on the other, something becoming nothing. The theist who speaks of God creating the universe must either suppose that deity evolved it out of himself, or that he produced it from nothing. But the theist cannot regard the universe as evolution of deity, because this would identify universe and deity, and be pantheism rather than theism. There would be no distinction of substance, in fact, no creation. Nor can the theist regard the universe as created out of nothing, because deity is, according to him, necessarily eternal and infinite. His existence being eternal and infinite precludes the possibility of the conception of vacuum to be filled by the universe it created. No one can even think of any point of existence in extent or duration and say, "Here is the point of separation between the creator and the created." Indeed, it is not possible for the theist to imagine a beginning to the universe. It is not possible to conceive either an absolute commencement or an absolute termination of existence. That is, it is impossible to conceive beginning, before which you have a period when the universe has yet to be, or to conceive an end, after which the universe, having been, no longer exists. It is impossible in thought to originate or annihilate the universe. The atheist affirms that he cognizes today effects, that these are at the same time causes and effects, causes to the effects they precede, effects to the causes they follow. Cause is simply everything without which the effect would not result, and with which it must result. Cause is the means to an end, consummating itself in that end. The theist who argues for creation must assert a point of time, that is, of duration, when the created did not yet exist. At this point of time either something existed or nothing, but something must have existed, for out of nothing nothing can come. Something must have existed, because the point fixed upon is that of the duration of something. This something must have been either finite or infinite. If finite, it could not have been God, and if the something were infinite, then creation was impossible, as it is impossible to add to infinite existence. If you leave the question of creation and deal with the government of the universe, the difficulties of theism are by no means lessened. The existence of evil is then a terrible stumbling block to the theist. Pain, misery, crime, poverty confront the advocate of eternal goodness, and challenge with unanswerable potency his declaration of deity as all good, all wise, and all powerful. Evil is either caused by God or exists independently, but it cannot be caused by God, as in that case he would not be all good, nor can it exist independently, as in that case he would not be all powerful. Evil must either have had a beginning, or it must be internal, but according to the theist it cannot be eternal because God alone is eternal. Nor can it have had a beginning, for if it had, it must either have originated in God or outside God. But according to the theist, it cannot have originated in God, for he is all good, and out of all goodness evil cannot originate. Nor can evil have originated outside God, for, according to the theist, God is infinite, and it is impossible to go outside of or beyond infinity. To the atheist, this question of evil assumes an entirely different aspect. He declares that evil is a result, but not a result from God or devil. He affirms that by conduct founded on knowledge of the laws of existence, it is possible to ameliorate and avoid present evil, and, as our knowledge increases, to prevent its future recurrence. Some declare that the belief in God is necessary as a check to crime. They allege that the atheist may commit murder, lie, or steal without fear of any consequences. To try the actual value of this argument, it is not unfair to ask, do theists ever steal? If yes, then in each such theft, the belief in God and his power to punish has been inefficient as a preventive of the crime. Do theists ever lie or murder? If yes, the same remark has further force, hellfire failing against the lesser as against the greater crime. The fact is that those who use such an argument overlook a great truth, that is, that all men seek happiness, though in very diverse fashions. Ignorant and miseducated men often mistake the true path to happiness and commit crime in the endeavor to obtain it. Atheists hold that by teaching mankind the real road to human happiness, it is possible to keep them from the byways of criminality and error. Atheists would teach men to be moral now, not because God offers as an inducement reward by and by, but because in the virtuous act itself immediate good is ensured to the doer and the circle surrounding him. Atheism would preserve man from lying, stealing, murdering now, not from fear of an eternal agony after death, but because these crimes make this life itself a course of misery. While theism, asserting God as the creator and governor of the universe, hinders and checks man's effort by declaring God's will to be the sole directing and controlling power, atheism, by declaring all events to be in accordance with natural laws, that is, happening in certain ascertainable sequences, stimulates man to discover the best conditions of life, and offers him the most powerful inducements to morality. While the theist provides future happiness for a scoundrel repentant on his deathbed, atheism affirms present and certain happiness for the man who does his best to live here so well as to have little cause for repenting hereafter. Theism declares that God dispenses health and inflicts disease, and sickness and illness are regarded by the theist as visitations from an angered deity, to be borne with meekness and content. Atheism declares that physiological knowledge may preserve us from disease by preventing our infringing the law of health, and that sickness results not as the ordinance of offended deity, but from ill-ventilated dwellings and workshops, bad and insufficient food, excessive toil, mental suffering, exposure to inclement weather, and the like, all these finding root in poverty, the chief source of crime and disease, that prayers and piety afford no protection against fever, and that if the human being be kept without food, he will starve as quickly whether he be theist or atheist, theology being no substitute for bread. When the theist ventures to affirm that his God is an existence other than and separate from the so-called material universe, and when he invests this separate hypothetical existence with the several attributes of omniscience, omnipresence, omnipotence, eternity, infinity, immutability, and perfect goodness, then the atheist in reply says, "I deny the existence of such a being." It becomes very important, in order that injustice may not be done to the theistic argument, that we should have, in lieu of a clear definition, which it seems useless to ask for, the best possible clue to the meaning intended to be conveyed by the word God. If it were not that the word is an arbitrary term invented for the ignorant, and the notions suggested by which are vague and entirely contingent upon individual fancies, such a clue could be probably most easily and satisfactorily obtained by tracing back the word God, and ascertaining the sense in which it was used by the uneducated worshippers who have gone before us, collating this with the more modern theism, qualified as it is by the superior knowledge of today. Dupois says, "Le mot Dieu paraît destiné à exprimer l'idée de la force universelle et éternellement active qui imprime le mouvement à tout dans la nature, suivant les lois d'une harmonie constante et admirable, qui se développe dans les diverses formes que prend la matière organisée, qui se mêle à tout, anime tout, et qui semble être une dans ses modifications infiniment variées, et n'appartenir qu'à elle-même." The word God appears intended to express the force universal and eternally active, which endows all nature with motion according to the laws of a constant and admirable harmony, which develops itself in the diverse forms of organized matter, which mingles with all, gives life to all, which seems to be one through all its infinitely varied modifications, and inheres in itself alone. In the Bon Sens of Curé Meslier it is asked, "Qu'est-ce que Dieu?" And the answer is, "C'est un mot abstrait, fait pour désigner la force cachée de la nature, ou c'est un point mathématique qui n'a ni longueur, ni largeur, ni profondeur." It is an abstract word coined to designate the hidden force of nature, or rather it is a mathematical point, having neither length, breadth, nor thickness. The orthodox fringe of the theism of today is Hebraistic in its origin, that is, it finds its root in the superstition and ignorance of a petty and barbarous people nearly destitute of literature, poor in language, and almost entirely wanting in high conceptions of humanity. It might, as Judaism is the foundation of Christianity, be fairly expected that the ancient Jewish records would aid us in our search after the meaning to be attached to the word God. The most prominent words in Hebrew rendered God or Lord in English are Jehwe and Aleim. The first word Jehwe, called by our Orthodox Jehovah, is equivalent to that which exists, and indeed embodies in itself the only possible trinity in unity, that is, past, present, and future. There is nothing in this Hebrew word to help you to any such definition as is required for the sustenance of modern theism. The most you can make of it by any stretch of imagination is equivalent to the declaration, I am, I have been, I shall be. The word Yahweh is hardly ever spoken by the religious Jews, who actually in reading substitute for it, Adonai, an entirely different word. Dr. Wall notices the close resemblance in sound between the word Yehovah or Yahweh or Jehovah and Jove. In fact, Zeus Pater, Jupiter, and Yahweh Pater, God the Father, present still closer resemblance in sound. Jove is also Zeus or Theos or Deus, whence the word Deus and our deity. The Greek mythology, far more ancient than that of the Hebrews, has probably found for Christianity many other and more important features of coincidence than that of a similarly sounding name. The word theos, traced back, affords us no help beyond that it identifies deity with the universe. Plato says that the early Greeks thought that the only gods, theois, were the sun, moon, earth, stars, and heaven. The word Aleim assists us still less in defining the word God, for Parkhurst translates it as a plural noun signifying the cursor, deriving it from the word ale, to curse. Finding that philology aids us but little, we must endeavor to arrive at the meaning of the word God by another rule. It is utterly impossible to fix the period of the rise of theism amongst any particular people, but it is notwithstanding comparatively easy, if not to trace out the development of theistic ideas, at any rate to point to their probable course of growth amongst all peoples. Cately, in his Origin of Mythology, says, "Supposing, for the sake of hypothesis, a race of men in a state of total or partial ignorance of deity, their belief in many gods may have thus commenced. They saw around them various changes brought about by human agency, and hence they knew the power of intelligence to produce effects. When they beheld other and greater effects, they ascribed them to some unseen being, similar but superior to man. They associated particular events with special unknown beings, gods, to each of whom they ascribed either a peculiarity of power or a sphere of action not common to other gods. Thus one was god of the sea, another god of war, another god of love, another ruled the thunder and lightning, and thus through the various elements of the universe and passions of humankind, so far as they were then known. This mythology became modified with the advancement of human knowledge. The ability to think has proved itself oppugnant to and destructive of the desire to worship. Science has raised altar after altar heretofore erected to the unknown gods, and pulled down deity after deity from the pedestals on which ignorance and superstition had erected them. The priest who had formerly spoken the oracle of God lost his sway, just in proportion as the scientific teacher succeeded in impressing mankind with a knowledge of the facts around them. The ignorant, who had hitherto listened unquestioning during centuries of abject submission to their spiritual preceptors, at last commenced to search and examine for themselves, and were guided by experience rather than by church doctrine. Today it is that advancing intellect challenges the reserve guard of the old armies of superstition, and compels a conflict in which humankind must in the end have great gain by the forced enunciation of the truth. From the word God, the theist derives no argument in his favor. It teaches nothing, defines nothing, demonstrates nothing, explains nothing. The theist answers that this is no sufficient objection, that there are many words which are in common use to which the same objection applies. Even admitting that this were true, it does not answer the atheist's objection. Alleging a difficulty on the one side is not a removal of the obstacle already pointed out on the other. The theist declares his God to be not only immutable, but also infinitely intelligent, and says, "Matter is either essentially intelligent or essentially non-intelligent. If matter were essentially intelligent, no matter could be without intelligence. But matter cannot be essentially intelligent, because some matter is not intelligent. Therefore, matter is essentially non-intelligent. But there is intelligence. Therefore, there must be a cause for the intelligence, independent of matter. This must be an intelligent being, i.e., God." The atheist answers, "I do not know what is meant in the mouth of the theist by matter." Matter, substance, existence are three words having the same signification in the atheist's vocabulary. It is not certain that the theist expresses any very clear idea when he uses the words matter and intelligence. Reason and understanding are sometimes treated as separate faculties, yet it is not unfair to presume that the theist would include them both under the word intelligence. Perception is the foundation of the intellect. The perceptive faculty, or perceptive faculties, differs or differ in each animal. Yet, in speaking of matter, the theist uses the word intelligence as though the same meaning were to be understood in every case. The recollection of the perceptions is the exercise of a different faculty from the perceptive faculty, and occasionally varies disproportionately. Thus, an individual may have great perceptive faculties and very little memory, or the reverse, yet memory, as well as perception, is included in intelligence. So also the faculty for comparing between two or more perceptions, the faculty of judging and the faculty of reflecting, all these are subject to the same remarks, and all these and other faculties are included in the word intelligence. We answer then that God, whatever that word may mean, cannot be intelligent. He can never perceive. The act of perception results in the obtaining a new idea, but if God be omniscient, his ideas have been eternally the same. He has either been always, and always will be perceiving, or he has never perceived at all. But God cannot have been always perceiving, because if he had, he would always have been obtaining fresh knowledge, in which case he must have sometime had less knowledge than now, that is, he would have been less perfect, that is, he would not have been God. He can never recollect or forget, he can never compare, reflect, nor judge. There cannot be perfect intelligence without understanding, but following Coleridge, understanding is the faculty of judging according to sense. The faculty of whom? Of some person, judging according to that person's senses? But has God senses? Is there anything beyond God for God to sensate? There cannot be perfect intelligence without reason. By reason we mean that faculty or aggregation of faculties which avails itself of past experience to predetermine, more or less accurately, experience in the future, and to affirm truths which sense perceives, experiment verifies, and experience confirms. To God there can be neither past nor future, therefore to him reason is impossible. There cannot be perfect intelligence without will, but has God will? If God wills, the will of the all-powerful must be irresistible, The will of the infinite must exclude all other wills. God can never perceive. Perception and sensation are identical. Every sensation is accompanied by pleasure or pain. But God, if immutable, can neither be pleased nor pained. Every fresh sensation involves a change in mental and perhaps in physical condition. God, if immutable, cannot change. Sensation is the source of all ideas, but it is only objects external to the mind which can be sensated. If God be infinite, there can be no objects external to him, and therefore sensation must to him be impossible. Yet without perception, where is intelligence? God cannot have memory or reason. Memory is of the past, reason for the future, but to God immutable there can be no past, no future. The words past, present, and future imply change, they assert progression of duration. If God be immutable, to him change is impossible. Can you have intelligence destitute of perception, memory, and reason? God cannot have the faculty of judgment. Judgment implies in the act of judging a conjoining or a disjoining of two or more thoughts, but this involves change of mental condition. To God the immutable, change is impossible. Can you have intelligence, yet no perception, no memory, no reason, no judgment? God cannot think. The law of the thinkable is that the thing thought must be separated from the thing which is not thought. To think otherwise would be to think of nothing. To have an impression with no distinguishing mark would be to have no impression. Yet this separation implies change, and to God, immutable, change is impossible. Can you have intelligence without thought? If the theist replies to this that he does not mean by infinite intelligence as an attribute of deity an infinity of the intelligence found in a finite degree in humankind, then he is bound to explain, clearly and distinctly, what other intelligence he means, and until this be done, the foregoing statements require answer. The atheist does not regard substance as either essentially intelligent or the reverse. Intelligence is the result of certain conditions of existence. Burnished steel is bright, that is, brightness is the necessity of a certain condition of existence. Alter the condition, and the characteristic of the condition no longer exists. The only essential of substance is its existence. Alter the wording of the theist's objection. Matter is either essentially bright or essentially non-bright. If matter were essentially bright, brightness should be the essence of all matter. But matter cannot be essentially bright because some matter is not bright. Therefore, matter is essentially non-bright. But there is brightness. Therefore, there must be a cause for this brightness independent of matter. That is, there must be an essentially bright being, i.e., God. Another theistic proposition is thus stated. Every effect must have a cause. The first cause universal must be eternal. Ergo, the first cause universal must be God. This is equivalent to saying that God is first cause. But what is to be understood by cause? Defined in the absolute, the word has no real value. Cause, therefore, cannot be eternal. What can be understood by first cause? To us, the two words convey no meaning greater than would be conveyed by the phrase round triangle. Cause and effect are correlative terms. Each cause is the effect of some precedent, each effect the cause of its consequent. It is impossible to conceive existence terminated by a primal or initial cause. The beginning, as it is phrased, of the universe is not thought out by the theist, but conceded without thought. To adopt the language of Montaigne, men make themselves believe that they believe. The so-called belief in creation is nothing more than the prostration of the intellect on the threshold of the unknown. We can only cognize the ever-succeeding phenomena of existence as a line in continuous and eternal evolution. This line has to us no beginning. We trace it back into the misty regions of the past but a little way, and however far we may be able to journey, there is still the great beyond. Then what is meant by universal cause? Spinoza gives the following definition of cause, as used in its absolute signification. By cause of itself I understand that, the essence of which involves existence, or that the nature of which can only be considered as existent. That is, Spinoza treats cause absolute and existence as two words having the same meaning. If his mode of defining the word be contested, then it has no meaning other than its relative signification of a means to an end. Every effect must have a cause. Every effect implies the plurality of effects, and necessarily that each effect must be finite. But how is it possible from a finite effect to logically deduce an universal, that is, infinite cause? There are two modes of argument presented by theists, and by which, separately or combined, they seek to demonstrate the being of a God. These are familiarly known as the arguments a priori and a posteriori. The a posteriori argument has been popularized in England by Paley, who has ably endeavored to hide the weakness of his demonstration under an abundance of irrelevant illustrations. The reasoning of Paley is very deficient in the essential points where it most needed strength. It is utterly impossible to prove by it the eternity or infinity of deity. As an argument founded on analogy, the design argument, at the best, could only entitle its propounder to infer the existence of a finite cause, or rather of a multitude of finite causes. It ought not to be forgotten that the illustrations of the eye, the watch, and the man, even if admitted as instances of design, or rather of adaptation, are instances of eyes, watches, and men, designed or adapted out of pre-existing substance, by a being of the same kind of substance, and afford, therefore, no demonstration in favor of a designer, alleged to have actually created substance out of nothing, and also alleged to have created a substance entirely different from himself. The a posteriori argument can never demonstrate infinity for deity. Arguing from an effect finite in extent, the most it could afford would be a cause sufficient for that effect, such cause being possibly finite in extent and duration. And as the argument does not demonstrate God's infinity, neither can it, for the same reason, make out his omniscience, as it is clearly impossible to logically claim infinite wisdom for a God possibly only finite. God's omnipotence remains unproved for the same reason, and because it is clearly absurd to argue that God exercises power where he may not be. Nor can the a posteriori argument show God's absolute freedom, for as it does nothing more than seek to prove a finite God, it is quite consistent with the argument that God's existence is limited and controlled in 1,000 ways. Nor does this argument show that God always existed. At the best, the proof is only that some cause, enough for the effect, existed before it, but there is no evidence that this cause differs from any other causes, which are often as transient as the effect itself. And as it does not demonstrate that God has always existed, neither does it demonstrate that he will always exist, or even that he now exists. It is perfectly in accordance with the argument, and with the analogy of cause and effect, that the effect may remain after the cause has ceased to exist. Nor does the argument from design demonstrate one God. It is quite consistent with this argument that a separate cause existed for each effect, or mark of design discovered, or that several causes contributed to some or one of such effects. So that if the argument be true, it might result in a multitude of petty deities, limited in knowledge, extent, duration, and power, and still worse, each one of this multitude of gods may have had a cause which would also be finite in extent and duration, and would require another, and so on, until the design argument loses the reasoner amongst an innumerable crowd of deities, none of whom can have the attributes claimed for God. The design argument is defective as an argument from analogy, because it seeks to prove a creator God who designed, but does not explain whether this God has been eternally designing, which would be absurd, or, if he had sometime commenced to design, what then induced him so to commence. It is illogical, for it seeks to prove an immutable deity, by demonstrating a mutation on the part of deity. It is unnecessary to deal specially with each of the many writers who have used from different standpoints the a posteriori form of argument in order to prove the existence of deity. The objections already stated apply to the whole class, and, although probably each illustration used by the theistic advocate is capable of an elucidation entirely at variance with his argument, the main features of objection are the same. The argument a posteriori is a method of proof in which the premises are composed of some position of existing facts, and the conclusion asserts a position antecedent to those facts. The argument is from given effects to their causes. It is one form of this argument which asserts that man has a moral nature, and from this seeks to deduce the existence of a moral governor. This form has the disadvantage that its premises are illusory. In alleging a moral nature for man, the theist overlooks the fact that the moral nature of man differs somewhat in each individual, differs considerably in each nation, and differs entirely in some peoples. It is dependent on organization and education. These are influenced by climate, food, and mode of life. If the argument from man's nature could demonstrate anything, it would prove a murdering God for the murderer, a lascivious God for the licentious man, a dishonest God for the thief, and so through the various phases of human inclination. The a priori arguments are methods of proof in which the matter of the premises exists in the order of conception antecedently to that of the conclusion. The argument is from cause to effect. Amongst the prominent theistic advocates relying upon the a priori argument in England are Dr. Samuel Clarke, the Rev. Moses Lohman, and William Gillespie. As this last gentleman condemns his predecessors for having utterly failed to demonstrate God's existence, and as his own treatise on the necessary existence of God comes to us certified by the praise of Lord Brougham and the approval of Sir William Hamilton, it is to Mr. William Gillespie that the reader shall be directed. The propositions are first stated entirely, so that Mr. Gillespie may not complain of misrepresentation. 1. Infinity of extension is necessarily existing. 2. Infinity of extension is necessarily indivisible. Corollary. Infinity of extension is necessarily immovable. 3. There is necessarily a being of infinity of extension. 4. The being of infinity of extension is necessarily of unity and simplicity. Sub-proposition. The material universe is finite in extension. 5. There is necessarily but one being of infinity of expansion. Part 2, Proposition 1. Infinity of duration is necessarily existing. 2. Infinity of duration is necessarily indivisible. Corollary. Infinity of duration is necessarily immovable. 3. There is necessarily a being of infinity of duration. 4. The being of infinity of duration is necessarily of unity and simplicity. Sub-proposition: the material universe is finite in duration. Corollary: every succession of substances is finite in duration. 5. There is necessarily but one being of infinity of duration. Part 3, Proposition 1. There is necessarily a being of infinity of expansion and infinity of duration. 2. The being of infinity of expansion and infinity of duration is necessarily of unity and simplicity. Division 2, Part 1. The simple sole being of infinity of extension and of duration is necessarily intelligent and all-knowing. Part 2. The simple sole being of infinity of expansion and of duration, who is all-knowing, is necessarily all-powerful. Part 3. The simple sole being of infinity of expansion and of duration, who is all-knowing and all-powerful, is necessarily entirely free. Diversion 3. The simple sole being of infinity of expansion and of duration, who is all-knowing, all-powerful, and entirely free, is necessarily completely happy. Sub-proposition: the simple sole being of infinity of expansion and of duration, who is all-knowing, all-powerful, entirely free, and completely happy, is necessarily perfectly good. The first objection against the foregoing argument is that it seeks to prove too much. It affirms one existence, God, infinite in extent and duration, and another entirely different and distinct existence, the material universe, finite in extent and duration. It therefore seeks to substantiate everything and something more. The first proposition is curiously worded, and the argument to demonstrate it is undoubtedly open to more than one objection. Mr. Gillespie has not defined infinity, and it is possible, therefore, his argument may be misapprehended in this paper. Infinite signifies nothing more than indefinite. When a person speaks of infinite extension, he can only mean to refer to the extension of something to which he has been unable to set limits. The mind cannot conceive extension per se, either absolute or finite. It can only conceive something extended. It might be impossible mentally to define the extension of some substance. In such a case, its extension would be indefinite, or, as Mr. Gillespie uses the word, infinite. No one can therefore possibly have any idea of infinity of extension. Yet it is upon the existence of such an idea, and on the impossibility of getting rid of it, that Mr. Gillespie grounds his first proposition. If the idea does not exist, the argument is destroyed at the first step. Mr. Gillespie argues that it is utterly beyond the power of the human mind to conceive infinity of extension non-existent. He would have been more correct in asserting that it is utterly beyond the power of the human mind to conceive infinity of extension at all, either existent or non-existent. Extension can only be conceived as quality of substance. It is possible to conceive substance extended. It is impossible in thought to limit the possible extension of substance. Mr. Gillespie having asserted that we cannot but believe that infinity of extension exists, proceeds to declare that it exists necessarily. For, he says, everything, the existence of which we cannot but believe, exists necessarily. It is not necessary at present to examine what Mr. Gillespie means by existing necessarily. It is sufficient to have shown that we do not believe in the existence of infinity of extension, although we may and do believe in the existence of substance, to the extension of which we may be unable to set limits. But, says Mr. Gillespie, everything the existence of which we cannot but believe is necessarily existing. Then, as we cannot but believe in the existence of the universe, or, to adopt Mr. Gillespie's phrase, the material universe exists necessarily. if by anything necessarily existing he means anything the essence of which involves existence, or the nature of which can only be considered as existent, then Mr. Gillespie, by demonstrating the necessary existence of the universe, refutes his own later argument that God is its creator. Mr. Gillespie's argument, as before remarked, is open to misconception, because he has left us without any definition of some of the most important words he uses. To avoid the same objection, it is necessary to state that by substance or existence I mean that which is in itself and is conceived per se, that is, the conception of which does not involve the conception of anything else as antecedent to it. By quality, that by which I cognize any mode of existence. By mode, each cognized condition of existence. Regarding extension as quality of mode of substance, and not as substance itself, it appears absurd to argue that the quality exists otherwise than as quality of mode. The whole of the propositions following the first are so built upon it that if it fails, they are baseless. The second proposition is that infinity of extension is necessarily indivisible. In dealing with this proposition, Mr. Gillespie talks of the parts of infinity of extension, and winds up by saying that he means parts in the sense of partial consideration only. Now, not only is it denied that you can have any idea of infinity of extension, but it is also denied that infinity can be the subject of partial consideration. Mr. Gillespie's whole proof of this proposition is intended to affirm that the parts of infinity of extension are necessarily indivisible from each other. I have already denied the possibility of conceiving infinity in parts, and indeed, if it were possible to conceive infinity in parts, then that infinity could not be indivisible, for Mr. Gillespie says that by indivisible he means indivisible either really or mentally. Now each part of anything conceived is, in the act of conceiving, mentally separated from, either other parts of, or from the remainder of the whole of which it is part. It is clearly impossible to have a partial consideration of infinity, because the part considered must be mentally distinguished from the unconsidered remainder, and, in that case, you have, in thought, the part considered finite and the residue certainly limited, at least by the extent of the part under consideration. If any of the foregoing objections are well founded, they are fatal to Mr. Gillespie's argument. The argument in favor of the corollary to the second proposition is, that the parts of infinity of extension are necessarily immovable amongst themselves, but if there be no such thing as infinity of extension, that is, if extension be only a quality and not necessarily infinite, if infinite mean only indefiniteness or illimitability, and if infinity cannot have parts, this argument goes for very little. The acceptance of the argument that the parts of infinity of extension are immovable is rendered difficult when the reader considers Mr. Gillespie's sub-proposition 4, that the parts of the material universe are movable and divisible from each other. He urges that a part of the infinity of extension or of its substratum must penetrate the material universe and every atom of it. But if infinity can have no parts, no part of it can penetrate the material universe. If infinity have parts, which is absurd, and if some part penetrate every atom of the material universe, and if the part so penetrating be immovable, how can the material universe be considered as movable, and yet as penetrated in every atom by immovability? If penetrated be a proper phrase, then, at the moment when the part of infinity was penetrating the material universe, the part of infinity so penetrating must have been in motion. Mr. Gillespie's logic is faulty. Use his own language, and there is either no penetration, or there is no immovability. In his argument for the fourth proposition, Mr. Gillespie, having by his previous proposition demonstrated what he calls a substratum for the before demonstrated infinity of extension, says, "It is intuitively evident that the substratum of infinity of extension can be no more divisible than infinity of extension." Is this so? Might not a complex and divisible substratum be conceived by us as possible to underlie a, to us, simple and indivisible indefinite extension, if the conception of the latter were possible to us? There cannot be any intuition. It is mere assumption, as indeed is the assumption of extension at all, other than as the extension of substance. In his argument for proposition 5, Gillespie says that anyone who asserts that he can suppose two or more necessarily existing beings, each of infinity of expansion, is no more to be argued with than one who denies whatever is, is. Why is it more difficult to suppose this than to suppose one being of infinity, and, in addition to this infinity, a material universe? Is it impossible to suppose a necessary being of heat, one of light, and one of electricity, all occupying the same indefinite expansion? If it be replied that you cannot conceive two distinct and different beings occupying the same point at the same moment, then it must be equally impossible to conceive the material universe and God existing together. The second division of Mr. Gillespie's argument is also open to grave objection. Having demonstrated to his own satisfaction an infinite substance, and also having assumed in addition a finite substance, and having called the first infinite being, perhaps from a devout objection to speak of God as substance, Mr. Gillespie seeks to prove that the infinite being is intelligent. He says, "Intelligence either began to be, or it never began to be. That it never began to be is evident in this, that if it began to be, it must have had a cause, for whatever begins to be must have a cause. And the cause of intelligence must be of intelligence, for what is not of intelligence cannot make intelligence begin to be. Now, intelligence being before intelligence began to be is a contradiction. And this absurdity following from the supposition that intelligence began to be, it is proved that intelligence never began to be, to wit, it is of infinity of duration." Mr. Gillespie does not condescend to tell us why what is not of intelligence cannot make intelligence begin to be, but it is not unfair to suppose that he means that of things which have nothing in common, one cannot be the cause of the other. Let us apply Mr. Gillespie's argument to the material universe, the existence of which is to him so certain that he has treated it as a self-evident proposition. The material universe, that is, matter, either began to be, or it never began to be. That it never began to be is evident in this, that if it began to be, it must have had a cause, for whatever begins to be must have a cause. And the cause of matter must be of matter, for what is not of matter cannot make matter begin to be. Now, matter being before matter began to be is a contradiction, and this absurdity following from the supposition that matter, that is, the material universe, began to be, it is proved that the material universe never began to be, to wit, is of indefinite duration. The argument as to the eternity of matter is at least as logical as the argument for the eternity of intelligence. Mr. Gillespie may reply that he affirms the material universe to be finite in duration, and that by the argument for his proposition, part 2, he proves that the one infinite being, God, is the creator of matter. His words are, "As the material universe is finite in duration, or began to be, it must have had a cause, for whatever begins to be must have a cause. And this cause must be," Mr. Gillespie does not explain why, In one respect or other, the simple sole being of infinity of expansion and duration, who is all-knowing (the all-knowing or intelligence rests on the argument which has just been shown to be equally applicable to matter), inasmuch as what being, or cause independent of that being, could there be? And therefore that being made matter begin to be. Taking Mr. Gillespie's own argument, that which made matter begin to be must be of matter, for what is not matter cannot make matter begin to be. Then Mr. Gillespie's infinite being, God, must be matter. But there is yet another exception to the proposition, which is that the infinite being, God, is all-powerful. Having as above argued that the being made matter, he proceeds, and this being shown, it must be granted that the being is, necessarily, all-powerful. Nothing of the kind need be granted. If it were true that it was demonstrated that the infinite being, God, made matter, it would not prove him able to make anything else. It might show the being cause enough for that effect, but does not demonstrate him cause for all effects. So that, if no better argument can be found to prove God all-powerful, his omnipotence remains unproved. Mr. Gillespie's last proposition is that the being, God, whose existence he has so satisfactorily made out, is necessarily completely happy. In dealing with this proposition, Mr. Gillespie talks of unhappiness as existing in various kinds and degrees. But, to adopt his own style of argument, unhappiness either began to be, or it never began to be. That it never began to be is evident in this, that whatever began to be must have had a cause, for whatever begins to be must have a cause. And the cause of unhappiness must be of unhappiness, for what is not of unhappiness cannot make unhappiness begin to be. But unhappiness being before unhappiness began to be is a contradiction. Therefore unhappiness is of infinity of duration. But Proposition 5, Part 2 says there is but one being of infinity of duration. The one being of infinity of duration is therefore necessarily unhappy. Mr. Gillespie's arguments recoil on himself, and are destructive of his own affirmations. In his argument for the sub-proposition, Mr. Gillespie says that God's motive, or one of his motives to create, must be believed to have been a desire to make happiness, besides his own consummate happiness, begin to be. That is, God, who is consummate happiness everywhere forever, desired something. That is, he wanted more than then existed. That is, his happiness was not complete. That is, Mr. Gillespie refutes himself. But what did infinite and eternal complete happiness desire? It desired, says Mr. Gillespie, to make more happiness, that is, to make more than an infinity of complete happiness. Mr. Gillespie's proof, on the whole, is at most that there exists necessarily substance, the extension and duration of which we cannot limit. Part of his argument involves the use of the very a posteriori reasoning justly considered regarding by himself as utterly worthless for the demonstration of the existence of a being with such attributes as orthodox theism tries to assert. If Sir William Hamilton meant no flattery in writing that Mr. Gillespie's work was one of the very ablest on the theistic side, how wretched indeed must, in his opinion, have been the logic of the less able advocates for theism. Every theist must admit that if a God exists, he could have so convinced all men of the fact of his existence that doubt, disagreement, or disbelief would be impossible. If he could not do this, he would not be omnipotent, or he would not be omniscient, that is, he would not be God. Every theist must also agree that if a God exists, he would wish all men to have such a clear consciousness of his existence and attributes that doubt, disagreement, or belief on this subject would be impossible. And this, if for no other reasons, because that out of doubts and disagreements on religion have too often resulted centuries of persecution, strife, and misery which a good God would desire to prevent. If God would not desire this, then he is not all good, that is, he is not God. But as many men have doubts, a large majority of mankind have disagreements, and some men have disbeliefs as to God's existence and attributes. It follows either that God does not exist, or that he is not all-wise, or that he is not all-powerful, or that he is not all-good. Every child is born into the world an atheist, and if he grows into a theist, his deity differs with the country in which the believer may happen to be born, or the people amongst whom he may happen to be educated. The belief is the result of education or organization. Religious belief is powerful in proportion to the want of scientific knowledge on the part of the believer. The more ignorant, the more credulous. In the mind of the theist, God is equivalent to the sphere of the unknown. By the use of the word he answers without thought problems which might otherwise obtain scientific solution. The more ignorant the theist, the greater his God. Belief in God is not a faith founded on reason, but a prostration of the reasoning faculties on the threshold of the unknown. Theism is worse than illogical. Its teachings are not only without utility, but of itself it has nothing to teach. Separated from Christianity with its almost innumerable sects, from Mohammedism with its numerous divisions, and separated also from every other preached system, theism is a will-o'-the-wisp without reality. Apart from orthodoxy, theism is a boneless skeleton. The various mythologies give it alike flesh and bone, otherwise coherence it hath none. What does Christian theism teach? That the first man made perfect by the all-powerful, all-wise, all-good God was nevertheless imperfect, and by his imperfection brought misery into the world, where the all-good God must have intended misery should never come. That this God made men to share this misery, men whose fault was their being what he made them. That this God begets a Son who is nevertheless his unbegotten self, and that by belief in the birth of God's eternal Son, and in the death of the undying who died to satisfy God's vengeance, men may escape the consequences of the first man's error. Christian theism declares that belief alone can save man, and yet recognizes the fact that man's belief results from teaching, by establishing missionary societies to spread the faith. Christian theism teaches that God, though no respecter of persons, selected as his favorites one nation in preference to all others, that man can do no good of himself or without God's aid, but yet that each man has a free will, that God is all-powerful, but that few go to heaven and the majority to hell, and that all are to love God, who has predestined from eternity that by far the largest number of human beings are to be burning in hell forever. Yet the advocates for theism venture to upbraid those who argue against such a faith. It is not pretended that this inefficient plea for atheism contains either a refutation of all or even the majority of theistic arguments, or that it offers an explanation of every objection against atheism, but it is hoped that enough is here stated to induce some one of ability on the theistic side to write for the better instruction of such as entertain the views here advocated, views held sincerely, views propagated actively, and views which are permeating more widely than is generally supposed. Either theism is true or false. If true, discussion must help to spread its influence. If false, the sooner it ceases to influence human conduct, the better for humankind. It will be useless for the clergy to urge that such a pamphlet deserves no reply. It is true the writer is unimportant, and the language in which his thoughts find expression lacks the polish of a Macaulay and the fervour of a Burke. But they are nevertheless his thoughts, uttered because it is not only his right, but his duty to give them utterance. and this plea for atheism is put forth challenging the theists to battle for their cause, and in the hope that the strugglers being sincere, truth may give laurels to the victor and the vanquished, laurels to the victor in that he has upheld the truth, laurels still welcome to the vanquished, whose defeat crowns him with a truth he knew not of before. End of A Plea for Atheism by Charles Bradlaugh.
The Racial Geography of Europe, A Sociological Study, by William Z. Ripley, Ph.D., published in Appleton's Popular Science Monthly, December 1898. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Supplement: The Jews. Social solidarity, the clearest expression of which today is nationality, is the resultant of a multitude of factors. Foremost among these stand unity of language, a common heritage of tradition and belief, and the permanent occupation of a definite territory. The first two are largely psychological in essence. The third, a material circumstance, is necessary rather to ensure the stability of the others than for its own sake, although, as we know, attachment to the soil may in itself become a positive factor in patriotism. Two European peoples alone are there which, although landless, have succeeded, notwithstanding, in a maintenance of their social consciousness almost at the level of nationality. Both gypsies and Jews are men without a country. Of these, the latter offer perhaps the most remarkable example, for the gypsies have never disbanded tribally. They still wander about Eastern Europe and Asia Minor in organized bands, after the fashion of the nomad peoples of the East. The Jews, on the other hand, have maintained their solidarity in all parts of the earth, even in individual isolation one from another. They wander not gregariously in tribes, often not even in families. Their seed is scattered like the plant spores of which the botanists tell us, which, driven by wind or sea, independently travel thousands of miles before striking root or becoming fecund. True, the Jews bunch wherever possible. This is often a necessity imposed for self-preservation. But in their enforced migrations, their associations must change kaleidoscopically from place to place. Not all has been said even yet of the unique achievement of this landless people. That the Jews have preserved their individuality despite all mutations of environment goes without saying. They have done more. They have accomplished this without absolute unity of language. Forced of necessity to adopt the speech of their immediate neighbors, they have only, where congregated in sufficient numbers, been able either to preserve or to evolve a distinctive speech. In Spain and the Balkan states, they make use of Spanish. In Russia and Poland, they speak a corrupt German, and in the interior of Morocco, Arabic. Nevertheless, despite these discouragements of every kind, they still constitute a distinctive social unit wherever they chance to be. This social individuality of the Jews is of a peculiar sort. Bereft of linguistic and geographical support, it could not be political. The 19th century, says Anatole Leroy-Beaulieu, is the age of nationality, meaning obviously territorial nationality, the product of contiguity, not birth. To this, he says, the Jew is indifferent, typifying still the Oriental tribal idea. As a result, he is out of harmony with his environment. An element of dislike of a political nature on the part of the Christian is added to the irreconcilability of religious belief. It has ever been the Aryan versus the Semite in religion throughout all history, as Renan has observed. And today, it has also become the people versus the nation, as well as the Jew versus the Christian. Granted that this political dissonance is largely the fault of the Gentile, its existence must be acknowledged nevertheless. Geographical distribution of Jews. How has this remarkable result been achieved? How, bereft of 2 out of 3 of the essentials of nationality, has the Jew been enabled to perpetuate his social consciousness? Is the superior force of religion, perhaps abnormally developed, alone able to account for it all? Is it a case of compensatory development, analogous in the body to a loss of eyesight remedied through greater delicacy of finger touch? Or is there some hidden, some unsuspected factor which has contributed to this result? We have elsewhere shown that a fourth element of social solidarity is sometimes, though rarely, found in a community of physical descent. That, in other words, to the cementing bonds of speech, tradition, belief, and contiguity is added the element of physical brotherhood, that is to say, of race. Can it be that herein is a partial explanation of the social individuality of the Jewish people? It is a question for the scientist alone. Race, as we constantly maintain, despite the abuses of the word, really is to be measured only by physical characteristics. The task before us is to apply the criteria of anthropological science, therefore, to the problems of Jewish derivation and descent. Only incidentally, and as matters of contributory interest, shall we consider the views of the linguists, the archaeologists, and the students of religious traditions. Our testimony is derived from facts of shape of head, color of hair and eye, of stature, and the like. These alone are the data indicative of racial descent. To these the geographer may add the probabilities derived from present distribution in Europe. No more do we need to settle the primary racial facts. Further speculations concerning matters rather than men belong to the historian and the philologist. The number and geographical distribution of the chosen people of Israel is of great significance in its bearing upon the question of their origin. While owing to their fluid ubiquitousness, it is exceedingly difficult to enumerate them exactly. Probability indicates that there are today, the world over, between 8 and 9 million Jews. Of these, 6 or 7 million are inhabitants of Europe, the remainder being sparsely scattered over the whole earth, from one end to the other. Their distribution in Europe, as our map opposite shows, is exceedingly uneven. Fully 1/2 of these descendants of Jacob reside in Russia, there being 4 or 5 million Jews in that country alone. Austria-Hungary stands next in order, with 2 million odd souls. After these two, there is a wide gap. No other European country is comparable with them except it be Germany and Romania, with their 600,000 or 700,000 each. The British Isles contain relatively few, possibly 100,000, these being principally in London. They are very rare in Scotland and Ireland, only 1,000 or 1,500 apiece. Holland contains also about 100,000, half of them in the celebrated ghetto at Amsterdam. Then follow France with 80,000, more or less, and Italy with perhaps 2/3 as many. From Scandinavia they have always been rigidly excluded, from Sweden till the beginning, and from Norway until nearly the middle of this century. Spain, although we hear much of the Spanish Jew, contains practically no indigenous Israelites. It is estimated that there were once about 1 million there settled, but the persecutions of the 15th century drove them forth all over Europe, largely to the Balkan states and Africa. There are a good many along these Mediterranean shores of Africa, principally in Morocco and Tripoli. The number decreases as we approach Egypt and Palestine, the ancient center of Jewish dispersion. As to America, it is estimated, although we know nothing certainly, that there are about 500,000 Jews scattered throughout our cities in the United States. New York City, according to the last census, contained about 80,000 Poles and Russians, most of whom, it may be assumed, were Jews. But they have come since in ever-increasing numbers, with the great exodus from Russia at the rate of scores of thousands annually. A recent writer places their present number in New York City at 250,000. The British provinces, on the other hand, do not seem to offer great attractions. As late as 1870, for example, the census in Nova Scotia could not discover a solitary Jew. A more suggestive index of the problems of Jewish distribution, however, is offered in the ratio of the number of Jews to the entire population. This is directly illustrated by our map. To be sure, this represents the situation 20 years ago, but no great change in relativity is to be suspected since that time. Even the wholesale exodus from Russia of recent years has not yet drawn off any large proportion of its vast body of population. Inspection of our map shows that the relative frequency of Jews increases in proportion to the progressive darkening of the tints. This brings out with startling clearness the reason for the recent anti-Semitic uprisings in both Russia, Austria, and the German Empire. A specific center of gravity of the Jewish people, as Leroy Beaulieu puts it, is at once indicated in Western Russia. The highest proportion, 15% more or less, appears, moreover, to be entirely restricted to the Polish provinces, with the sole exception of the government of Grodno. About this core lies a second zone, including the other West Russian governments, as well as the province of Galicia and the Austro-Hungarian Empire. Germany, as it appears, is sharply divided from its eastern neighbors all along the political frontier. Not even its former Polish territory, Posen, is today relatively thickly settled with Jews. Hostile legislation it is, beyond a doubt, which so rigidly holds back the Jew from immigration along this line. Antisemitismus is not, therefore, today, to any great extent, an uprising against an existing evil. Rather does it appear to be a protest against a future possibility. Germany shudders at the dark and threatening cloud of population of the most ignorant and wretched description which overhangs her eastern frontier. Berlin must not, they say, be allowed to become a New Jerusalem for the horde of Russian exiles. That also is our American problem. This great Polish swamp of miserable human beings, terrific in its proportions, threatens to drain itself off into our country as well, unless we restrict its ingress. As along the German frontier, so also toward the east, it is curious to note how rapidly the percentage of Jews decreases as we pass over into Great Russia. The governments of St. Petersburg, Novgorod, and Moscow have no greater Jewish contingent of population than has France or Italy. Their Jewish problem is far less difficult than that of our own country is bound to be in the future. This clearly defined eastern boundary of Judentum is also the product of prohibitive legislation. The Jews are by law confined within certain provinces. A rigid law of settlement, intended to circumscribe their area of density closely, yields only to the persuasion of bribery. Not Russia, then, but southwestern Russia alone, is deeply concerned over the actual presence of this alien population. And it is the Jewish element in this small section of the country which constitutes such an industrial and social menace to the neighboring empires of Germany and Austria. In the latter country, the Jews seem to be increasing in numbers almost 4 times as rapidly as the native population. The more elastic boundaries of Jewish density on the southeast, on the other hand, are indicative of the legislative tolerance which the Israelites there enjoy. Wherever the bars are lowered, there does this migratory human element at once expand. The peculiar problems of Jewish distribution are only half realized until it is understood that always and everywhere the Israelites constitute preeminently the town populations. They are not widely disseminated among the agricultural districts, but congregate in the commercial centers. It is an unalterable characteristic of this peculiar people. The Jew betrays an inherent dislike for hard manual or outdoor labor, as for physical exercise or exertion in any form. He prefers to live by brain, not brawn. Leroy Beaulieu seems to consider this as an acquired characteristic due to medieval prohibition of land ownership or to confinement within the ghetto. To us it appears to be too constant a trait the world over to justify such a hypothesis. Fully to appreciate, therefore, what the Jewish question is in Polish Russia, we must always bear this fact in mind. The result is that in many parts of Poland the Jews form an actual majority of the population in the towns. This is the danger for Germany also. Thus it is Berlin, not Prussia at large, which is threatened with an overload of Jews from the country on the east. This aggregation in urban centers becomes the more marked as the relative frequency for the whole country lessens. Thus in Saxony, which, being industrial, is not a favorite Jewish center, 4/5 of all the Jewish residents are found in Dresden and Leipzig alone. This is probably also the reason for the lessened frequency of Jews all through the Alpine highlands, especially in the Tyrol. These districts are so essentially agricultural that few footholds for the Jew are to be found. A small secondary center of Jewish aggregation appears upon our map to be manifested about Frankfurt. It has a peculiar significance. The Hebrew settlers in the Rhenish cities date from the 3rd century at least, having come there over the early trade routes from the Mediterranean. Germany, being divided politically, and Russia interdicting them from 1110, a specific center was established, especially in Franconia, Frankfurt being the focus of attraction. Then came the fearful persecutions all over Europe, attendant upon the religious fervor of the Crusades. The Polish kings, desiring to encourage the growth of their city populations, offered the rights of citizenship to all who would come, and an exodus in mass took place. They seem to have been welcomed, till the proportions of the movement became so great as to excite alarm. Its results appear upon our map. Thus we know that many of the Jews of Poland came to Russia as a troublesome legacy on the division of that kingdom. At the end of the 16th century, but 3 German cities remained open to them, namely Frankfurt, Worms, and Fürth. Yet it was obviously impossible to uproot them entirely. To their persistence in this part of Germany is probably due the small secondary center of Jewish distribution, which we have mentioned, indicated by the darker tint about Frankfurt, and including Alsace-Lorraine. Here is a relative frequency, not even exceeded by Posen, although we generally conceive of this former Polish province as especially saturated with Jews. It is the only vestige remaining to indicate what was at one time the main focus of Jewish population in Europe. It affords us a striking example of what legislation may accomplish ethnically when supplemented, or rather aggravated, by religious and economic motives. Does it accord with geographical probability to derive our large dark area of present Jewish aggregation entirely from the small secondary one about Frankfurt, which, as we have just said, is the relic of a medieval center of gravity? The question is a crucial one for the alleged purity of the Russian Jew, for the longer his migrations over the face of the map, the greater his chance of ethnic intermixture. A moot point among Jewish scholars is as to the extent of this exodus from Germany into Poland. Bershadzki has done much to show its real proportions in history. Talko Herenkovich and Weissenberg, among anthropologists, seem to be inclined to derive this great body of Polish Jews from Palestine by way of the Rhone-Rhine-Frankfurt route. They are no doubt partially in the right, but the mere geographer would rather be inclined to side with Jacques. He doubts whether entirely artificial causes, even medieval persecutions, would be quite competent for so large a contract. There is certainly some truth in Harkavy's theory, so ably championed by Eikhoff, 1884, that a goodly proportion of these Jews came into Poland by a direct route from the east. Most Jewish scholars had placed their first appearance in southern and eastern Russia, coming around the Black Sea, as early as the 8th century. Eikhoff, however, finds them in the Caucasus and Armenia 1 or 2 centuries before Christ. Then he follows them around reaching Ruthenia in the 10th and 11th centuries, arriving in Poland from the 12th to the 14th. The only difficulty with this theory is, of course, that it leaves the language of the Polish Jews out of consideration. This is, in both Poland and Galicia, a corrupted form of German, which in itself would seem to indicate a Western origin. On the other hand, the probabilities, judging from our graphic representation, would certainly emphasize the theory of a more general Eastern immigration, directly from Palestine north of the Black and Caspian Seas. The only remaining mode of accounting for the large center of gravity in Russia is to trace it to widespread conversions, as the historic one of the Khazars. Whichever one of these theories be correct, and there is probability of an equal division of truth among them all, enough has been said to lead us geographically to suspect the alleged purity of descent of the Ashkenazim Jew. Let us apply the tests of physical anthropology. Stature. A noted writer, speaking of the sons of Judah, observes, "It is the ghetto which has produced the Jew and the Jewish race. The Jew is a creation of the European Middle Ages. He is the artificial product of hostile legislation." This statement is fully authenticated by a peculiarity of the Israelites, which is everywhere noticeable. The European Jews are all undersized. Not only this, they are more often absolutely stunted. In London, they are about 3 inches shorter than the average for the city. Whether they were always so, as in the days when the Book of Numbers described them as grasshoppers in their own sight, as compared with the Amorites, sons of Anak, we leave an open question. We are certain, however, as to the modern Jew. He betrays a marked constancy in Europe at the bodily height of about 5 feet 4 inches, 1.63 meter, for adult men. This, according to the data afforded by measurements of our recruits during the Civil War, is about the average of American youth between the ages of 15 and 16, who have still 3, almost 4 inches more to grow. In Bosnia, for example, where the natives range at about the American level, that is to say, among the very tallest in the world, 1.72 meter, the Jews are nearly 3 inches and a half shorter on the average. If we turn to northern Italy, where Lombroso has recently investigated the matter, we apparently find the Jew somewhat better favored by comparison. He is in Turin less than an inch inferior to his Italian neighbors. But why? Not because taller than in the case of Bosnia, for his stature in both places is the same. The difference decreases, not because the Jew in Piedmont is taller, but solely because the North Italians are only of moderate height. So it goes all over Austria and Russia. The diminutiveness is plainly apparent. There is in all Europe only a single exception to the rule we have cited. Anuchin finds them in Odessa and Riga slightly to exceed the Christians. In order to emphasize this point, it will repay us to consider the adopted fatherland of the Jews a bit more in detail. Stature Poland. Our map herewith shows a general average of stature for Poland by districts. This unhappy country appears to be populated by the shortest human beings north of the Alps. It is almost the most stunted in all Europe. The great majority of the districts, as our map shows, are characterized by a population whose adult men scarcely average 5 feet 4 inches, 1.62 meter, in height. This is more than half a head shorter than the type of the British Isles or northern Germany. What is the meaning of this? Is it entirely the fault of the native Poles? We know that the northern Slavs are all merely mediocre in stature, but this depression is too serious to be accounted for in this way, and further analysis shows that the defect is largely due to the presence of the vast horde of Jews, whose physical peculiarity drags down the average for the entire population. This has been proved directly. Perhaps the deepest pit in this great misery spot, as we have termed such areas of dwarfed population elsewhere, is in the capital city of Warsaw, where Elkind found the average stature of 200 male Jews to be less than 5 feet 3 inches and a half, 1.61 meter. The women were only 4 feet 11 inches tall on the average. Compare the little series of maps given on pages 172 and 173 if further proof of this national peculiarity be needed. 2 of these, it will be observed, give the average height of Jews and Poles respectively, dividing the city into districts. The social status of these districts is shown upon our third map. Comparison of these 3 brings out a very interesting sociological fact to which we have already called attention in our earlier papers. The stature of men depends in a goodly measure upon their environment. In the wards of the city, where prosperity resides, the material well-being tends to produce a stature distinctly above that of the slums. In both cases, Poles and Jews are shortest in the poorer sections of the city, dark-tinted on the maps. The correspondence is not exact, for the number of observations is relatively small, but it indicates beyond a doubt a tendency commonly noticeable in great cities. But to return to our direct comparison of Poles and Jews, the deficiency of the latter as a people is perfectly apparent. The most highly favored Jewish population socially, in the whole city of Warsaw in fact, cannot produce an average stature equal to that of the very poorest Poles, and this too in the most miserable section of the capital city of one of the most stunted countries in Europe. We may assume it as proved, therefore, that the Jew is today a very defective type in stature. He seems to be susceptible to favorable influences, however, for in London the West End prosperous Jews almost equal the English in height, while they at the same time surpass their East End brethren by more than 3 inches. In Russia also they become taller as a class wherever the life conditions become less rigorously oppressive. They are taller in the fertile Ukraine than in sterile Lithuania. They sometimes boast of a few relatively tall men. These facts all go to show that the Jew is short, not by heredity, but by force of circumstances, and that where he is given an even chance, he speedily recovers a part at least of the ground lost during many ages of social persecution. Jacobs mentions an interesting fact in this connection about his upper-class English Jews. Close analysis of the data seems to show that, for the present at least, their physical development has been stretched nearly to the upper limit, for even in individual cases the West End Jews of London manifest an inability to surpass the height of 5 feet 9 inches. So many have been blessed by prosperity that the average has nearly reached that of the English, but it is a mean stature of which the very tall form no component part. Thus perhaps does the influence of heredity obstruct the temporary action of environment. Whether this short stature of the Jew is a case of an acquired characteristic which has become hereditary, we are content to leave an open question. All we can say is that the modern Semites in Arabia and Africa are all of goodly size, far above the Jewish average. This would tend to make us think that the harsh experiences of the past have subtracted several cubits from the stature of the people of Israel. In self-defense, it must be said that the Christian is not entirely to blame for the physical disability. It is largely to be ascribed to the custom of early marriages among them. This has probably been an efficient cause of their present degeneracy in Russia, where Chabinsky describes its alarming prevalence. Leroy-Beaulieu says that it is not at all uncommon to find the combined age of husband and wife, or even of father and mother, to be under 30 years. The shadchan, or marriage broker, has undoubtedly been an enemy to the Jewish people within their own lines. In the United States, where they are, on the other hand, on the upgrade socially, there are indications that this age of marriage is being postponed, perhaps even unduly. A second indication in the case of the Jew of uncommonly hard usage in the past remains to be mentioned. These people are anthropologically as well as proverbially narrow-chested and deficient in lung capacity. Normally, the chest girth of a well-developed man ought to equal or exceed one-half his stature, yet in the case of the Jews as a class, this is almost never the case. Major and Kopernicki first established this in the case of the Galician Jews. Stieda gives additional testimony to the same effect. Jacobs shows the English Jews distinctly inferior to Christians in lung capacity, which is generally an indication of vitality. In Bosnia, Gluck again refers to it as characteristic. Granted with Weissenberg that it is an acquired characteristic, the effect of long-continued subjection to unfavorable sanitary and social environment, it has nonetheless become a hereditary trait. For not even the perhaps relatively recent prosperity of Jacob's West End Jews has sufficed to bring them up to the level of their English brethren in capacity of the lungs. At this point, a surprising fact confronts us. Despite the appearances of physical degeneracy, which we have noted, the Jew betrays an absolutely unprecedented tenacity of life. It far exceeds, especially in the United States, that of any other known people. This we may illustrate by the following example. Suppose two groups of 100 infants each, one Jewish, one of average American parentage, Massachusetts, to be born on the same day. In spite of all the disparity of social conditions in favor of the latter, the chances determined by statistical means are that one-half of the Americans will die within 47 years, while the first half of the Jews will not succumb to disease or accident before the expiration of 71 years. The death rate is really but little over half that of the average American population. This holds good in infancy as in middle age. Lombroso has put it in another way. Of 1,000 Jews born, 217 die before the age of 7 years, while 453 Christians, more than twice as many, are likely to die within the same period. This remarkable tenacity of life is well illustrated by the following table from a most suggestive article by Hoffman. We cannot forbear from reproducing it in this place. Death rates per 1,000 population in the 7th, 10th, and 13th wards of New York City, 1890, by place of birth. Total in all places, 26.25. Under the age of 15 years, 41.28. 15 to 25 years, 7.55. 25 to 65 years, 21.64. 65 and under, 104.72. In the United States, includes colored, total 45.18. Under 15 years, 62.25. 15 to 25 years, 9.43. 25 to 65 years, 25.92. 65 and under, 105.96. Ireland, total 36.04. Under 15 years, 40.71. 15 to 25 years, 15.15. 25 to 65 years, 39.51. 65 and under, 120.92. Germany, total 22.14. Under 15 years, 30.38. 15 to 25 years, 7.14. 25 to 65 years, 21.20. 65 and under, 88.51. Russia and Poland, mostly Jews, total 16.71. Under 15 years, 32.31. 15 to 25 years, 2.53. 25 to 65 years, 7.99. 65 and under, 84.51. From this table it appears, despite the extreme poverty of the Russian and Polish Jews in the most densely crowded portions of New York, despite the unsanitary tenements, the overcrowding, the long hours in sweatshops, that nevertheless a viability is manifested which is simply unprecedented. Tailoring is one of the most deadly occupations known. The Jews of New York are principally engaged in this employment, and yet they contrive to live nearly twice as long on the average as their neighbors, even those engaged in the outdoor occupations. Is this tenacity of life, despite every possible antagonistic influence, an ethnic trait, or is it a result of peculiar customs and habits of life? There is much which points to the latter conclusion as the correct one. For example, analysis of the causes of mortality shows an abnormally small proportion of deaths from consumption and pneumonia, the dread diseases which, as we know, are responsible for the largest proportion of deaths in our American population. This immunity can best be ascribed to the excellent system of meat inspection prescribed by the Mosaic laws. It is certainly not a result of physical development, as we have just seen. Hoffman cites authority showing that in London often as much as a third of the meats offered for sale are rejected as unfit for consumption by Jews. Is not this a cogent argument in favor of a more rigid enforcement of our laws providing for the food inspection of the poor? A second cause conducive to longevity is the sobriety of the Jew and his disinclination toward excessive indulgence in alcoholic liquors. Drunkenness among Jews is very rare. Temperate habits, a frugal diet with a very moderate use of spirits, render the proportion of Bright's disease and affections of the liver comparatively very small. In the infectious diseases, on the other hand, diphtheria and the fevers, no such immunity is betrayed. The long current opinion that the Jews were immune from cholera and the other pestilences of the Middle Ages is not today accepted. A third notable reason for this low death rate is also, as Hoffman observes, the nature of the employment customary among Jews, which renders the proportion of deaths from accidental causes exceedingly small. In conclusion, it may be said that these people are prone to nervous and mental disorders. Insanity, in fact, is fearfully prevalent among them. Lombroso asserts it to be 4 times as frequent among Italian Jews as among Christians. This may possibly be a result of close inbreeding in a country like Italy, where the Jewish communities are small. It does not, however, seem to lead to suicide, for this is extraordinarily rare among Jews, either from cowardice, as Lombroso suggests, or more probably for the reason cited by Morzelli, namely, the greater force of religion and other steadying moral factors. To be continued. End of The Racial Geography of Europe, a Sociological Study, by William Z. Ripley, Ph.D.
Robert Burns by Clarence Darrow. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by William Jones, Bonita Springs, Florida. Robert Burns. It is difficult to account for a genius like Robert Burns. His life and work seem to defy the laws of heredity and environment alike. The beasts of the field were scarcely bound closer to the soil than were the ancestors from which he sprang, and from his early infancy he was forced to follow the stony path his father trod before. As a mere child, he learned how hard it is to sustain life in the face of an unfriendly nature and a cruel, bitter world. He was early bred to toil, not the work that gives strength and health, but the hard, constant, manual labor that degrades and embitters, deforms and twists and stunts the body and the soul alike. Burns was denied even the brief years of childhood, those few short years, upon which most of us look back from our disappointments and cares as the one bright spot in a gray and level plain. It is not alone by the works he has left us that Robert Burns is to be truly judged. Fortune endowed him with a wondrous brain and a still rarer and greater gift, a tender, loving, universal heart. But as if she grudged him these and thought to destroy or stunt their power, she cast his lot in a social and religious environment as hard and forbidding as the cold and sterile soil of his native land. And from these surroundings alone he was obliged to draw the warmth and color and sunshine that would have come from loving hearts, generous bounties, and bright blue southern skies. In measuring the power and character of Robert Burns, we must remember the hard and cruel conditions of his life, and judge of his great achievements in the light of these. The ways of destiny have ever been beyond the ken of man. Now and then, at rare long intervals, she descends upon the earth, and in her arms she bears disguised a precious gift, which she lavished upon a blind, unwilling world. She passes by the gorgeous palaces and beautiful abodes of men, and drops the treasure in a manger or a hut. She comes again to take it back from a world that knew it not, and cast it out. And again she seeks it not among the strong and great, but in the hovel of the poor, the prison pen, or perhaps upon the scaffold and the block. Measured by the standards of our day and generation, the life of Robert Burns was a failure and mistake. He went back to the great common mother as naked of all the gilded trappings and baubles which men call wealth, as when she first placed the struggling infant on its mother's breast. Robert Burns was not a businessman. He was not one of Dumfries' first citizens. In the measure of that day, in this, he was one of its last, if not its worst. He had no stock in a corporation, no interest in a syndicate or trust. He had neither a bank nor a bank account. He never endowed a library, museum, or a university. He was a singer of songs, a dreamer of dreams. He was poor, improvident, intemperate, and, according to the Scottish creed, immoral and irreligious. In spite of his great intellect, he was doubted, neglected, and despised. He died in destitution and despair. But the great light of his genius, which his neighbors could not see or comprehend, has grown brighter and clearer as the years have rolled away. A beautiful mausoleum now holds his once neglected ashes. Monuments have been reared to his memory wherever worth is known and fame preserved, while millions of men and women, the greatest and the humblest of the world alike, have felt their heartstrings moved and stirred in unison with the music of this immortal bard, whose song was the breath of nature, the sweetest, tenderest melody that ever came from that rarest instrument, the devoted poet's soul. The great masterpieces of his genius were not created in the pleasant study of a home of refinement, luxury, and ease, but were born in the fields, the farmyard, the stable, while the monarch peasant was bending above the humblest tasks that men pursue for bread. Only the most ordinary education was within the reach of this child of toil, and the world's great storehouses of learning, literature, and art are sealed forever from his sight. And yet, with only the rude peasants with whom his life was spent, the narrow setting of bleak fields and gray hills, which was the small stage upon which he moved, and the sterile Scotch dialect with which to paint, he stirred the hearts of men with the sweetest, highest, purest melody that has ever moved the human soul. Olive Schreiner tells of an artist whose pictures shone with the richest, brightest glow. His admirers gazed upon the canvas and wondered where he found the colors, so much rarer than any they had ever seen before. Other artists searched the earth, but could find no tints like his. He died with his secret in his breast, and when they undressed him to put his grave clothes on, they found an old wound, hard and jagged, above his heart. And still they wondered where he found the coloring for his work. Robert Burns, perhaps more than any other man who ever lived, taught the great truth that poets are not made but born, that the richest literature, the brightest gems of art, even the most pleasing earthly prospects, are less than one spark of the divine fire, which alone can kindle the true light. Robert Burns, like all great artists, taught the world that the beauty of the landscape and the grandeur and pathos of life depend not upon external objects that nature has chanced to place before our view, but upon the soul of the artist, which alone can really see and interpret the manifold works of the great author, beside which all human effort is so poor and weak. Millet looked at the French peasants standing in their wooden shoes, digging potatoes from the earth, and pausing to bow reverently at the sounding of the Angelus, and saw in this simple life, so close to nature's heart, more beauty and pathos and poetry than all the glittering courts of Europe could produce. And Robert Burns, whose broad mind and sympathetic soul made him kin to all living things, had no need to see the splendor and gaiety of wealth and power, to visit foreign shores and unknown lands, but the flowers, the heather, the daisies, the bleak fields and pelting rains, the singing birds, the lowing cattle, and above all, the simple country folk seen through his eyes and felt by his soul, and held in his all-embracing heart, where covered with a beauty and a glory that all the artificial world could not create, and that his genius has endowed with immortal life. Robert Burns did not borrow his philosophy from the books, his humanity from the church, or his poetry from the schools. Luckily for us, he escaped all these, and unfettered and untaught, went straight to the soul of nature to learn from the great source the harmony and beauty and unity that pervades the whole. And he painted these with colors drawn from his great human heart. His universal sympathy gave him an insight into life that students of science and philosophy can never reach. Contemplating nature and seeing her generous bounties lavished alike on all her children, he could not but contrast this with the selfishness and inhumanity of man, which crushes out the weak and helpless and builds up the great and strong. Burns was a natural leveler, and while men still believed in the divine right of kings, he preached that man was the divine king of rights. None knew better than he the injustice of the social life in which he lived and in which we live today. Burns knew, as all men of intelligence understand, that worldly goods are not and never have been given as a reward of either brains or merit. It's hardly in a body's power to keep at times frae being sour, to see how things are shared, how best the chiels and wiles in want, while coops and countless thousands rant, and ken na how to wear't. The immortal singer of songs and all his descendants received infinitely less for all the works of his genius than an ordinary gambler often gets for one sale of something that he never owned, or one purchase of something that he never bought. And it is doubtful if all the masterpieces of the world in art, in literature, and in science ever brought as much cash to those whose great, patient brains have carefully and honestly wrought that the earth might be richer and better and brighter, as has been often made by one inferior speculator upon a single issue of watered stock. Living in the midst of aristocracy and privilege and caste, Burns was a Democrat that believed in the equality of man. It required no books or professors or theories to teach him the injustice of the social conditions under which the world has ever lived. Here, as elsewhere, he looked to the heart, a teacher infinitely more honest and reliable than the brain.
If I'm designed yon lordling's slave, by nature's law designed, why was an independent wish e'er planted in my mind? If not, why am I subject to his cruelty or scorn? Or why has man the will and power to make his fellow mourn?
Preachers and authors and teachers, judges and professors and lawyers have been employed for ages to teach the justice of slavery and the folly and crime of equal rights. But through all quibbles and evasions, this question of Burns, straight from the heart as well as the head, shows that all these excuses are but snares and cheats. The voice of the French Revolution could not fail to move a soul like that of Robert Burns. This great struggle for human liberty came upon the world with almost the suddenness of an earthquake, and with much of its terrors too.
Here the poor and the oppressed felt the first substantial hope for freedom that had pierced the long, dark centuries since history told the acts of men.
To the oppressors and the powerful, who hated liberty then as they ever have, before and since, it was a wild, dread threat of destruction and ruin to their precious rights. When the struggle commenced, Burns was enjoying the munificent salary of £50 a year as a whiskey gauger in the village of Dumfries. He had already spent a winter in Edinburgh, and had been feted and dined by the aristocracy and culture of Scotland's capital without losing his head, although at no small risk. An acquaintance and entertainer of the nobility and an incumbent of a lucrative office, there was but one thing for Burns to do. This was to condemn the revolution and lend his trenchant pen to the oppressor's cause. But this, of course, he flatly refused to take. He openly espoused the side of the people and wrote the Tree of Liberty, one of his most stirring songs in its defense.
Upon this tree there grows sick fruit, its virtues all can tell man. It raises man aboon the brute, it makes him kin himself man. Give ance the peasant taste a bit, he's greater than a lord, man. King Louis thought to cut it down when it was unco sma, man. For this the watchman cracked his crown, cut off his head, and a man.
Even these words are not strong enough to express
His love for natural liberty,
and his distrust of those forms and institutions which over and over again have crushed the priceless gem they pretend to protect.
a fig for those by law protected, liberty's a glorious feast. Courts for cowards were erected, churches built to please the priest.
Even higher and broader was Burns' view of equality and right. He stood on a serene height where he looked upon all the strife and contentions of individuals and states, and dreamed of a perfect harmony and universal order, where men and nations alike could be at peace, and the world united in one great common brotherhood, where the fondest wish of each should be the highest good of all. These beautiful prophetic lines seem to speak of a day as distant now as when Burns wrote them down 100 years ago, but still all men that love the human race will ever hope and work and say with him, "Let us pray that come it may, as come it will for all that. What sense of worth o'er the earth may hear the agree and all that. For all that and all that, it's comin' yet for all that, that man to man the world over shall brothers be for all that." It is perhaps as a singer of songs that the literary fame of Burns will longest be preserved. No other poet has ever breathed such music from his soul. His melodies are as sweet and pure as the bubbling spring, and as natural and spontaneous as ever came from the throat of the nightingale or lark. These songs could not be made. The feeling and passion that left his soul bore his music as naturally as the zephyr that has fanned the strings of the Aeolian harp. The meter of these songs was not learned by scanning Latin verse or studying the dry rules that govern literary art, but it was born of the regular pulse beats, which in the heart of nature's poets are as smooth and unstudied as the rippling laughter of her purling brook. John Anderson, my Jo John, when we were first acquaint, your locks were like the raven, your bonny brow was brent. But now your brow is belt, John, your locks are like the snow. But blessing on your frosty pow, John Anderson, my Jo. John Anderson, my Jo John, we climb the hill together, and many a canty day, John, we've had wi' one another. Now we maun totter down, John, but hand in hand we'll go, and sleep together at the foot, John Anderson, my Jo. Although a ploughboy, and surrounded by the grime and dirt that come from contact with the soil, still even here Burns found material for music and poetry that will live as long as human hearts endure. For, though the sky may be warmer and bluer on the Mediterranean shore than where it domes the Scottish hills and crags, still the same heaven bends above them both, and the same infinite mysteries are hidden in their unfathomed depth. The tragedy of death is alike, whether defying the power of a prince or entering the home of the humblest peasant to bring the first moments of relief and rest. The miracle of life, whether wrought by nature on the rich couch of the queen or the unwatched palate of the peasant, is the same mystery, ever new, ever old, appealing ever to the heart of man. The affections and passions, those profound feelings that nature planted deep in the being of all sentient beings, and on whose strength all life depends, these are the deepest and purest as we leave the conventions and trappings of the artificial world and draw nearer to the heart of the great universal power. With the sky above, the fields around, and all nature throbbing and teeming with pulsing life, but one thing more was needed to make harmony and music, and that was Robert Burns. The old story of human love was sung by him 1,000 times and in 1,000 varying moods, as never love was sung before. It mattered not that his melodies breathed of rustic scenes, of country maids, and of plain untutored hearts that beat as nature made them feel, unfettered by the restraints and cords of an artificial life. Transport his Mary to a gorgeous palace, and deck her fair form with the richest treasures of the earth, and bring to her side the proudest noble that ever paid homage to a princess, and no singer, not even Burns himself, can make a melody like the matchless music that he sung to Highland Mary. How sweetly bloomed the gay green birk, how rich the hawthorns blossom, as underneath their fragrant shade I clasped her to my bosom. The golden hours on angels' wings
flew o'er me and my dearie, for dear to me as light and life was my sweet Highland Mary. All the conventions and baubles and spangles which fashion and custom use to adorn the fair could only have cheapened and made vulgar the rustic maiden that moved Burns' soul to song. These sweet lines could never have been written of any but a simple country lass whose natural charms moved a susceptible human heart. I see her in the dewy flowers, I see her sweet and fair, I hear her in the tuneful birds, I hear her charm the air. There's not a bonny flower that springs by fountain shaw or green, there's not a bonny bird that sings, but minds me of my Jean. Who was this Burns that sang these sweet songs, and whose musical soul was stirred by every breeze, and moved to poetry by every lovely face and form that came within his view? Biographers and critics and admirers have praised the genius and begged excuses for the man. Without asking charity for this illustrious singer, let us view him in the light of justice exactly as he was. It is not difficult to understand the character of Robert Burns. His heart was generous and warm and kind, his mind was open as the day, and his soul was sensitive to every breath that stirred the air. These qualities have made the poet loved at every land on earth, and brought more pilgrims to his grave than were ever drawn to the tombs of any other poet or author that has ever lived and died. And yet the short-sighted, carping, moralizing world, with solemn voice and wisdom ill-assumed, has ever told how much better and holier he could have been and should have been. Poor, silly, idle world, can you never learn that the qualities that make us strong must also make us weak? That the heart that melts at suffering and pain is made of clay so sensitive and fine as to be moved and swayed by all the emotions of the soul? Would you serve the weak, the suffering, and the poor? Would you calm their fears and dry their eyes, and feel with them the cruel woes of life? You must wear your heart upon your sleeve, and then, of course, the daws will peck it into bits. Would you keep it safely hidden from the daws, you must hide it in a breast of stone or ice, and keep it only for yourself. Perhaps we may admire the man that walks with steady step along a straight and narrow path, unmoved by all the world outside. He never fails and never errs, but we cannot ask of either man the virtues that belong to both, and when our choice is made, we must take the strength and weakness too. We look at the mountain top, lifting its snow-covered head high into the everlasting blue, and we are moved with wonder and with awe. Above is the endless sky, below the world with all its bickering and strife, the clouds, the lightning, and the storm, but the mountain, cold, impassive, changeless, unmoved by all the world, looks ever upward to the eternal heavens above. Again we gaze on the peaceful, fertile lowlands, rich with their generous harvest yet unborn, beautiful with their winding streams and grassy fields, ever ready to bestow bounteously on all that ask, demanding little and lavishly returning all. And we love this quiet, rustic, generous beauty of the scene. The mountain is majestic and sublime, and the yielding, generous lowlands are beautiful and pleasing too. We love them both, but we cannot have them both at once and both in one. Robert Burns, and all the men like him that ever lived, were always giving from their generous souls. In the cold judgment of the world, Burns wasted many a gem on the thoughtless, worthless crowd who consumed a life he should have spent for nobler things. But the flower that never wastes its fragrance has no perfume to give out. If it is truly sweet,
its strength is borne away on every idle wind that blows. Robert Burns, with lavish bounty, shed his life and fragrance on every soul he met. He loved them all, and loved them well. His sensitive, harmonious soul vibrated to every touch, and moved in perfect harmony with every heart that came within his reach. The lives of men like him are one long harmony, but as they pass along the stage of life, they leave a trail of disappointed hopes and broken hearts and vain regrets. But of all the tragedies, great and small, that mark their paths, the greatest far and most pathetic is the sad and hopeless wreck that ever surely falls upon the exhausted artist's life. The life of Burns was filled with wrecks, with promises made and broken, with hopes aroused and then dashed to earth again. He was filled with these because one man cannot give himself personally to all the world. The vices of Robert Burns, perhaps like those of all the rest that ever lived, were virtues carried to excess. Of course, the world could not understand it then, and cannot understand it now, and perhaps it never will. For slander and malice and envy, like death, always love a shining mark. The life of Burns and the life of each is the old Greek fable told again. Achilles' mother would make him invulnerable by dipping him in the river Styx. She held him by the heel, which remained unwashed and vulnerable, and finally brought him to his death. To whatever dizzy height we climb, and however invulnerable we seek to be, there still remains with all the untouched heel that binds us to the earth. And, after all, this weak and human spot is the truest bond of kinship that unites the world. I look back at Robert Burns, at the poor human life that went out 100 years ago, and study its works to know the man. I care not what his neighbors thought. I care not for the idle gossip of an idle hour. I know that his immortal songs were not born of his wondrous brain alone, but of the gentlest, truest, tenderest heart that ever felt another's pain. I know full well that the love songs of Robert Burns could have come from no one else than Robert Burns. I know that even the infinite could not have changed the man and left the songs. Burns, like all true poets, told us what he felt and saw, and it is not for me to ask excuses for this or that, but rather reverently to bow my head in the presence of this great memory and thank the infinite source of life for blessing us with Robert Burns exactly as he was. It is difficult to understand our own being. It is impossible to know our fellow man's, but I have faith to think that all life is but a portion of one great inclusive power, and that all is good and none is bad. The true standard for judging Burns and all other men is given by Carlyle, and I cannot refrain from borrowing and adopting what he says. Quote, "The world is habitually unjust in its judgments of such men, unjust on many grounds, of which this one may be stated as the substance. It decides, like a court of law, by dead statutes, and not positively but negatively, less on what is done right than on what is or is not done wrong. Not the few inches of deflection from the mathematical orbit, which are so easily measured, but the ratio of these to the whole diameter constitutes the real aberration. This orbit may be a planet's, its diameter the breadth of the solar system, or it may be a city hippodrome, nay, the circle of a gin horse, its diameter a score of feet or paces. But the inches of deflection only are measured, and it is assumed that the diameter of the gin horse and that of the planet will yield the same ratio when compared with them. Here lies the root of many a blind, cruel condemnation of Burns, Swift, Rousseau, which one never listens to with approval. Granted, the ship comes into harbor with shrouds and tackle damaged. The pilot is blameworthy. He has not been all-wise and all-powerful, but to know how blameworthy, tell us first his voyage has been around the globe, or only to Ramsgate and the Isle of Dogs. Close quote. Robert Burns has been dust for 100 years, and yet the world knows him better now than the neighbors that lived beside his door. I look back on the little village of Dumfries, not the first or the last town that entertained angels unawares. I see poor Robert Burns passing down the street, and the Pharisees and self-righteous walking on the other side. The bill of indictment brought against him by the Dumfries community was long and black. He was intemperate, immoral, irreligious, and disloyal to the things that were. The first two would doubtless have been forgiven, but the others could not be condoned. And so this illustrious man walked an outcast through the town that today makes its proudest boast that it holds the ashes of the mighty dead, who in life was surrounded by such a halo of glory that his neighbors could not see his face. 100 years ago, Scotland was held tightly in the grasp of the Presbyterian faith. Calvinism is not very attractive, even now, especially to us that live and expect to die outside its fold. But even Calvinism has softened and changed in 100 years. Burns was too religious to believe in the Presbyterian faith, and to the Scotch Covenanter there is no religion outside the Calvinistic creed. How many men can read the poetry of Robert Burns and not feel the deep religious spirit that animates its lines is more than I can see. True, he ridicules the dogmas and the creeds that held the humanity and intellect of Scotland in its paralyzing grasp. But creeds and dogmas are the work of man. They come and go, are born and die. They serve their time and pass away. But the love of humanity, the instincts of charity and tenderness, the deep reverence felt in the presence of the infinite mystery and power that pervades the universe, these, the basis of all the religions of the earth, remain forever, while creeds and dogmas crumble to the dust. Scotland of 100 years ago measured Burns' religion by Holy Willie's Prayer, the Holy Fair, and kindred songs. The world 100 years from now will not make these the only test. Dumfries and all the unco guid of Scotland could not forgive Burns for writing, O thou why in the heavens doth dwell, wha, as it pleases best thyself, sends one to heaven and 10 to hell, all for thy glory. And no for only good or ill they've done afore thee. I bless and praise thy matchless might, when thousands thou hast left in night, that I am here before thy sight for gifts and grace, a burning and a shining light to a' this place. Lord, hear my earnest cry and prayer against that presbytery of air. Thou strong right hand, Lord, make it bear upon their heads. Lord, weigh it down and den us bear for their misdeeds. But, Lord, remember me and mine, wi' mercies temporal and divine, that I for gear and grace may shine, excelled by name. And all the glory shall be thine. Amen, amen. It was not enough that Robert Burns taught a religion as pure and gentle and loving as that proclaimed by the Nazarene himself. Its meaning and beauty and charity were lost on those who would not see. Long ago it was written down that, inasmuch as ye have done it unto one of the least of these my brethren, You have done it unto me. If this is any test of a religious life, then few men will stand as high in the great beyond as Robert Burns. This poor poet has melted more hearts to pity and moved more souls to mercy and inclined more lives to charity than any other poet that ever dreamed and sung. Not men and women and children alone were the objects of his bounteous love and tender heart, but he felt the pain of the bird, the hare, the mouse, and even the daisy whose roots were upturned to the biting blast. Hear him sing of the poor bird for whom he shudders at winter's cold. Like a hoping bird, wee helpless thing, that in the merry month of spring delighted me to hear thee sing, what comes of thee? Where wilt thou cower thy chilling wing and close thy eye? Few men that ever lived would stop and lament with Burns as he shattered the poor clay home of the field mouse with his plow. No matter what he did, no matter what he said, no matter what his creed, the man that wrote these lines deserves a place with the best and purest of this world or any other that the universe may hold. Wee slaked coran, timorous beastie, oh, what a panic's in thy breastie! Thou needna start away so hasty with bicker and brattle. I would be loath to rin and chase thee with murder and prattle. In a world which still enjoys the brutal chase, where even clergymen find pleasure in inflicting pain with the inhuman gun and rod, these lines, written 100 years ago, on seeing a wounded hare limp by, should place Burns among the blessed of the earth. Inhuman man, cursed thy barbarous art, and blasted be thy murder-aiming eye. May never pity smooth thee with a sight, nor ever pleasure glad thy cruel heart. Oft as by winding this I amusing wait, the sober eve, or hail the cheerful dawn, I'll miss thee sporting over the dewy lawn, and curse the ruffian's aim, and mourn thy hapless fate. This was Robert Burns, and yet Dumfries, which held this gentle soul within its walls, and the Protestant world of 100 years ago looked at John Calvin piling the faggots around Surretus' form, and knelt before him as a patron, religious saint, while they cast into outer darkness poor Robert Burns, with his heart bowed down at the suffering of a wounded hare. Will the world ever learn what true religion is? Will it ever learn that mercy and pity and charity are more in the light of the infinite than all the creeds and dogmas of the earth? Will it ever learn to believe this beautiful verse by Robert Burns? But deep this truth impressed my mind through all his works abroad: the heart benevolent and kind the most resembles God. Will the world ever learn, when it prays, to pray with Robert Burns, as man has seldom spoken to the infinite, in whose unknown hands we are as bubbles on the sea, to the great power which sends us forth into the darkness to stagger through a tangled maze for a little time, and then calls us back to sleep within its all-embracing heart? O thou unknown almighty cause of all my hope and fear, in whose dread presence ere an hour perhaps I must appear. If I have wandered in these paths of life I ought to shun, as something loudly in my breast remonstrates I have done, thou knowest that thou hast formed me with passion wild and strong, and listening to their witching voice has often led me wrong. Where human weakness has come short, or frailty step aside, do thou, all good, for such thou art,
in shades of darkness hide. Where with intention I have erred, no other plea I have, but thou art good, and goodness still delighteth to forgive. Dear Robert Burns, to place one flower on your grave, or add one garland to your fame, is a privilege indeed. A noble man you were, knighted not by king or queen, but titled by the infinite maker of us all. You loved the world, you loved all life, you were gentle, kind, and true. Your works, your words, your deeds will live and shine to teach the brotherhood of man, the kinship of all living things, and make the world a brighter, gentler, kindlier place because you lived and loved and sung. End of Robert Burns by Clarence Darrow. The Skeleton in the Closet by Clarence Darrow. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Skeleton in the Closet by Clarence Darrow. The closet has so long been allotted to the skeleton that we have come to regard this room as its fit and natural home. It has been given over to this guest because it is the darkest, the closest, and least conspicuous in the house. The door can be securely fastened, and only now and then can the grating bones be heard by the outside world. Still, however secluded and unused this guest chamber seems to be, and however carefully we bolt the door and darken every chink and crevice in the walls, we are ever conscious that the occupant is there, and will remain until the house is closed and the last tenant has departed, never to return. The very fact that we try so hard to keep the skeleton in its proper room makes it more impossible to forget that it is there. Now and then we awake with a start at the thought of what might happen should it break the door and wander through the house, and then stray out into the wide world and tell all the peaceful, trusting neighbors from what house it stole away. And yet we are somehow conscious that the rumor of its dread presence has already traveled as far as we are known. Man is a wonderfully adaptable animal. He fits himself easily into the environment where he is placed. He passes from infancy to childhood, and from childhood to boyhood, as smoothly as the placid river flows to the waiting sea. Every circumstance and surrounding of his life seems to have been made for him. Suddenly a new desire takes possession of his soul. He turns his back on the home of his childhood days and goes out alone. In a little time a new family is reared about him, and he forgets the group that clustered around his father's hearth. He may lose a leg or a fortune, and he soon conforms to his changed condition, and life goes on as naturally and as easily as before. A child is born beneath his roof. It takes a place within his heart and home, and in a little while he can scarcely think of the day it was not there. Death comes, and a member of his little band is carried out, but time drops its healing balm upon the wounds, and life goes on almost unconscious that the dead has ever lived. But while we adjust ourselves naturally to all things living and to ever-varying scenes, the skeleton in the closet is always an intruder, no matter how long it may have dwelt beneath the roof. Even though we may forget its actual presence for a little time, still no scene is so perfect and no enjoyment so great but we feel a cloud casting its shadow across our happiness, or the weight of some burden on our soul. And when we stop to ask the cause, the grinning skeleton reminds us that
It is with us even here. This spectre stands quite apart from the other sorrows of our life. Age seems powerless to forget, and time will not bring its ever-fresh recurring scenes to erase the memory of the past. This is not because the skeleton is really such a dreadful guest. The kind and loving ivy creeps tenderly around each yawning scar and crumbling stone until the whole ruin is covered with a lovely green. The decaying pile stands free and open to the sun and rain and air. It does not hide its head or apologize for the blemishes and seams that mark its face, and a kind, forgiving nature takes the ruin, scars and all, and blends these with her softening years and lovely face into a beautiful, harmonious whole. But unlike the ruin, the skeleton in the closet is a neglected, outcast child. With every breath we insist that there is nothing in the room. We refuse to take it to our hearts and homes and acknowledge it as our own. We seek to strangle it to death, and each fresh attempt not only shows our murderous design, but proves that the skeleton is not a pulseless thing, but is endowed with immortal life. The brighter the firelight that glows around our hearth, the more desolate and rarer sounds the wail of the wind outside, for through its cold blasts wanders the outcast whose rightful place is in the brightest corner of the room. Our constant annoyance and sorrow at this dread presence is not caused by the way the skeleton behaves to us, but from the way we treat our guest. If we looked it squarely in its grinning skull, it might not seem so very loathsome to the sight. It has the right to grin. It may be but a grim smile over the consciousness that it has sounded the last sorrow, and that henceforth no greater evils are in store. It may be a mocking, sardonic grin at the thought of our discomfiture over its unwelcome presence, and the knowledge that we cannot drive it out. There is no truer index to the real character than the way we treat the skeletons with which we live. Some run to the closet door and try to lock it fast when a neighbor comes their way. If perchance any fear of discovery is felt, they stand guard outside and solemnly protest that there is nothing in the room. Their anxiety and haste plainly show fear lest their hated guest shall reveal its face. And of course there rises in the neighbor's mind a vision of a skeleton more horrible by far than the one inside the door, or than anyone can be. If the luckless jailer really fears that the rattle of the prisoner's bones has been heard outside, he feels it his duty to carefully explain or tediously cover up every detail and circumstance that caused the presence of the spectre in the house. All this can only show that the guest is terrible to behold, or that the jailer is so poor and weak that he himself is a helpless prisoner to his foolish pride and unmanly fear. It can only serve to emphasize the presence he tries so vainly to deny. There are also those who know that their skeleton has been seen, or who, having lost all else but this persistent grinning guest, drag it out and parade it in the world to gain the sympathy or the money of their neighbors and their friends, like the crippled beggar standing on the corner holding out his hat to every passer-by. The true man neither guiltily conceals, nor anxiously explains, nor vulgarly parades. He lives his life the best he can, and lets it stand for what it is. 1,000 idle tales may be true or false. One may have seen but certain things, and placed him with the saints. Another little soul, who never felt the breadth and depth of human life, may have seen his scars alone and cast him out. But standing by his side, or clasping his strong, sympathetic hand, no one thinks of halos or scars, or asks an explanation of this or that, for in his whole being is felt the divine presence of a great soul, who has lived and loved, sinned and suffered, and been strengthened, purified by all. The skeleton is really kind that it only grins as we look at it in the face. Of all our household, it has received the hardest treatment at our hands. It has helped us more than any of the rest, and been locked up in the closet for its pains. It may perchance have come at our own invitation, bringing us the keenest, wildest joy our life had ever known. We gladly drained the pleasure to the dregs, and then coolly locked the memory close in the darkest hole that we could find. The day it came has well nigh faded from our minds, and the mad, wild joy we knew can never more be wakened from the burned-out passions of the past. But the skeleton, which rose up grim and ghastly from the dying flame, remains to mock and jeer and make us sad. And now, when the day is spent and the cup is drained, we charge the poor spectre with our lasting pain, and forget the joy it brought. We look with dread at these mocking, grinning bones, which we cannot drive away, and we forget the time, long, long ago, when those dry sticks were covered up with beautiful and tempting flesh. It may be that we shall always shudder as we hear the rattle of the bones when we pass the closet door, but in justice to the inmate we should give him credit for the joys of long ago. And this brings us back to the old question of the balancing of pain and pleasure, good and evil, right and wrong. It may be that in the mysterious adjustment of nature's balances, a moment of supreme bliss will outweigh the eternity of pain. In the infinite economy which life counted for the more, that of Napoleon or the poor French peasant that passed through an obscure existence to an unknown grave. The brief glory of Austerlitz was followed by the bitterness of Waterloo and the long silence of an exile's life, while the peasant trod his short paths without ambition and filled a nameless grave without regret. Which is the greater and finer, the blameless life of the patient brute, or the winding, devious path of a human soul? It is only the dull level that brings no sorrow or regret. It is a sterile soil where no weeds will grow, and a bare closet where no skeleton will dwell. Neither should we remember the skeleton only for the joy it brought. From the day it came, it has been the greatest benefactor that our life has known. When the mad delirium had passed away, and the last lingering fragrance was almost spent, this despised skeleton remained the sole companion whose presence should forever bind us back to those feelings that were fresh and true and straight from nature's heart, and that world which once was green and young and filled with pulsing life. As the shadows gather round our head, and our once straying feet fall mechanically into the narrow path so straight and even at the furthest end, we may shudder now and then at the thought of the grim skeleton whose life is so far removed from our sober later selves. But with the shudder comes a spark, a flash of that great natural light and heat that once possessed this tottering frame, and gave a glow of feeling and a strength of purpose so deep and so all-controlling that the artificial world seems no more than a dim candle shining by the glorious sun. It is the exhausted emotions of age, which men call prudence, that are ever warning youth of the follies of its sins. It is the grinning skeleton, speaking truly from the memory of other days, that insists that life's morning held the halcyon hours. Does old age outlive the follies of childhood? Or does the man outgrow the wisdom of youth? The most vociferous preachers are often those whose natural spirits have led them to drink the deepest of life. They are so foolish as to think that others can be taught by their experiences, and mumbling gray beards endorse the excellence and wisdom of the sermons that they preach. They are not wise enough to know that their prattle is more vain and foolish than the babblings of their childhood days. It was the growing vital sap of life that made them children years ago. It is the icy, palsying touch of age that makes them babbling, preaching children once again. As well might the calm and placid lake teach the beauty of repose to the boiling, seething cataract that thunders down Niagara's Gulf. When the troubled waters shall have reached the lake, they shall be placid too. Nature is far wiser than man. She makes the first childhood precede the second. If the age of prudence came with youth, it would be a dull and prosy world for a little time. Then life would be extinct upon the earth, and death triumphant over all. But these are the smallest reasons why we should venerate the neglected skeleton, which we have ruthlessly cast into the closet as if it were a hideous thing. This uncanny skeleton, ever thrusting its unwelcome bones into our presence and our lives, has been the most patient, persistent, constant teacher that all our years have known. We look backward through the long, dim vista of the past, back to the little trusting child that once nestled on its mother's breast, and from whose loving lips the gentle soul was first told of life, its temptation and its sins. Backward to her whose whole thought was a benediction to the life that was once a portion of herself. We remember still this mother's words, teaching us the way to live and telling us the way to die. We always knew that no selfish thought inspired a single word she said, and yet time and time again we strayed and wandered from the path she pointed out. We could not keep the road, and after a while we did not try. Again our teacher told us of the path. He too was good and kind, and knew the way we ought to go, and showed us all the bad results of sin, and still we stumbled on. The preacher came and told us of the beauteous heaven, straight at the other end of the narrow path, and the yawning gulf of hell to which our shifting footsteps led. But we heeded not his solemn tones, though they seemed to come with the authority of God himself. As the years went on, our mother's voice was stilled, the teacher's words were hushed, the preacher's threats became an empty, hollow sound, and in their place came the grinning skeleton, born of our own desires and deeds, less loving than the gentle mother, more real and lifelike than the teacher, saner and truer than the preacher's idle words. It was ever present and persistent. It was a portion of our very selves. We detested and feared the hated thing. We locked it in the closet and denied that it was there. But through the brightness of the day and the long silent watches of the night, we heard its rattling bones and felt its presence at our side. No teacher of our youth was like that grim and ghastly skeleton, which we tried to hide away. The schoolmaster of our early life took our fresh, young, plastic minds and sought to crowd them full of useless, unrelated facts that served no purpose through the years that were to come. These lessons that our teacher made us learn by rote filled so small a portion of our daily lives that most of them were forgotten when the schoolhouse door was closed. When now and then we found some use for a trifling thing that we had learned through years at school, we were surprised to know that the pedagogue had taught us even this. In those early days, it seemed to us that life would consist of one long examination in which we would be asked the names of states, the rule of three, and the words the Romans used for this and that. All that we were taught of the great world outside and the problem that would one day try our souls was learned from the copybooks, where we wrote the same old maxim until the paper was used up. In after years, we learned that while the copybooks might have taught us how to write in a stilted, unused hand, still all its maxims were untrue. We left the school as ignorant of life as we commenced. Nay, we might more easily have learned its lessons without the false, misleading theories we were taught were true. When the doors were opened and the wide world met us face to face, we tested what we learned and found it false, and then we blundered on alone. We were taught by life that the fire and vigor of our younger years could not be governed by the platitudes of age. Nature was ever present with her strong and earthly grasp, her keen desires, her white-hot flame. We learned the precepts of the books, but we lived the life that nature taught. Our pathetic blunders and mistakes, and the skeleton that followed in their wake, remained to teach us what was false and point to what was true. This grim, persistent teacher made but little use of the unimportant facts that the schoolmaster sought to make us learn, and it laughed to scorn the preacher's doctrine that in some way we could avoid the results of our mistakes and sins. It did not preach, it took its place beside us, another self, and by its presence sought to make us know that we could not be at peace until we clasped it to our breast and freely accepted the unwelcome thing as a portion of our lives. Only the smallest fraction that we learned in our youth was assimilated and made a portion of ourselves. The rest faded so completely that it seemed never to have been. The teacher soon became a dim, uncertain memory of the past, whose voice had long since died away. But the skeleton in the closet never wearied nor grew old. It never made us learn again the lesson we would fain forget. Opened at each succeeding period of our lives, the pages we would gladly put away until, at last, the ripening touch of time and the spectre's constant presence made us know. From the day it came beneath our roof, it remained the liveliest, wisest, most persistent member of the family group, the tireless, watchful teacher who would neither sleep nor allow its pupil to forget. It may be that there are lives so barren and uneventful that this guest passes ever by their door, but unfortunate indeed is that abode where it will not dwell. The wide vistas can be seen only from the mountaintop, and the infinite depths of life can be sounded only by the soul that has softened and hallowed by the sanctifying touch of misery and sin. Life is a never-ending school, and the really important lessons that tend to teach man his proper relation to the environment where he must live. With wild ambitions and desires untamed, we are spawned out into a shoreless sea of moving molecules of life, each separate atom journeying on an unknown course, regardless of the countless other lives it meets as it blindly rushes on. No lights, no headlands stand to point the proper way the voyager should take. He is left to sail an untried bark across an angry sea. If no disaster should befall, it does not show that the traveler is wise or good, but that his ambitions and desires are few, or he has kept close inside the harbor line. At first, we seek to swim the flood, to scale the rocky heights, to clutch the twinkling stars. Of course, we fail and fall, and the scars our passions and ambitions leave remain, though all our particles are made anew year after year. We learn at last to leave the stars to shine where they belong, to take all things as they are and adjust our lives to what must be. The philosophy of life can come only from these experiences that leave lasting scars and results that will not die. Rather than seek to cover up these gaping wounds, we should accept with grace all the tales they tell, and show them as trophies of the strife we have passed through. Those scars are honorable that have brought our lives into greater harmony with the universal power. For resist it as we will, this infinite loving presence will ever claim us as a portion of itself until our smallest fragments return once more to earth and are united with the elements from which we came. No life can be rounded and complete without the education that the skeleton alone can give. Until it came, we never knew the capacities of the human soul. We had learned by rote to be forgiving, kind, and true. But the anguish of the human soul cannot be told. It must be felt or never known. That charity born of true comradeship, which is the highest and holiest sentiment of life, can be taught by the skeleton alone. The self-righteous who prate of forgiveness to their fellow men, and who look down upon their sinning brothers from above, are hypocrites or fools. They either have not lived or else desire to pass for something they are not. No one can understand the devious, miry paths trodden by another soul unless he himself has wandered through the night. Those placid human lives that have moved along a narrow, even path, that learn by rote the lessons that the churches and the schools have ever taught, whose perfection consists in refraining from doing certain things in certain ways, who never had a noble thought or felt a great desire to help their fellow men, those blameless, aimless, worthless souls are neither good nor bad. They neither feel nor think. No skeleton would deem it worth its while to come inside their door. The world judges the conduct of youth by the standards of age. Even when due allowance is made for the inexperience and haste of the young, it is assumed that youth and age are measured by the calendar alone. Few have ever been wise enough to know that every passion and circumstance must be fully weighed before an honest verdict can be written down, and that therefore only the Infinite can judge a human soul. Though accursed, doubted, and despised, Nature ever persists in her relentless plan. She would make us learn that youth so easily forgets. She finds us headstrong, unreasoning, and moved by the same feelings that sway the brute. She decrees that every act, however blind or willful, must leave its consequences on our lives, and these immortal consequences we treat as skeletons and lock them up. But these uncanny specters wrap us closely in their bony arms. They ever peer with sightless eyes into our soul. They are with us if we sleep or wake, and their persistent presence will not let us sleep. It is the hated, imprisoned skeleton that we vainly sought to hide away that makes an untamed, fiery soul within its cruel, loving clasp, and holds it closely in its unforgiving grasp until the vain longings and wild desires of youth are subdued and cooled, and the deeper harmonies of life are learned. It is the hated skeleton that finds within our breast a heart of flint, and makes this hard and pulseless thing in scars, and twists and melts it in 1,000 tortuous ways, until the stony mass is purged and softened, and is sensitive to every touch. It is the same despised skeleton that finds us vain and boastful and critical of others' sins, that watches every word we speak, and even each unuttered thought. It is with us when we tightly draw our robes and pass our fellow on the other side. It hears us when we speak to show how good we are by boasting of our neighbor's sins. For every spot of black or red we see upon another's robes, it points its bony fingers to a scar upon our heart, to remind us that we are like the rest, and the same finger ever points us to our wounds until we feel and understand that the clay the Master used for us was as weak and poor as that from which he made the rest. However blind and stubborn we may be, however long we may deny the lesson that the skeleton would teach, still it will not let us go until, with perfect peace and harmony, we look at all the present and the past, and all that was and all that is, and feel no regrets for what is gone, and no fears for what must come. It may be that our stubborn, stiff-necked soul will still persist until the hair is white and the heavy shadows hang about our heads. But the skeleton, with his soothing, softening ally, time, sits with the last watchers at our suffering bed, and goes, if need be, to the silent grave, where alike the darkest crimson spot and the softest, purest clay are reunited once again with the loving, universal Mother who has forgiven all and conquered all. It matters not how high we seem to climb, or what the careless world may think for good or ill. It matters not how many small ambitions we may seem to have achieved. Even the unworthy cannot be forever soothed by the hollow voice of fame. All triumphs are futile without the victory over self, and when the triumph over self is won, there are no more battles to be fought, for all the world is then at peace. It is the skeleton in the closet pointing ever to the mistakes and maladjustments of our past, the skeleton standing there before our gaze, that makes us still remember where our lives fell short, that teaches us so slowly but so surely to turn from the unworthy victories and the dire defeats of life to the mastery of ourselves. It is the skeleton from whom we learn that we can live without the world, but not without ourselves. Without the skeleton, we could never feel another's sorrow or know another's pain. Philosophy and theology cannot tell us how another's life became a hopeless wreck. It is ourselves alone that reveals the precipice along which every footpath leads. It is from life we learn that it is but an accident when we fall, equally an accident when we keep the path. The pupil of the schools may look down with pitying glance upon the unfortunate victim of what seems to be his sin. He may point to a love that will forgive and kindly plead with him to take another path. But the wayfarer that the skeleton has taught will clasp his fellow mortal to his heart, for in his face he sees but the reflection of himself. The wise and good may forgive the evil and the wrong, but only the sinner knows that there is no sin. The charity that is born of life and sin is not fine because of its effect on someone else, but for what it does for us. True charity is only the sense of kinship of all living things. This is the charity that neither humiliates nor offends. It is the sense that brings a new meaning to life and a new purpose to the soul. Let us do simple justice to this neglected, outcast guest, the useful, faithful teacher of our lives. Let us open the closet door and let the skeleton come out, and lock the schoolmaster in his place. Let us leave this faithful friend to roam freely at its will. Let us look it squarely in the face with neither fear nor shame, but with gratitude for the lessons it has taught. It may be that the jeering crowd will point in scorn as they see us with the gruesome figure at our side. But when we fully learn the lesson that it came to teach, we shall need to look no more without for the approval or disapproval of our acts, but seek to satisfy ourselves alone. Let us place a new chair beside the hearth in the coziest nook, and bid the skeleton take its place as the worthiest guest. Let us neither parade nor hide our newfound friend, but treat it as a fact of life, a fact that is, a fact that had the right to be, and a fact that taught us how to find ourselves. Let us not forget the parents who watched us in our youth, and the friends that were ever good and true. But above all, let us remember this grim and silent teacher who never neglected or forgot, who showed us his life as only it could show, who opened up new vistas to our soul, and who touched our human hearts, who made us know and love our fellow man, who softened and mellowed and purified our souls until we felt the kinship that we bore to all living things. Until it came, we knew only the surface of the world. Before it came, we had tasted of the shallow cup of joy and the bitter cup of pain. But we needed this to teach us from the anguish of the soul that there is a depth profound and great where pain and pleasure both are one. That there is a life so deep and true that earth's rewards and penalties alike are but a hollow show. That there is a conquest of ourselves which brings perfect peace and perfect rest. End of The Skeleton in the Closet by Clarence Darrow.
Solar Myths and Christian Festivals by Edward Carpenter. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. To the ordinary public, notwithstanding the immense amount of work which has of late been done on this subject, the connection between paganism and Christianity still seems rather remote. Indeed, the common notion is that Christianity was really a miraculous interposition into and dislocation of the old order of the world, and that the pagan gods, as in Milton's hymn on the Nativity, fled away in dismay before the sign of the cross and at the sound of the name of Jesus. Doubtless this was a view much encouraged by the early Church itself, if only to enhance its own authority and importance. Yet, as is well known to every student, it is quite misleading and contrary to fact. The main Christian doctrines and festivals, besides a great mass of affiliated legend and ceremonial, are really quite directly derived from and related to preceding nature worships, and it has only been by a good deal of deliberate mystification and falsification that this derivation has been kept out of sight. In these nature worships there may be discerned three fairly independent streams of religious or quasi-religious enthusiasm. 1. That connected with the phenomena of the heavens, the movements of the sun, planets, and stars, and the awe and wonderment they excited. 2. That connected with the seasons and the very important matter of the growth of vegetation and food on the earth. And 3. That connected with the mysteries of sex and reproduction. It is obvious that these three streams would mingle and interfuse with each other a good deal, but as far as they were separable, the first would tend to create solar heroes and sun myths. The second vegetation gods and personifications of nature and the earth life, while the third would throw its glamour over the other two and contribute to the projection of deities or demons worshipped with all sorts of sexual and phallic rites. All three systems, of course, have their special rites and times and ceremonies, but, as I say, the rites and ceremonies of one system would rarely be found pure and unmixed with those belonging to the two others. The whole subject is a very large one, but I shall lay most stress on phase 1 of the question before us. At the time of the life or recorded appearance of Jesus of Nazareth, and for some centuries before, the Mediterranean and neighboring world had been the scene of a vast number of pagan creeds and rituals. There were temples without end dedicated to gods like Apollo or Dionysus among the Greeks, Hercules among the Romans, Mithra among the Persians, Adonis and Attis in Syria and Phrygia, Osiris and Isis and Horus in Egypt, Baal and Astarte among the Babylonians and Carthaginians, and so forth. Societies large or small united believers and the devout in the service or ceremonials connected with their respective deities, and in the creeds which they confessed concerning these deities. And an extraordinarily interesting fact for us is that notwithstanding great geographical distances and racial differences between the adherents of these various cults, as well as differences in the details of their services, the general outlines of their creeds and ceremonials were, if not identical, so markedly similar as we find them. I cannot, of course, go at length into these different cults, but I may say roughly that of all, or nearly all, the deities above mentioned, it was said and believed that 1. They were born on or very near our Christmas Day. 2. They were born of a virgin mother. 3. And in a cave or underground chamber. 4. They led a life of toil for mankind. 5. And were called by the names of Lightbringer, Healer, Mediator, Savior, Deliverer. 6. They were, however, vanquished by the powers of darkness. 7. And descended into hell or the underworld. 8. They rose again from the dead and became the pioneers of mankind to the heavenly world. 9. They founded communions of saints and churches into which disciples were received by baptism. 10. And they were commemorated by Eucharistic meals. Let me give a few brief examples. Mithra was born in a cave, and on the 25th December. He was born of a virgin. He traveled far and wide as a teacher and illuminator of men. He slew the bull, symbol of the gross earth which the sunlight fructifies. His great festivals were the winter solstice and the spring equinox, Christmas and Easter. He had 12 companions or disciples, the 12 months. He was buried in a tomb, from which, however, he rose again, and his resurrection was celebrated yearly with great rejoicings. He was called Savior and Mediator, and sometimes figured as a lamb, and sacramental feasts in remembrance of him were held by his followers. This legend is apparently partly astronomical and partly vegetational, and the same may be said of the following about Osiris. Osiris was born, Plutarch tells us, on the 361st day of the year, say the 27th December. He too, like Mithra and Dionysus, was a great traveler. As king of Egypt, he taught men civil arts and, quote, tamed them by music and gentleness, not by force of arms. End quote. He was the discoverer of corn and wine, but he was betrayed by Typhon, the power of darkness, and slain and dismembered. This happened, says Plutarch, on the 17th of the month Athir, when the sun enters into the Scorpion, the sign of the zodiac which indicates the oncoming of winter. His body was placed in a box, but afterwards, on the 19th, came again to life, and, as in the cults of Mithra, Dionysus, Adonis, and others, so in the cult of Osiris, an image placed in a coffin was brought out before the worshippers and saluted with glad cries of, "Osiris is risen." Quote, his sufferings, his death, and his resurrection were enacted year by year in a great mystery play at Abydos. End quote. The two following legends have more distinctly the character of vegetation myths. Adonis or Tammuz, the Syrian god of vegetation, was a very beautiful youth, born of a virgin, Nature, and so beautiful that Venus and Proserpine, the goddesses of the upper and underworlds, both fell in love with him. To reconcile their claims, it was agreed that he should spend half the year, summer, in the upper world, and the winter half with Proserpine below. He was killed by a boar, Typhon, in the autumn, and every year the maidens wept for Adonis. See Ezekiel 8:14. In the spring, a festival of his resurrection was held. The women set out to seek him, and having found the supposed corpse, placed it, a wooden image, in a coffin or hollow tree, and performed wild rites and lamentations, followed by even wilder rejoicings over his supposed resurrection. At Aphaca, in the north of Syria, and halfway between Byblus and Baalbek, there was a famous grove and temple of Astarte, near which was a wild romantic gorge full of trees, the birthplace of a certain river Adonis, the water rushing from a cavern under lofty cliffs. Here, it was said, every year the youth Adonis was again wounded to death, and the river ran red with his blood. Footnote: a discoloration caused by red earth washed by rain from the mountains, and which has been observed by modern travelers. End footnote. While the scarlet anemone bloomed among the cedars and walnuts. The story of Attis is very similar. He was a fair young shepherd or herdsman of Phrygia, beloved by Cybele, or Demeter, the mother of the gods. He was born of a virgin, Nana, who conceived by putting a ripe almond or pomegranate in her bosom. He died, either killed by a boar, the symbol of winter, like Adonis, or self-castrated, like his own priests, and he bled to death at the foot of a pine tree, the pine and pine cone being symbols of fertility. The sacrifice of his blood renewed the fertility of the earth, and in the ritual celebration of his death and resurrection, his image was fastened to the trunk of a pine tree. Compare the crucifixion. But I shall return to this legend presently. The worship of Attis became very widespread and much honored, and was ultimately incorporated with the established religion at Rome somewhere about the commencement of our era. The following two legends, dealing with Hercules and with Krishna, have rather more of the character of the solar and less of the vegetational myth about them. Both heroes were regarded as great benefactors of humanity, but the former more on the material plane and the latter on the spiritual. Hercules or Heracles was, like other sun gods and benefactors of mankind, a great traveler. He was known in many lands, and everywhere he was invoked as savior. He was miraculously conceived from a divine father. Even in the cradle he strangled 2 serpents sent to destroy him. His many labors for the good of the world were ultimately epitomized into 12, symbolized by the signs of the zodiac. He slew the Nemean lion and the hydra, offspring of Typhon, and the boar. He overcame the Cretan bull and cleaned out the stables of Augeas. He conquered death, and descending into Hades, brought Cerberus thence and ascended into heaven. On all sides he was followed by the gratitude and the prayers of mortals. As to Krishna, the Indian god, the points of agreement with the general divine career indicated above are too salient to be overlooked, and too numerous to be fully recorded. He also was born of a virgin, Devaki, and in a cave, and his birth announced by a star. It was sought to destroy him, and for that purpose a massacre of infants was ordered. Everywhere he performed miracles, raising the dead, healing lepers and the deaf and the blind, and championing the poor and oppressed. He had a beloved disciple, Arjuna, compare John, before whom he was transfigured. His death is differently related, as being shot by an arrow or crucified on a tree. He descended into hell, and rose again from the dead, ascending into heaven in the sight of many people. He will return at the last day to be the judge of the quick and the dead. Such are some of the legends concerning the pagan and pre-Christian deities, only briefly sketched now in order that we may get something like a true perspective of the whole subject. But to most of them, and more in detail, I shall return as the argument proceeds. What we chiefly notice so far are 2 points. On the one hand, the general similarity of these stories with that of Jesus Christ. On the other, their analogy with the yearly phenomena of nature, as illustrated by the course of the sun in heaven and the changes of vegetation on the earth. The similarity of these ancient pagan legends and beliefs with Christian traditions was indeed so great that it excited the attention and the undisguised wrath of the early Christian fathers. They felt no doubt about the similarity, but not knowing how to explain it, fell back upon the innocent theory that the devil, in order to confound the Christians, had, centuries before, caused the pagans to adopt certain beliefs and practices. Very crafty, we may say, of the devil, but also very innocent of the fathers to believe it. Justin Martyr, for instance, describes the institution of the Lord's Supper as narrated in the Gospels, and then goes on to say, quote, "which the wicked devils have imitated in the mysteries of Mithra, commanding the same thing to be done. For that bread and a cup of water are placed with certain incantations in the mystic rites of one who is being initiated, you either know or can learn." End quote. Tertullian also says that, quote, "the devil by the mysteries of his idols imitates even the main part of the divine mysteries. He baptizes his worshippers in water, and makes them believe that this purifies them from their crimes. Mithra sets his mark on the forehead of his soldiers. He celebrates the oblation of bread. He offers an image of the resurrection, and presents at once the crown and the sword. He limits his chief priest to a single marriage. He even has his virgins and ascetics." End quote. Cortez, too, it will be remembered, complained that the devil had positively taught to the Mexicans the same things which God had taught to Christendom. Justin Martyr, again, in the dialogue with Trypho, says that the birth in the stable was the prototype of the birth of Mithra in the cave of Zoroastrianism, and boasts that Christ was born when the sun takes its birth in the Augean stable, coming as a second Hercules to cleanse a foul world. And St. Augustine says, quote, "we hold this Christmas Day holy, not like the pagans because of the birth of the sun, but because of the birth of him who made it." End quote. There are plenty of other instances in the early fathers of their indignant ascription of these similarities to the work of devils, but we need not dwell over them. There is no need for us to be indignant. On the contrary, we can now see that these animadversions of the Christian writers are the evidence of how and to what extent in the spread of Christianity over the world it had become fused with the pagan cults previously existing. It was not till the year A.D. 530 or so, 5 centuries after the supposed birth of Christ, that a Scythian monk, Dionysius Exiguus, an abbot and astronomer of Rome, was commissioned to fix the day and the year of that birth. A nice problem, considering the historical science of the period. For year he assigned the date which we now adopt, and for day and month he adopted the 25th December, a date which had been in popular use since about 350 B.C., and the very date within a day or two of the supposed birth of the previous sun gods. Footnote, quote, "There is, however, a difficulty in accepting the 25th December as the real date of the Nativity, December being the height of the rainy season in Judea, when neither flocks nor shepherds could have been at night in the fields of Bethlehem." End quote. Encyclopedia Britannica article, Christmas Day. According to Hastings Encyclopedia article Christmas, quote, Usner says that the Feast of the Nativity was held originally on the 6th January, the Epiphany, but in 353 or 4 the Pope Liberius displaced it to the 25th December, but there is no evidence of a Feast of the Nativity taking place at all before the 4th century A.D. End quote. It was not till 534 A.D. that Christmas Day and Epiphany were reckoned by the law courts as dies non. End footnote. From that fact alone, we may fairly conclude that by the year 530 or earlier, the existing nature worships had become largely fused into Christianity. In fact, the dates of the main pagan religious festivals had by that time become so popular that Christianity was obliged to accommodate itself to them. Footnote, as for instance, the festival of John the Baptist in June took the place of the pagan midsummer festival of water and bathing. The Assumption of the Virgin in August, the place of that of Diana in the same month, and the Festival of All Souls early in November, that of the worldwide pagan feasts of the dead and their ghosts at the same season. End footnote. This brings us to the second point mentioned a few pages back, the analogy between the Christian festivals and the yearly phenomena of nature in the sun and the vegetation. Let us take Christmas Day first. Mithra, as we have seen, was reported to have been born on the 25th December, which in the Julian calendar was reckoned as the day of the winter solstice and of the nativity of the sun, sun. Plutarch says in Isis and Osiris, chapter 12, that Osiris was born on the 361st day of the year, when a voice rang out proclaiming the Lord of all. Horus, he says, was born on the 362nd day, Apollo on the same. Why was all this? Why did the Druids at Yuletide light roaring fires? Why was the cock supposed to crow all Christmas Eve? Quote, "The bird of dawning singeth all night long." End quote. Why was Apollo born with only one hair, the young sun with only one feeble ray? Why did Samson, name derived from Shemesh, the sun, lose all his strength when he lost his hair? Why were so many of these gods, Mithra, Apollo, Krishna, Jesus, and others, born in caves or underground chambers? Footnote, this same legend of gods or idols being born in caves has, curiously enough, been reported from Mexico, Guatemala, the Antilles, and other places in Central America. End footnote. Why, at the Easter Eve festival of the Holy Sepulchre at Jerusalem, is a light brought from the grave and communicated to the candles of thousands who wait outside, and who rush forth, rejoicing to carry the new glory over the world? Footnote. Compare the Aztec ceremonial of lighting a holy fire and communicating it to the multitude from the wounded breast of a human victim, celebrated every 52 years at the end of one cycle and the beginning of another, the constellation of the Pleiades being in the zenith. End footnote. Why indeed, except that older than all history and all written records has been the fear and wonderment of the children of men over the failure of the sun's strength in autumn, the decay of their god, and the anxiety lest by any means he should not revive or reappear. Think for a moment of a time far back when there were absolutely no almanacs or calendars, either nicely printed or otherwise, when all that timid mortals could see was that their great source of light and warmth was daily failing, daily sinking lower in the sky. As everyone now knows, there are about 3 weeks at the fag end of the year when the days are at their shortest, and there is very little change. What was happening? Evidently the god had fallen upon evil times. Typhon, the prince of darkness, had betrayed him. Delilah, the queen of night, had shorn his hair. The dreadful boar had wounded him. Hercules was struggling with death itself. He had fallen under the influence of those malign constellations, the serpent and the scorpion. Would the god grow weaker and weaker and finally succumb, or would he conquer after all? We can imagine the anxiety with which those early men and women watched for the first indication of a lengthening day, and the universal joy when the priest, the representative of primitive science, having made some simple observations, announced from the temple steps that the day was lengthening, that the sun was really born again to a new and glorious career. Footnote: It was such things as these which doubtless gave the priesthood its power. End footnote. Let us look at the elementary science of those days a little closer. How, without almanacs or calendars, could the day or probable day of the sun's rebirth be fixed? Go out next Christmas evening, and at midnight you will see the brightest of the fixed stars, Sirius, blazing in the southern sky. Not, however, due south from you, but somewhat to the left of the meridian line. Some 3,000 years ago, owing to the precession of the equinoxes, that star at the winter solstice did not stand at midnight where you now see it, but almost exactly on the meridian line. The coming of Sirius, therefore, to the meridian at midnight became the sign and assurance of the sun having reached the very lowest point of his course, and therefore of having arrived at the moment of his rebirth. Where then was the sun at that moment? Obviously in the underworld beneath our feet. Whatever views the ancients may have had about the shape of the earth, it was evident to the mass of people that the sun god, after illuminating the world during the day, plunged down in the west, and remained there during the hours of darkness in some cavern under the earth. Here he rested, and after bathing in the great ocean, renewed his garments before reappearing in the east next morning. But in this long night of his greatest winter weakness, when all the world was hoping and praying for the renewal of his strength, it is evident that the new birth would come, if it came at all, at midnight. This, then, was the sacred hour when in the underworld, the stable or the cave or whatever it might be called, the child was born who was destined to be the Savior of men. At that moment Sirius stood on the southern meridian, and in more southern lands than ours this would be nearly overhead, and that star, there is little doubt, is the star in the east mentioned in the Gospels. To the right, as the supposed observer looks at Sirius on the midnight of Christmas Eve, stands the magnificent Orion, the mighty hunter. There are 3 stars in his belt, which, as is well known, lie in a straight line pointing to Sirius. They are not so bright as Sirius, but they are sufficiently bright to attract attention. A long tradition gives them the name of the 3 kings. Dupuy says, quote, Orion a 3 belles étoiles vers le milieu, qui sont de seconde grandeur et posées en ligne droite, l'une près de l'autre. Le peuple les appelle les 3 rois. On donne aux 3 rois magie les noms de Magalat, Galgalat, Sachaïm. Et Athos, Satos, Pachatoras. Les catholiques les appellent Gaspard, Melchior, et Balthasar. End quote. The last mentioned group of names comes in the Catholic calendar in connection with the feast of the Epiphany, 6th January, and the name Trois Rois is commonly today given to these stars by the French and Swiss peasants. Immediately after midnight, then, on the 25th December, the beloved sun, S-O-N, or sun god, S-U-N, is born. If we go back in thought to the period, some 3,000 years ago, when at that moment of the heavenly birth Sirius, coming from the east, did actually stand on the meridian, we shall come into touch with another curious astronomical coincidence. For at the same moment we shall see the zodiacal constellation of the Virgin in the act of rising, and becoming visible in the east, divided through the middle by the line of the horizon. The constellation Virgo is a Y-shaped group, of which the star at the foot is the well-known Spica, a star of the first magnitude. The other principal stars at the center and at the extremities are of the second magnitude. The whole resembles more a cup than the human figure. But when we remember the symbolic meaning of the cup, that seems to be an obvious explanation of the name Virgo, which the constellation has borne since the earliest times. The 3 stars lie very nearly on the ecliptic, that is, the sun's path, a fact to which we shall return presently. At the moment, then, when Sirius, the star from the east, by coming to the meridian at midnight, signaled the sun's new birth, the Virgin was seen just rising on the eastern sky, the horizon line passing through her center. and many people think that this astronomical fact is the explanation of the very widespread legend of the virgin birth. I do not think that it is the sole explanation, for indeed in all or nearly all these cases the acceptance of a myth seems to depend not upon a single argument, but upon the convergence of a number of meanings and reasons in the same symbol. But certainly the fact mentioned above is curious, and its importance is accentuated by the following considerations. In the Temple of Dendera in Egypt and on the inside of the dome, there is or was an elaborate circular representation of the northern hemisphere of the sky and the zodiac. Here Virgo the constellation is represented, as in our star maps, by a woman with a spike of corn in her hand, spica, but on the margin close by there is an annotating and explicatory figure, a figure of Isis with the infant Horus in her arms, and quite resembling in style the Christian Madonna and Child, except that she is sitting and the child is on her knee. This seems to show that, whatever other nations may have done in associating Virgo with Demeter, Ceres, Diana, etc., the Egyptians made no doubt of the constellation's connection with Isis and Horus. But it is well known as a matter of history that the worship of Isis and Horus descended in the early Christian centuries to Alexandria, where it took the form of the worship of the Virgin Mary and the infant Savior, and so passed into the European ceremonial. We have therefore the Virgin Mary connected by linear succession and descent with that remote zodiacal cluster in the sky. Also, it may be mentioned that on the Arabian and Persian globes of Aben-Ezra and Abu-Azar, a virgin and child are figured in connection with the same constellation. A curious confirmation of the same astronomical connection is afforded by the Roman Catholic calendar, for if this be consulted, it will be found that the festival of the Assumption of the Virgin is placed on the 15th August, while the festival of the birth of the Virgin is dated the 8th September. I have already pointed out that the stars of Virgo are almost exactly on the ecliptic or sun's path through the sky, and a brief reference to the zodiacal signs in the star maps will show that the sun each year enters the sign of Virgo about the first mentioned date and leaves it about the second date. At the present day, the zodiacal signs, owing to precession, have shifted some distance from the constellations of the same name, but at the time when the zodiac was constituted and these names were given, the first date obviously would signalize the actual disappearance of the cluster Virgo in the sun's rays, i.e., the Assumption of the Virgin into the glory of God, while the second date would signalize the reappearance of the constellation or the birth of the Virgin. The Church of Notre Dame at Paris is supposed to be on the original site of a temple of Isis, and it is said, but I have not been able to verify this myself, that one of the side entrances, that, namely on the left and entering from the north or cloister side, is figured with the signs of the zodiac, except that the sign Virgo is replaced by the figure of the Madonna and Child. So strange is the scripture of the sky. Innumerable legends and customs connect the rebirth of the sun with a virgin parturition. Dr. J. G. Fraser, in his Part 4 of the Golden Bough, says, quote, "If we may trust the evidence of an obscure scholiast, the Greeks, in the worship of Mithras at Rome, used to celebrate the birth of the luminary by a midnight service, coming out of the inner shrines and crying, 'The Virgin has brought forth, the light is waxing.'" End quote. In Eli Recluse's little book, Primitive Folk, it is said of the Eskimo that, quote, "On the longest night of the year, 2 Angakut, priests, of whom one is disguised as a woman, go from hut to hut, extinguishing all the lights, rekindling them from a vestal flame, and crying out, 'From the new sun cometh a new light.'" End quote. All this above written on the solar or astronomical origins of the myths does not, of course, imply that the vegetational origins must be denied or ignored. These latter were doubtless the earliest, but there is no reason why the two elements should not to some extent have run side by side or been fused with each other. In fact, it is quite clear that they must have done so, and to separate them out too rigidly or treat them as antagonistic is a mistake. The cave or underworld in which the new year is born is not only the place of the sun's winter retirement, but also the hidden chamber beneath the earth to which the dying vegetation goes, and from which it re-arises in the spring. The amours of Adonis with Venus and Proserpine, the lovely goddesses of the upper and under worlds, or of Attis with Cybele, the blooming Earth Mother, are obvious vegetation symbols. But they do not exclude the interpretation that Adonis, Adonai, may also figure as a sun god. The zodiacal constellations of Aries and Taurus, to which I shall return presently, rule in heaven just when the lamb and the bull are in evidence on the earth, and the yearly sacrifice of those two animals and of the growing corn for the good of mankind runs parallel with the drama of the sky, as it affects not only the said constellations but also Virgo, the Earth Mother who bears the sheaf of corn in her hand. I shall therefore continue to point out these astronomical references, which are full of significance and poetry, but with a recommendation at the same time to the reader not to forget the poetry and significance of the terrestrial interpretations. Between Christmas Day and Easter there are several minor festivals or holy days, such as the 28th December, the Massacre of the Innocents, the 6th January, the Epiphany, the 2nd February, Candlemas Day. Footnote: This festival of the purification of the Virgin corresponds with the old Roman festival of Juno Februata, that is, purified, which was held in the last month, February, of the Roman year, and which included a candle procession of Ceres searching for Proserpine. End footnote. The period of Lent, German Lents, the spring, the Annunciation of the Blessed Virgin, and so forth, which have been commonly celebrated in the pagan cults before Christianity, and which elements of star and nature worship can be traced. End of Solar Myths and Christian Festivals by Edward Carpenter. Read by Verla Vieira.
Tales of the Airmail Pilots by Bert M. McConnell. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Ken Tolber. Tales of the Airmail Pilots. Nowhere else in the world has such a determined and successful effort been made to carry the mails by airplane as in the United States. Not since the armistice have aviators in any part of the globe experienced such thrilling and terrifying adventures as Uncle Sam's aerial postman. 2 years ago, I flew as a passenger from New York to Chicago, over the Alleghenies, with Slim Lewis and Wesley Smith, two of the airmail's best pilots, at the controls. But nothing happened, except that after some 8 hours of rather monotonous flying, we arrived at Chicago after dark, could not locate the airmail flying field, and were compelled to land on the prairie west of the city. This was nothing more than an incident. Only the pilot who flies day after day, week after week, in all sorts of weather, is fortunate or unfortunate enough to experience real adventures. A few weeks ago, I journeyed over the entire airmail route from New York to San Francisco. I traveled by train this time and stopped at every flying field of consequence in search of stories of adventure. And I marveled that these quiet, smooth-faced, unassuming, well-dressed young men, most of whom are married and drive their own cars, could have passed safely through the experiences which I shall relate. Yet, there they stood before me. In order to understand how these mishaps came about, it is necessary to familiarize oneself with the duties of the pilots and the purpose of the air mail service. Every day, whatever the weather, 2 sturdy airplanes loaded with mail climb into the air above their respective flying fields near New York and San Francisco and start across the continent. At the next landing field, there are 13 of them between the 2 oceans. Pilots and machines are changed, just as the crew and locomotive of the Limited are changed at each division point. When night comes, these pilots pick up their beacons as sailors do, for no longer do lighthouses belong only on capes and reefs. They are strung along the plains from Cleveland to Cheyenne, making a great white way 1,000 miles from the sea. Along this route, the longest regularly operated airway in the world, I traveled until I reached Salt Lake City. There, while in the act of signing the hotel register, I heard a familiar sound, the drone of a Liberty motor. Directly over the center of the city appeared a de Havilland plane, speeding eastward at the rate of 2 miles a minute, or twice as fast as our fastest passenger trains. "That's Ellis, on his way to Rock Springs," my host volunteered. Salt Lake City is probably the most difficult spot along the entire transcontinental route for the pilot to get out of. The city is situated on a plain 4,200 feet above sea level, almost entirely surrounded by mountains. To the eastward, between Salt Lake and Rock Springs, Wyoming, is the country God forgot. Circling above the flying field to gain altitude, Ellis steered a course over Immigration Canyon, down which Brigham Young and his weary followers came in 1847. 10 minutes from the field, he cleared Red Butte, 7,000 feet above sea level and 2,800 above the field. 10 minutes later, he topped another ridge, 9,000 feet above sea level. 30 minutes in all of steady climbing found him over Porcupine Ridge at an elevation of almost 10,000 feet. Then came the Badlands of Utah and Wyoming, an unpopulated series of barren, chaotic, and inhospitable ridges. Forced landings in the Badlands have been responsible for so many near tragedies that an emergency kit, rifle, snowshoes, food, cooking apparatus, and tools now forms a part of each pilot's equipment. That part of the transcontinental airmail route lying between Cheyenne and the California-Nevada line has had more than its share of mishaps and adventures. It was between Cheyenne and Rock Springs that pilot Boonstra swooped down to a boulder-strewn spot one morning to pick up Chandler, whose machine had been put out of business by a broken connecting rod. It was near the top of White Mountain, 12 miles from the Rock Springs airmail field, that pilot Ellis and his sturdy plane were hurled by a downdraft into the steep, snow-covered side like an arrow shot into a tree. Between Salt Lake City and Rock Springs have occurred half a dozen forced landings, which came near resulting in disasters. It was in the Sierra Nevada mountains that pilot Hucking, flying in a thick fog, crashed into the top of a tree and fell with his machine 100 feet to the ground. Hucking spent the next 10 days in bed, but at the end of that time was back on the job. It was near the California-Nevada line, 60 miles from the nearest town, that pilot Vance was forced down by a blizzard at nightfall and unceremoniously dumped out on his head when his machine tipped over on its nose. He had landed in a patch of manzanita brush, higher than he could reach, and there he was forced to stay until daylight came. Blanchfield, another pilot, was caught in the grip of a twister, peculiar to the Nevada desert on one occasion, and also had a narrow escape from death when his plane broke out in flames as he landed at the Elko airmail field. Once, with the thermometer at 60 degrees below zero, he made a flight of 235 miles through blinding sheets of snow to deliver the mail. When Blanchfield finally landed at Reno, looking more like a huge snowman than a human being, the cockpit of his machine was almost full of snow, and the pilot himself seemed to be frozen to his seat. On still another occasion, while flying in a blizzard, Blanchfield was forced to land on the snow-covered desert. After a 5-hour search, the pilot came upon the shack of a wrinkled old Indian who shoved a rifle in the Sky Devil's face and refused point blank to help him crank the motor of his machine. In the Utah-Wyoming Badlands between Salt Lake City and Rock Springs occurred the forced landing of pilot Bishop, which would have terminated fatally had it not been for the exceptional bravery and good flying judgment of Ellis. It was in this section of the country that Boonstra fell into the deadly tailspin while 3.5 miles in the air and came hurtling to earth. It isn't often that an aviator goes into a tailspin and lives to tell the tale. Yet I found that Boonstra was not only alive, but was stationed at Rock Springs. To Rock Springs, therefore, I hastened for my first tale of adventure. The wireless equipment at the flying field sputtered as our flivver drew up to the shack. "What's up?" I inquired innocently. "There's been a big explosion in the coal mine near Kemmerer, 80 miles from here," replied the field manager. "It's up to me to find a ship and a pilot. They call on us for everything, and we help when we can. They want us to send a doctor and a gas expert by airplane right away." As I stared to the eastward at the saddle, silhouetted against the cloudless blue sky, a black speck, which seemed at a distance of 10 miles no larger than a dragonfly, sailed serenely above the depression in the ridge. This was Boonstra. Within a few minutes the pilot had landed in a cloud of dust, and taxied his machine up to the hangar where we were duly introduced. "Boonstra," I began, "I understand that you've had more than your share of close shaves?" "Well," he replied hesitatingly, "maybe I have. But those things are all in the day's work. You don't have a forced landing in the Rocky Mountains or a tailspin from 18,000 feet every day, do you?" "No, no." "I wish you'd tell me about the difficulties under which the mail is carried, in winter and summer. You see, the American people have no way of knowing just what you pilots are up against. The weather, for instance." "Well, it does get pretty bad. Take the day that came near being my last on Earth. I left Salt Lake for this field at 7:30 in the morning. A full-sized blizzard was blowing and the thermometer was below zero. I was flying low under the clouds, clearing mountain peaks by about 200 feet, when I came to Porcupine Ridge. Suddenly, without any apparent reason, the machine settled. I guess I must have run into one of those winds that flow down the side of a mountain like a waterfall. Anyway, before I could attempt a right or left turn, or even throttle the motor, the machine dropped to a sloping ridge, the landing gear collapsed, and the wrecked craft slid on its fuselage almost to the top of the boulder-strewn ridge before it came to a stop. Here I was, 35 miles north of Salt Lake and 80 miles to the eastward. I was 12 miles from a telephone and 30 miles from a railroad. The only house I had ever seen from the air was 6 miles distant. The ridge on which I stood was almost 10,000 feet high and almost inaccessible. I couldn't see 50 feet in that storm, so I stripped the compass from the wreck. With my traveling bag in one hand and a pair of trousers wrapped around the other to help support my weight on the snow, and with bits of clothing wrapped around my feet to act as snowshoes, I started on my journey towards civilization. Soon, I was floundering in snow up to my waist. I stumbled along all that day, all that night, and at daybreak came to the edge of the woods. The going was slow and tiresome. Frequent stops for rest were necessary. During these times I could feel my feet getting numb, but I carried a map of the country in my head and knew there was a barn about 3 miles ahead. I struggled toward it all day, while the blizzard raged and blotted out everything at times. By noon, I was progressing at a snail's pace. My leg muscles almost refused to function. About 3 o'clock, I came close enough to the barn to see that there was no house, but it was clear now, and I can see one about 3/4 of a mile farther on. During all this time, I was very weak, for I had eaten nothing in almost 36 hours. At dusk, I came to the house, and they took me in, rubbed my frostbitten feet with snow, and filled me with warm food and hot coffee. After struggling through snowdrifts for 36 hours without food or drink, you can imagine that I was pretty tired. I was. I hit that bed so hard that I slept almost 20 hours. I didn't wake up until far into the next afternoon. The report from Rock Springs that I was missing pretty well disrupted the airmail service for 2 days. For 16 planes from the Rock Springs and Salt Lake fields suspended flying to look for me. Finally, my machine was located from the air by Bishop of Salt Lake City. There was no telephone at the ranch, no way whatever of advising the searchers that I was safe. But at the end of my nap, I was able to get on a horse and ride with my good Samaritan 10 miles to the nearest telephone. At that place, some rescue parties equipped with horses and bobsleds met us and took us to Salt Lake, where we arrived the evening of the following Tuesday. The plane was recovered about 10 days later. "What about your tailspin?" "That," replied the pilot, "is something that I don't care to remember. It isn't very often, you know, that a man who goes into a tailspin lives to tell of the experience. I don't know to this day what caused me to fall into that spin, unless it was the condition of the weather and the loss of flying speed. The facts of the case are these. I ran into a blizzard one January day. The wind was dead against me, and I soon found that I couldn't buck it, even though my ship would make 2 miles a minute. I tried it for a half an hour, and made a little progress, but snow was falling so heavily that I could scarcely see 100 yards ahead. I flew and flew and flew, trying to get around the storm, but it was impossible without going too far off the route. Then I tried to climb over it, and got to 18,000 feet, or about 3½ miles, which is the ceiling or limit of a de Havilland. By this time I was rather dizzy and exhausted. It was then that I lost consciousness and went into the tailspin. Recovering, at a point about 1.5 miles above the ground, I managed to come out of it, as they say, by bringing the machine to an even keel. But I was feeling so wobbly by this time that the plane almost immediately fell into another spin. I have no recollection whatever of what I did. Probably I worked the controls instinctively. There was no banking indicator on my plane, so it was almost impossible, with snow swirling all around and my view of everything shut out by the blizzard, for me to tell when I was flying on the level. As I say, my memory is hazy about that second spin. All I know is that in some miraculous fashion I came out of it, only to fall into another. My hands and feet worked the controls automatically, I guess, as I swirled like a falling leaf toward the earth. The fall was a dizzy one, I can tell you. By good luck, rather than because of any effort of mine, I came out of my third tailspin. I can't recall going into the fourth, and last, spin, but I dimly remember bringing the ship to a flat spiral about 100 feet from the ground. Then I struck a tree, and the machine went crashing to the ground. I was unconscious for 5 hours, but was warmly dressed so that freezing was not added to my list of injuries. These, in fact, were slight, merely a few cuts and bruises. If I hadn't carried snowshoes in the cockpit, however, I probably would have perished then and there. We all carry snowshoes, emergency rations, and a rifle now, and our machines are equipped with banking indicators to show when they're on an even keel. At Reno, my next stop on the transcontinental airmail route, I learned of the untimely end only a few weeks before of pilot Blanchfield. For 10 years he had been a flyer, first with the Royal Flying Corps during the war, then he came to the United States, applied for citizenship, and entered the airmail service. In those 10 years he had flown approximately 300,000 miles, or more than 12 times around the earth. In flying over the crest of the Sierra Nevada mountains between Reno and Elko, Nevada, Blanchfield found the atmosphere in the neighborhood of the hump far more violent and dangerous than a disturbance in the air caused by anti-aircraft shells during the war. Besides experiencing several hazardous journeys under these conditions, during his comparatively brief career with the airmail, this pilot on one occasion was caught by a twister or tornado such as they have in Nebraska. But it was during an almost unheard-of succession of gales, blizzards, and cold weather in November 1922 that Blanchfield experienced what was perhaps his most exciting adventure. The thermometer was 60 degrees below at Elko one day when he persuaded the field manager to permit him to carry the mail to Reno, 235 miles away. Blinding sheets of snow, carried on the wings of an 80-mile gale, were driven against the hangar as Blanchfield gave the signal for his machine to be wheeled out into the open. Steering directly into the howling wind and snow, the pilot was completely hidden from view within half a minute. The shrieking winds soon drowned the steady roar of his motor. It is the custom west of Cheyenne for every railroad telegraph operator to report to the nearest airmail field the passage overhead of an airplane. Half an hour went by, yet no report came to either the Reno or Elko field. An hour passed, and still no tidings came. Meanwhile, the storm had increased in intensity. A foot of snow had fallen. At the end of 2 hours, an alarm was sent along every telegraph wire within 50 miles of the transcontinental route. When 3 hours had passed without a report of Blanchfield's whereabouts and 3 feet of snow covered the landscape, it was generally believed that he had been forced down by the hurricane somewhere on the Great Salt Desert. Finally, when the pilot was more than an hour overdue at the Reno field, the anxious little group in the hangar there heard the faint purr of a Liberty engine. Rushing to the 100-foot door, they opened it in the face of the raging blizzard. The blinding snow shut out the view of everything more than 50 yards away, but they were positive they heard the steady, low drone of a motor. Then it ceased, and the watchers were about to turn back into the warm hangar when straight toward them, out of the furious storm, a plane came plunging through the drifts. Eagerly grasping the wings, they helped to steer it through the doorway. Once safely inside, with the door closed behind them, they looked toward the cockpit, expecting to see Blanchfield's grinning countenance. What they saw, however, was a huge snowman. The pilot himself could not be seen for the snow that covered him and almost filled the cockpit. He seemed frozen in his seat, with one hand clutching the control stick and his frosted feet resting upon the steering gear. For more than 3.5 hours, this fearless pilot, sitting in this cramped position with a violent storm swirling about him, had battled for his life. For the greater part of the 235 miles, the ship had been almost beyond his control. The cold was the worst he had ever experienced. At times his powerful de Havilland had been unable to advance a single foot. His attempts to maneuver the plane out of the storm area were unavailing. The blizzard, it seemed, covered the entire state of Nevada. Certainly this was one of Blanchfield's very narrowest escapes from death. On another occasion, while en route from Elko to Reno, he ran into another 80-mile-an-hour gale. As usual, a snowstorm was in progress. Unable to see more than 50 yards in any direction, the pilot might fly into the shoulder of a mountain or be swept by a downdraft into a rocky canyon. For all he knew, he might be 20 miles off his course. To stay longer in the air was to court disaster. With commendable wisdom, therefore, Blanchfield flew at an altitude of 100 feet until he came to a comparatively level spot covered with sagebrush. There, in the argot of the airmail service, he sat down. Trudging through the snow, now 2 feet deep in ever-widening circles, Blanchfield, after 5 hours of walking, finally stumbled upon a little shack built in the side of a hill. At his knock, the door opened a trifle, and the black, beady eyes of a patriarchal old Indian met his. But at the sight of this grotesque, snow-covered figure with its goggles and helmet, the wrinkled old redskin slammed the door. He had never before seen a pilot in flying accoutrement, and he was taking no chances. With the fury of the gale almost drowning out his voice, Blanchfield tried for half an hour to persuade the wily old Indian to open the door. Firmly grasping the rifle, the aborigine eventually unlocked the door and stepped backward before the pilot's advance, meanwhile motioning him with the barrel toward a primitive fireplace. Divesting himself of his entire flying outfit, Blanchfield stood before the Indian, an ordinary white man such as he had seen in the hills, and not some sort of devil. But the pilot's command of the Indian and sign languages was inadequate, and the Indian was hard to convince. Didn't this wizened old redskin see these sky devils flying over the desert almost every day? Their throbbing motors must be filled with bad medicine, for they flew through the air faster than the birds. No, he would stand there with his rifle until this stranger from another world warmed and fed himself. Then he would send him forth. Fortunately for the pilot, an old prospector who knew the Indian happened along at this juncture and explained the situation in pidgin English. Blanchfield now visualized the two of them helping him turn over his 10-foot propeller, ordinarily a task for 3 men. The storm had abated somewhat, and the 3 set forth, Blanchfield explaining his predicament as they went along. But when the Indian came within 100 yards of the stranded ship, he stopped, and would go no farther, nor would the grizzled prospector. "Sky devil no good," was all the old redskin would say. So it fell to Blanchfield's lot to turn over the propeller himself. Plowing through the snow, now almost 2 feet deep, with his heavy balloon-tired wheels, the pilot finally succeeded in urging his bus into the air, and arrived at the Reno field late that afternoon. In May 1922, Pilot Hucking left San Francisco for Reno one day with the usual cargo of mail. A battle with the elements began almost as soon as the wheels of his machine left the ground, but this time it was not snow. It was fog, thick enough to tie up harbor shipping. When his ship, after a gallant climb of several thousand feet, finally poked her nose above the clouds, Hucking was lost. but he started in the general direction of Reno, guided only by his compass. When more than 3 miles in the air, the mist began to thicken. To add to his discomfort, this soon turned to rain. Still, he drove onward toward the hump, looking meanwhile for an opening. He dared not fly lower, for at any moment the sharp pinnacle of a mountain might rear itself abruptly into the clouds, too late for him to turn either to the right or left. Hucking was in a quandary. He felt certain that he was somewhere in the vicinity of the Reno field, but a dive through the blanket of dark clouds that lay over the mountains in the hope of finding clear weather at a lower level probably would result in death. There he was, lost in the darkness, miles above the earth, with only a dense mist on every side. After flying about in circles for more than an hour, looking in vain for an opening, the engine began to sputter and finally stopped completely. Hucking instinctively turned his ship's nose downward and glided through the dense clouds at an angle so flat that it barely maintained the momentum of the plane. After what seemed hours, the pilot found, upon emerging from the mist, that the ground was only 300 feet below. To his consternation, however, it was covered with trees, some of which were more than 100 feet high. Almost before he was aware of what was happening, one of the wings of the machine came in contact with the treetop and was snapped off. Slewed around by the impact and without this supporting wing, the plane dived downward and crashed through the limbs of the surrounding trees, breaking into 1,000 pieces. From a point half a mile away, the noise of the falling plane was plainly heard by some woodcutters. Hurrying through the fog and mist, they found Hucking, covered with blood, walking about the wreck. "I couldn't keep her up with only one wing," he was repeating. As they drew near, the pilot, who had had a very narrow escape from death, suddenly collapsed. They carried his unconscious form to the nearest doctor, 3 miles away, and Hucking spent the next 10 days in bed. But at the end of that time, he was back on the job, carrying the mail between Reno and San Francisco, across the hump and the hellhole or Verde, Nevada, which has been the scene of more than half a dozen near tragedies. To return to Pilot Vance, who in December 1923 was caught in a snowstorm between Reno and San Francisco. The flakes, large and fluffy like the breast feathers of a Canada goose, floated lazily to earth, entirely cutting off his view of the country below. Flying by compass and resorting to the tactics taught him by experience, Vance endeavored to climb above the storm. At 13,000 feet, 2.5 miles, the tempest still was raging. Snow was falling thicker than ever. Vance realized that it would be pitch dark before he could reach Reno, with the chances 10 to 1 that he would become lost in the snowstorm, and realizing that his gasoline supply was running low, Vance decided to come down. Gliding earthward at a sharp angle until he was within a few hundred feet of the ground, the pilot discovered that he was in the vicinity of the Last Chance mine. Picking out as a landing place what he thought was a patch of low brush, the pilot steered his ship in that direction. As he flew low over this area, Vance congratulated himself on having such a level spot on which to land. Skimming along the tops of the brush at 60 miles an hour, the ordinary landing speed of a de Havilland, Vance's wheels finally touched the tips of the brush, cutting down the momentum of the big machine. Then, as Vance settled lower and lower, the plane was tripped like a roped steer. Brought up short in this way, the ship, with the heavy engine in the forward part of the fuselage, now turned on its back and unceremoniously dumped Vance out on his head. The pilot, entirely unhurt, found that he had landed in a big patch of manzanita brush, 6 feet high and heavy in proportion. Here he was, almost 60 miles from the nearest town, and the nights are cold along the Nevada-California line. After learning that his landing gear, upper wings, and propeller had been damaged, and that he could not hope to cut a path to freedom in the darkness, Vance decided to build a fire and camp near the machine. When he finally got the fire started, the pilot only had 2 matches left. This one fact indicates the close escape he had from freezing to death in the blizzard, or worse still, of becoming lost while fighting his way out of the manzanita brush in the darkness. A less resourceful aviator might have wandered about until he died of exhaustion. Vance lay awake all night feeding the fire with manzanita brush. He had landed about a half a mile from the edge of the brush nearest the mine instead of in the center of the patch. With the first ray of dawn, Vance struck off toward the nearest edge of the brush, and within an hour had covered the half-mile that separated him from freedom. At the mine, the surprise superintendent loaned him 2 mules, one to ride and the other to carry the 350 pounds of mail. One of the miners volunteered to ride out with him to bring back the mules. It was 18 miles from the Last Chance mine to Michigan Bluff. This was covered on muleback. There, Vance caught a stage to Colfax, California, 40 miles, where he put his mail aboard the Eastbound Limited. Returning from San Francisco, I stopped at Salt Lake, where Ellis and Bishop were stationed. Theirs is a story stranger than fiction, and it exemplifies the best traditions of the airmail service. Late in October 1923, Bishop, one of the oldest pilots in point of service, was caught in a blizzard 45 miles south of Rock Springs, Wyoming, and forced down 25 miles from the nearest point of civilization and communication. The sky above the Sierra Nevada mountains was thick and overcast, with the wind blowing at 40 miles an hour. The thermometer registered 18 degrees. Snow of the dry and powdery sort was falling heavily. Bishop could see less than 100 yards and could make no headway whatever against this typical Utah blizzard. Concluding that it would be best to land on the route between Rock Springs and Salt Lake City, with which he was familiar, rather than to try to find his way through the storm, Bishop finally sat down on a comparatively smooth and at that time bare plateau known as Bridger's Bench. He landed without accident, and for approximately an hour kept his motor turning over slowly in the hope that the storm would subside. By that time at least a foot of snow had fallen. Realizing that he must get out of his predicament immediately if he expected to get out at all, Bishop began charging backward and forward with his powerful machine in an attempt to clear a runway with the backwash from the propeller. For an hour he sent his plane at full speed over the top of the plateau, backward and forward for 200 yards at a time in an effort to clear a path 10 feet wide. But each time he had finished digging a runway long enough and turned around, the snow had drifted in, and the process had to be repeated all over again. At the end of the 2 hours, snow covered the plateau to a depth of 2 feet. It now became more and more difficult to charge with his machine up and down the runway, but Bishop carried on. Perhaps the wind would cease, so that he could shovel a runway 200 yards long and 10 feet wide. Finally, however, after he had tried unsuccessfully for 3 hours to extricate his machine from the drifts, when snow had fallen to a depth of 3 feet and the powerful Liberty motor could not force the plane through the snow, Bishop climbed stiffly out of the cockpit, shook himself free of snow, drained off the water from the radiator, covered up the mail in the cockpit, and started walking in the general direction of the nearest settlement, Lyman, Wyoming. Bishop was familiar with the country, having flown over it dozens of times, yet, being a careful and methodical pilot, he took the compass from the machine. He had no emergency rations. He had neither snowshoes nor rifle. He saw no game. There was no shelter within 20 miles that he knew of. If worse came to worse, however, he could still return to his machine and start a fire with his batteries and some gasoline. The pilot was strongly tempted to lay aside his heavy fur-lined flying suit, but, as it seemed likely that he might have to use it for a blanket that night, he threw the legs of the suit over his shoulders, strapped them there in order to walk more freely, and floundered forth into the snow, now 3 feet deep. Soon Bishop was wallowing in drifts higher than his waist. For hours he continued on, overheated by his exertions, and rapidly growing weaker with each stride. There was nothing from which to make snowshoes for his feet, even if he had had the tools in the time before darkness fell. The storm still howled about his ears and shut off the view ahead. But with his compass he kept a course toward a farmhouse which he knew nestled at the foot of a mountain some 20 miles to the westward. For more than 6 hours, Bishop, who was born on an Iowa farm and is sturdily built, staggered wearily along through the snowdrifts, traveling in that time about 10 miles. At this critical juncture, halfway between the ship, where he could at least have built a fire, and the farmhouse where he was sure to find warmth, food, and shelter, Bishop realized that his fast waning strength was not equal to the task of reaching the one or retreating to the other. He was becoming drowsy by this time, but he struggled onward, still carrying his heavy flying suit, for it seemed certain that he would be compelled to spend the night in the open. No one could possibly have seen him land, and certainly he, a mere speck against the spotless white, could not be discerned from the farmhouse even with the aid of glasses. Besides, no one would expect even an airmail pilot to venture out in such a blizzard. By resting at frequent intervals, this husky Iowan accomplished 2 more miles in as many hours. But now, after an 8-hour battle with the elements, the pilot had arrived at the stage where he was absolutely exhausted and almost in despair. How simple a solution of the problem, he thought, merely to lie down and go to sleep. Just then, however, he heard above the whistling of the wind the familiar drone of a Liberty motor. Glancing up, and almost unwilling to believe his eyes, the weary flyer saw a plane directly above him. A miracle had happened. One of the boys, Bishop concluded, had learned by wireless that he was missing, and was now in search of him. The shipwrecked pilot frantically waved his heavy flying suit, but despite his efforts, the plane passed 1,000 feet above him, flying eastward without even a signal. Within a few minutes, it was out of sight. Bishop now gave up hope. Was he to die almost within sight of a haven? By this time, it had stopped snowing, but a moderate gale still howled out of the southwest. Bishop sat down to rest and think things over. He was now on a hogback, perfectly level and almost free of snow. As he sat there, another miracle happened, a miracle to stir one's blood. It was this: Bob Ellis, Bishop's companion, flying from Salt Lake City to Rock Springs, had seen his machine on the ground, but had noticed that the engine was running. Ellis, anxious to keep to the schedule and believing Bishop was not in difficulty, continued on. But soon after his arrival at Rock Springs, Salt Lake reported by wireless that Bishop was missing. Ellis thereupon asked permission of the division superintendent to retrace his flight to the spot where he had seen Bishop's plane on the ground. This was a splendid thing for Ellis to do. He was weary from his 4-hour flight. The wind was still blowing at 40 miles an hour. Nevertheless, this fearless pilot waited only long enough for a ship to be fueled. Taking along a mechanic in case of accident to his own motor, and food and coffee for Bishop, Ellis set out in the face of the gale to find among 1,000 hills a stalled machine and its helpless pilot. When I remarked to Ellis a few weeks ago in a conversation at Salt Lake City that this was a mighty fine thing for him to do, he replied, "Oh, that's nothing. Bishop or any other pilot would do the same thing for me. We realize that any one of us may get into a jam at any time, and then it's up to his fellow pilots to get him out of it. This is the code of those who go down to the sea in ships." After a flight of less than an hour, Ellis and his mechanic sighted Bishop's machine, half buried in the snow, a dead thing. There was no sign of Bishop. Moreover, his trail had been blotted out by the drifting snow. Ellis, flying low and in wide circles about the stalled machine, asked himself what he would do in similar circumstances. Immediately he concluded that he would make for the farmhouse, 20 miles away. With an airmail pilot, to decide is to act, and within 15 minutes Ellis, flying 100 feet above the snow, had picked up a floundering figure halfway between the stalled machine and the farmhouse. Settling gradually in order not to break the undercarriage of his plane and thus leave all three at the mercy of the blizzard, Ellis and his mechanic landed near their exhausted comrade. After a meal and some hot coffee, Bishop was able to sit in at a council of war. Ellis's machine, they agreed, could carry the three of them, provided it could get into the air. But ground conditions were so unfavorable, the drifts were so deep, that this seemed impossible. It was then agreed that they would taxi the machine to a clear spot 6 miles to the westward, from which to take off. For 4 miles, with each mile rapidly eating up their fuel supply, they churned their way through the powdery drifts, with Bishop huddled in the cockpit, and the mechanic, comparatively fresh and warmly clothed, clinging to a precarious position on one of the wings. Finally, Ellis, realizing that his gasoline supply was becoming dangerously reduced, suggested that Bishop, with the aid of the mechanic, try to reach the farmhouse, now some 4 miles distant, while he flew back to Hot Springs to report Bishop's safety and get more gasoline. This they attempted, but Ellis, watching Bishop's faltering footsteps from the air, realized that his exhausted comrade would be unable to accomplish the 4 miles. Swooping downward, Ellis again landed near the struggling pair, helped them to climb aboard, and swore that he would get the ship off the ground with the 3 of them on board or bust her up. Finding a ridge comparatively free from snow, Ellis, with his motor racing at full speed and his plane reeling drunkenly amid the entangling sagebrush and snowdrifts, succeeded, after swaying and dipping for 200 yards, in getting into the air. Little by little, an inch at a time, then a foot, with his propeller racing faster than it had ever gone before, Ellis finally climbed 25 feet into the air. By facing directly into the wind, the pilot utilized its velocity to attain an altitude of 1,000 feet. Then he turned, and with the wind at his back, he flew with his passengers to Hot Springs and safety in half an hour. Within a week, Bishop's machine had been recovered entirely whole, flown back to the field, and the pilot himself had recuperated. But he freely admitted to me in Salt Lake recently that if Ellis had not shown exceptional courage and excellent flying judgment, he, Bishop, would have perished almost within sight of aid. These are tales of Bishop, Ellis, Blanchfield, Boonstra, Hucking, and Vance. Meager reports of other experiences are filed away, usually on single sheets of paper, in the office of the superintendent of the airmail service. For with an airmail pilot, modesty amounts to an obsession. Those with whom I am acquainted would be the first to deny that flying is a dangerous game. Haven't they been flying crates and coffins for 10 years? Nevertheless, every day these pilots take grave risks, and in time of storm they undergo hazards comparable only to those which aviators at the front underwent during the war. For the pilot, once in the air, has nothing between the earth and himself but his liberty motor. What sort of men are these skyriders? They are a quiet, modest, efficient, hardy, intrepid, expert, and likable group of young men. Many of them are in the Army Air Service Reserve. Most of them received their training before or during the war. They fly every day in the year, in darkness and fog, through snow, hail, twisters, lightning, sleet, and rain. The dangers of flying they accept as a matter of course. Even forced landings, such as I have described in a rocky and uninhabited country, are smilingly accepted as part of the day's work. They fly at great altitudes, barely skimming the backbone of the continent. On every side they see only dense forests, turbulent streams, jagged peaks, and precipitous canyon walls. Yet they continue on, day after day, year after year. These pathfinders of the West have reduced the United States, in terms of transportation, to 1/4 its size. One can appreciate the value of the service they render only if he realizes that the prosperity of the United States depends mainly on doing business with ourselves on a bigger scale, and that business is carried on chiefly by correspondence. And no branch of the Post Office Department takes greater pride than the airmail service in the motto from Herodotus that is carved above the portal of the New York Post Office. Neither snow, nor rain, nor heat, nor gloom of night stays these couriers from the swift completion of their appointed rounds. End of Tales of the Airmail Pilots by Bert M. McConnell. Read by Ken Tolber.
The Progressive Platform, an appeal to the people's conscience. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recorded by the Progressing America Project. The Declaration of Principles of the Progressive Party. The conscience of the people, in a time of grave national problems, has called into being a new party, born of the nation's awakened sense of justice. We of the Progressive Party here dedicate ourselves to the fulfillment of the duty laid upon us by our fathers to maintain the government of the people, by the people, and for the people, whose foundations they laid. We hold with Thomas Jefferson and Abraham Lincoln that the people are the masters of their Constitution, to fulfill its purposes and to safeguard it from those who, by perversion of its intent, would convert it into an instrument of injustice. In accordance with the needs of each generation, the people must use their sovereign powers to establish and maintain equal opportunity and industrial justice, to secure which this government was founded, and without which no republic can endure. This country belongs to the people who inhabit it. Its resources, its business, its institutions, and its laws should be utilized, maintained, or altered in whatever manner will best promote the general interest. It is time to set the public welfare in the first place. The old parties. Political parties exist to secure responsible government and to execute the will of the people. From these great tasks, both of the old parties have turned aside. Instead of instruments to promote the general welfare, they have become the tools of corrupt interests, which use them impartially to serve their selfish purposes. Behind the ostensible government sits enthroned an invisible government owing no allegiance and acknowledging no responsibility to the people. To destroy this invisible government, to dissolve the unholy alliance between corrupt business and corrupt politics, is the first task of the statesman of the day. The deliberate betrayal of its trust by the Republican Party, the fatal incapacity of the Democratic Party to deal with the new issues of the new time, have compelled the people to forge a new instrument of government through which to give effect to their will in laws and institutions. Unhampered by tradition, uncorrupted by power, undismayed by the magnitude of the task, the new party offers itself as the instrument of the people to sweep away old abuses, to build a new and nobler commonwealth. A covenant with the people. This declaration is our covenant with the people, and we hereby bind the party and its candidates in state and nation to the pledges made herein. The rule of the people. The National Progressive Party, committed to the principles of government by a self-controlled democracy, expressing its will through representatives of the people, pledges itself to secure such alterations in the fundamental law of the several states and of the United States as shall ensure the representative character of the government. In particular, the party declares for direct primaries for the nomination of state and national officers, for nationwide preferential primaries for candidates for the presidency, for the direct election of United States senators by the people, and we urge on the states the policy of the short ballot with responsibility to the people secured by the initiative, referendum, and recall. Amendment of Constitution. The Progressive Party, believing that a free people should have the power from time to time to amend their fundamental law so as to adapt it progressively to the changing needs of the people, pledges itself to provide a more easy and expeditious method of amending the federal Constitution. Nation and State. Up to the limit of the Constitution, and later by amendment of the Constitution, if found necessary, we advocate bringing under effective national jurisdiction those problems which have expanded beyond the reach of the individual states. It is as grotesque as it is intolerable that the several states should, by unequal laws in matter of common concern, become competing commercial agencies, barter the lives of their children, the health of their women, and the safety and well-being of their working people for the benefit of their financial interests. The extreme insistence on states' rights by the Democratic Party in the Baltimore platform demonstrates anew its inability to understand the world into which it has survived, or to administer the affairs of a union of states which have in all essential respects become one people. Equal suffrage. The Progressive Party, believing that no people can justly claim to be a true democracy which denies political rights on account of sex, pledges itself to the task of securing equal suffrage to men and women alike. Corrupt practices. We pledge our party to legislation that will compel strict limitation of all campaign contributions and expenditures, and detailed publicity of both before as well as after primaries and elections. Publicity and public service. We pledge our party to legislation compelling the registration of lobbyists, publicity of committee hearings except on foreign affairs, and recording of all votes in committee, and forbidding federal appointees from holding office in state or national political organizations, or taking part as officers or delegates in political conventions for the nomination of elective state or national officials. The courts. The Progressive Party demands such restriction of the power of the courts as shall leave to the people the ultimate authority to determine fundamental questions of social welfare and public policy. To secure this end, it pledges itself to provide, first, that when an act, passed under the police power of the state, is held unconstitutional under the state constitution by the courts, the people, after an ample interval for deliberation, shall have an opportunity to vote on the question whether they desire the act to become law, notwithstanding such decision. Second, that every decision of the highest appellate court of a state declaring an act of the legislature unconstitutional on the ground of its violation of the federal Constitution shall be subject to the same review by the Supreme Court of the United States as is now accorded to decisions sustaining such legislation. Administration of justice. The Progressive Party, in order to secure to the people a better administration of justice, and by that means to bring about a more general respect for the law and the courts, pledges itself to work unceasingly for the reform of legal procedure and judicial methods. We believe that the issuance of injunctions in cases arising out of labor disputes should be prohibited, when such injunctions would not apply when no labor disputes existed. We also believe that a person cited for contempt in labor disputes, except when such contempt was committed in the actual presence of the court, or so near thereto as to interfere with the proper administration of justice, should have a right to trial by jury. Social and industrial justice. The supreme duty of the nation is the conservation of human resources through an enlightened measure of social and industrial justice. We pledge ourselves to work unceasingly in state and nation for effective legislation looking to the prevention of industrial accidents, occupational diseases, overwork, involuntary unemployment, and other injurious effects incident to modern industry. The fixing of minimum safety and health standards for the various occupations, and the exercise of the public authority of state and nation, including the federal control over interstate commerce, and the taxing power, to maintain such standards. The prohibition of child labor. Minimum wage standards for working women, to provide a living wage in all industrial occupations. The general prohibition of night work for women, and the establishment of an 8-hour day for women and young persons. 1 day's rest in 7 for all wage workers. The 8-hour day in continuous 24-hour industries. The abolition of the convict contract labor system, substituting a system of prison production for governmental consumption only, and the application of prisoners' earnings to the support of their dependent families. Publicity as to wages, hours, and conditions of labor. Full reports upon industrial accidents and diseases, and the opening to public inspection of all tallies, weights, measures, and check systems on labor products. Standards of compensation for death by industrial accident and injury and trade disease, which will transfer the burden of lost earnings from the families of working people to the industry, and thus to the community. The protection of home life against the hazards of sickness, irregular employment, and old age through the adoption of a system of social insurance adapted to American use. The development of the creative labor power of America by lifting the last load of illiteracy from American youth and establishing continuation schools for industrial education under public control, and encouraging agricultural education and demonstration in rural schools. The establishment of industrial research laboratories to put the methods and discoveries of science at the service of American producers. We favor the organization of the workers, men and women, as a means of protecting their interests and of promoting their progress. Department of Labor. We pledge our party to establish a Department of Labor with a seat in the Cabinet and with a wide jurisdiction over matters affecting the conditions of labor and living. Country life. The development and prosperity of country life are as important to the people who live in the cities as they are to the farmers. Increase of prosperity on the farm will favorably affect the cost of living and promote the interests of all who dwell in the country and all who depend upon its products for clothing, shelter, and food. We pledge our party to foster the development of agricultural credit and cooperation, the teaching of agriculture in schools, agricultural college extension, the use of mechanical power on the farm, and to re-establish the Country Life Commission, thus directly promoting the welfare of the farmers and bringing the benefits of better farming, better business, and better living within their reach. High cost of living. The high cost of living is due partly to worldwide and partly to local causes, partly to natural and partly to artificial causes. The measures proposed in this platform on various subjects such as the tariff, the trusts, and conservation will of themselves remove the artificial causes. There will remain other elements such as the tendency to leave the country for the city, waste, extravagance, bad system of taxation, poor methods of raising crops, and bad business methods in marketing crops. To remedy these conditions requires the fullest information, and based on this information, effective government supervision and control to remove all the artificial causes. We pledge ourselves to such full and immediate inquiry, and to immediate action to deal with every need such inquiry discloses. Health. We favor the union of all the existing agencies of the federal government, dealing with the public health into a single national health service, without discrimination against or for any one set of therapeutic methods, school of medicine, or school of healing, with such additional powers as may be necessary to enable it to perform efficiently such duties in the protection of the public, from preventable diseases as may be properly undertaken by the federal authorities, including the executing of existing federal laws regarding pure food, quarantine, and cognate subjects, the promotion of vital statistics, and the extension of the registration area of such statistics, and cooperation with the health activities of the various states and cities of the nation. Business. We believe that true popular government, justice, and prosperity go hand in hand, and, so believing, it is our purpose to secure that large measure of general prosperity, which is the fruit of legitimate and honest business, fostered by equal justice and by sound progressive laws. We demand that the test of true prosperity shall be the benefits conferred thereby on all the citizens, not confined to individuals or classes, and that the test of corporate efficiency shall be the ability better to serve the public, and that those who profit by control of business affairs shall justify that profit and that control by sharing with the public the fruits thereof. We therefore demand a strong national regulation of interstate corporations. The corporation is an essential part of modern business. The concentration of modern business, in some degree, is both inevitable and necessary for national and international business efficiency. But the existing concentration of vast wealth under a corporate system, unguarded and uncontrolled by the nation, has placed in the hands of a few men enormous, secret, irresponsible power over the daily life of the citizen, a power insufferable in a free government and certain of abuse. This power has been abused in monopoly of national resources, in stock watering, in unfair competition and unfair privileges, and finally in sinister influences on the public agencies of state and nation. We do not fear commercial power, but we insist that it shall be exercised openly, under publicity, supervision, and regulation of the most efficient sort, which will preserve its good while eradicating and preventing its ill. To that end we urge the establishment of a strong federal administrative commission of high standing, which shall maintain permanent active supervision over industrial corporations engaged in interstate commerce, or such of them as are of public importance, doing for them what the government now does for the national banks, and what is now done for the railroads by the Interstate Commerce Commission. Such a commission must enforce the complete publicity of those corporation transactions which are of public interest, must attack unfair competition, false capitalization, and special privilege, and by continuous trained watchfulness guard and keep open equally to all the highways of American commerce. Thus the businessman will have certain knowledge of the law, and will be able to conduct his business easily in conformity therewith. The investor will find security for his capital. Dividends will be rendered more certain, and the savings of the people will be drawn naturally and safely into the channels of trade. Under such a system of constructive regulation, legitimate business, freed from confusion, uncertainty, and fruitless litigation, will develop normally in response to the energy and enterprise of the American businessman. We favor strengthening the Sherman Law by prohibiting agreement to divide territory or limit output, refusing to sell to customers who buy from business rivals, to sell below cost in certain areas while maintaining higher prices in other places, using the power of transportation to aid or injure special business concerns, and other unfair trade practices. Patents. We pledge ourselves to the enactment of a patent law which will make it impossible for patents to be suppressed or used against the public welfare in the interests of injurious monopolies. Interstate Commerce Commission. We pledge our party to secure to the Interstate Commerce Commission the power to value the physical property of railroads. In order that the power of the Commission to protect the people may not be impaired or destroyed, we demand the abolition of the Commerce Court. Currency. We believe there exists imperative need for prompt legislation for the improvement of our national currency system. We believe the present method of issuing notes through private agencies is harmful and unscientific. The issue of currency is fundamentally a government function, and the system should have as basic principles soundness and elasticity. The control should be lodged with the government and should be protected from domination or manipulation by Wall Street or any special interests. We are opposed to the so-called Aldrich currency bill because its provisions would place our currency and credit system in private hands, not subject to effective public control. Commercial development. The time has come when the federal government should cooperate with manufacturers and producers in extending our foreign commerce. To this end, we demand adequate appropriations by Congress and the appointment of diplomatic and consular officers solely with a view to their special fitness and worth, and not in consideration of political expediency. It is imperative to the welfare of our people that we enlarge and extend our foreign commerce. In every way possible, our federal government should cooperate in this important matter. Germany's policy of cooperation between government and business has, in comparatively few years, made the nation a leading competitor for the commerce of the world. Conservation. The natural resources of the nation must be promptly developed and generously used to supply the people's needs, but we cannot safely allow them to be wasted, exploited, monopolized, or controlled against the general good. We heartily favor the policy of conservation, and we pledge our party to protect the national forests without hindering their legitimate use for the benefit of all the people. Agricultural lands in the national forests are, and should remain, open to the genuine settler. Conservation will not retard legitimate development. The honest settler must receive his patent promptly, without hindrance, rules, or delays. We believe that the remaining forests, coal and oil lands, water powers, and other natural resources still in state or national control, except agricultural lands, are more likely to be wisely conserved and utilized for the general welfare if held in the public hands. In order that consumers and producers, managers and workmen, now and hereafter, need not pay toll to private monopolies of power and raw material, we demand that such resources shall be retained by the state or nation and open to immediate use under laws which will encourage development and make to the people a moderate return for benefits conferred. In particular, we pledge our party to require reasonable compensation to the public for water power rights hereafter granted by the public. We pledge legislation to lease the public grazing lands under equitable provisions now pending, which will increase the production of food for the people and thoroughly safeguard the rights of the actual homemaker. Natural resources, which conservation is necessary for the national welfare, should be owned or controlled by the nation. Good roads. We recognize the vital importance of good roads, and we pledge our party to foster their extension in every proper way, and we favor early construction of national highways. We also favor the extension of the rural free delivery service. Alaska. The coal and other natural resources of Alaska should be open to development at once. They are owned by the people of the United States and are safe from monopoly, waste, or destruction only while so owned. We demand that they shall neither be sold nor given away, except under the homestead law, but while held in government ownership, shall be open to use promptly upon liberal terms requiring immediate development. Thus the benefit of cheap fuel will accrue to the government of the United States and to the people of Alaska and the Pacific Coast. The settlement of extensive agricultural lands will be hastened. The extermination of the salmon will be prevented, and the just and wise development of Alaskan resources will take the place of private extortion or monopoly. We demand also that extortion or monopoly in transportation shall be prevented by prompt acquisition, construction, or improvement by the government of such railroads, harbor, or other facilities for transportation as the welfare of the people may demand. We promise the people of the territory of Alaska the same measure of legal self-government that was given to other American territories, and that federal officials appointed there shall be qualified by previous bona fide residence in the territory. Waterways. The rivers of the United States are the natural arteries of this continent. We demand that they shall be open to traffic as indispensable parts of a great nationwide system of transportation, in which the Panama Canal will be the central link, thus enabling the whole interior of the United States to share with the Atlantic and Pacific seaboards in the benefit derived from the canal. It is a national obligation to develop our rivers, and especially the Mississippi and its tributaries, without delay, under a comprehensive general plan covering each river system from its source to its mouth, designed to secure its highest usefulness for navigation, irrigation, domestic supply, water power, and the prevention of floods. We pledge our party to the immediate preparation of such a plan, which should be made and carried out in close and friendly cooperation between the nation, the states, and the cities affected. Under such a plan, the destructive floods of the Mississippi and other streams would represent a vast and needless loss to the nation, would be controlled by forest conservation and water storage at the headwaters and by levees below. Land sufficient to support millions of people would be reclaimed from the deserts and the swamps. Water power enough to transform the industrial standings of whole states would be developed. Adequate water terminals would be provided. Transportation by river would revive, and the railroads would be compelled to cooperate as freely with the boat lines as with each other. The equipment, organization, and experience acquired in constructing the Panama Canal soon will be available for the Lakes to Gulf deep waterway and other portions of this great work, and should be utilized by the nation in cooperation with the various states at the lowest net cost to the people. Panama Canal. The Panama Canal, built and paid for by the American people, must be used primarily for their benefit. We demand that the canal shall be so operated as to break the transportation monopoly now held and misused by the transcontinental railroads by maintaining sea competition with them, that ships directly or indirectly owned or controlled by American railroad corporations shall not be permitted to use the canal, and that American ships engaged in coastwide trade shall pay no tolls. The Progressive Party will favor legislation having for its aim the development of friendship and commerce between the United States and Latin American nations. Tariff. We believe in a protective tariff which shall equalize conditions of competition between the United States and foreign countries, both for the farmer and the manufacturer, and which shall maintain for labor an adequate standard of living. Primarily, the benefit of any tariff should be disclosed in the pay envelope of the laborer. We declare that no industry deserves protection which is unfair to labor or which is operating in violation of federal law. We believe that the presumption is always in favor of the consuming public. We demand tariff revision because the present tariff is unjust to the people of the United States. Fair dealing toward the people requires an immediate downward revision of those schedules wherein duties are shown to be unjust or excessive. We pledge ourselves to the establishment of a nonpartisan scientific tariff commission, reporting both to the President and to either branch of Congress, which shall report, first, as to the costs of production, efficiency of labor, capitalization, industrial organization and efficiency, and the general competitive position in this country and abroad of industries seeking protection from Congress. Second, as to the revenue-producing power of the tariff and its relation to the resources of government. And third, as to the effect of the tariff on prices, operations of middlemen, and on the purchasing power of the consumer. We believe that this commission should have plenary power to elicit information, and for this purpose to prescribe a uniform system of accounting for the great protected industries. The work of the commission should not prevent the immediate adoption of acts, reducing these schedules generally recognized as excessive. We condemn the Payne-Aldrich bill as unjust to the people. The Republican organization is in the hands of those who have broken, and cannot again be trusted to keep, the promise of necessary downward revision. The Democratic Party is committed to the destruction of the protective system through a tariff for revenue only, a policy which would inevitably produce widespread industrial and commercial disaster. We demand the immediate repeal of the Canadian Reciprocity Act. Inheritance and income tax. We believe in a graduated inheritance tax as a national means of equalizing the obligations of holders of property to government, and we hereby pledge our party to enact such a federal law as will tax large inheritances, returning to the states an equitable percentage of all amounts collected. We favor the ratification of the pending amendment to the Constitution, giving the government power to levy an income tax. Peace and national defense. The Progressive Party deplores the survival in our civilization of the barbaric system of warfare among nations, with its enormous waste of resources even in time of peace, and the consequent impoverishment of the life of the toiling masses. We pledge the party to use its best endeavors to substitute judicial and other peaceful means of settling international differences. We favor an international agreement for the limitation of naval forces. Pending such an agreement, and as the best means of preserving peace, we pledge ourselves to maintain for the present the policy of building 2 battleships a year. Treaty rights. We pledge our party to protect the rights of American citizenship at home and abroad. No treaty should receive the sanction of our government which discriminates between American citizens because of birthplace, race, or religion, or that does not recognize the absolute right of expatriation. The immigrant. Through the establishment of industrial standards, we propose to secure to the able-bodied immigrant and to his native fellow workers a larger share of American opportunity. We denounce the fatal policy of indifference and neglect, which has left our enormous immigrant population to become the prey of chance and cupidity. We favor governmental action to encourage the distribution of immigrants away from the congested cities, to rigidly supervise all private agencies dealing with them, and to promote their assimilation, education, and advancement. Pensions. We pledge ourselves to a wise and just policy of pensioning American soldiers and sailors and their widows and children by the federal government. And we approve the policy of the Southern states in granting pensions to the ex-Confederate soldiers and sailors and their widows and children. Parcel post. We pledge our party to the immediate creation of a parcel post with rates proportionate to distance and service. Civil service. We condemn the violations of the civil service law under the present administration, including the coercion and assessment of subordinate employees and the President's refusal to punish such violation after a finding of guilty by his own commission, his distribution of patronage among subservient congressmen while withholding it from those who refuse support of administration measures, his withdrawal of nominations from the Senate until political support for himself was secured, and his open use of the offices to reward those who voted for his renomination. To eradicate these abuses, we demand not only the enforcement of the Civil Service Act in letter and spirit, but also legislation which will bring under the competitive system postmasters, collectors, marshals, and all other non-political officers, as well as the enactment of an equitable retirement law, and we also insist upon continuous service during good behavior and efficiency. Government business organization. We pledge our party to readjustment of the business methods of the national government and a proper coordination of the federal bureaus, which will increase the economy and efficiency of the government service, prevent duplications, and secure better results to the taxpayers for every dollar expended. Government supervision over investments. The people of the United States are swindled out of many millions of dollars every year through worthless investments. The plain people, the wage earner, and the men and women with small savings have no way of knowing the merit of concerns, sending out highly colored prospectuses offering stock for sale, prospectuses that make big returns seem certain and fortunes easily within grasp. We hold it to be the duty of the government to protect its people from this kind of piracy. We, therefore, demand wise, carefully thought out legislation that will give us such governmental supervision over this matter as will furnish to the people of the United States this much needed protection, and we pledge ourselves thereto. Conclusion. On these principles and on the recognized desirability of uniting the progressive forces of the nation into an organization which shall unequivocally represent the progressive spirit and policy, we appeal for the support of all American citizens without regard to previous political affiliations. End of the Declaration of Principles of the Progressive Party.
What May Happen in the Next 100 Years by John Watkins Jr. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. What May Happen in the Next 100 Years by John Watkins Jr. from the Ladies' Home Journal, December 1900. These prophecies will seem strange, almost impossible, yet they have come from the most learned and conservative minds in America. To the wisest and most careful men in our greatest institutions of science and learning I have gone, asking each in his turn to forecast for me what, in his opinion, will have been wrought in his own field of investigation before the dawn of 2001, a century from now. These opinions I have carefully transcribed. 500 million people. There will probably be from 350 million to 500 million people in America and its possessions by the lapse of another century. Nicaragua will ask for admission to our Union after the completion of the Great Canal. Mexico will be next. Europe, seeking more territory to the south of us, will cause many of the South and Central American republics to be voted into the Union by their own people. The American will be taller by from 1 to 2 inches. His increase of stature will result from better health, due to vast reforms in medicine, sanitation, food, and athletics. He will live 50 years instead of 35 as at present, for he will reside in the suburbs. The city house will practically be no more. Building in blocks will be illegal. The trip from suburban home to office will require a few minutes only. A penny will pay the fare. There will be no C, X, or Q in our everyday alphabet. They will be abandoned because unnecessary. Spelling by sound will have been adopted, first by the newspapers. English will be a language of condensed words expressing condensed ideas, and will be more extensively spoken than any other. Russian will rank second. Hot and cold air from spigots. Hot or cold air will be turned on from spigots to regulate the temperature of a house, as we now turn on hot or cold water from spigots to regulate the temperature of the bath. Central plants will supply this cool air and heat to city houses in the same way as now our gas or electricity is furnished. Rising early to build the furnace fire will be a task of the olden times. Houses will have no chimneys because no smoke will be created within their walls. No mosquitoes or flies. Insect screens will be unnecessary. Mosquitoes, houseflies, and roaches will have been practically exterminated. Boards of health will have destroyed all mosquito haunts and breeding grounds, drained all stagnant pools, filled in all swamplands, and chemically treated all still water streams. The extermination of the horse and its stable will reduce the housefly. Readily cooked meals will be bought from establishments similar to our bakeries of today. They will purchase materials in tremendous wholesale quantities and sell the cooked foods at a price much lower than the cost of individual cooking. Food will be served hot or cold to private houses in pneumatic tubes or automobile wagons. The meal being over, the dishes used will be packed and returned to the cooking establishments, where they will be washed. Such wholesale cookery will be done in electric laboratories rather than in kitchens. These laboratories will be furnished with electric stoves and all sorts of electric devices, such as coffee grinders, egg beaters, stirrers, shakers, parers, meat choppers, meat saws, potato mashers, lemon squeezers, dishwashers, dish dryers, and the like. All such utensils will be washed in chemicals fatal to disease microbes. Having one's own cook and purchasing one's own food will be an extravagance. No foods will be exposed. Shopkeepers who expose food to air breathed out by patrons or to the atmosphere of the busy streets will be arrested with those who sell stale or adulterated produce. Liquid air refrigerators will keep great quantities of food fresh for long intervals. Coal will not be used for heating or cooking. It will be scarce, but not entirely exhausted. The earth's hard coal will last until the year 2050 or 2100. Its soft coal mines until 2200 or 2300. Meanwhile, both kinds of coal will have become more and more expensive. Man will have found electricity manufactured by water power to be much cheaper. Every river or creek with any suitable fall will be equipped with water motors, turning dynamos, making electricity. Along the sea-coast will be numerous reservoirs continually filled by waves and tides washing in. Out of these the water will be constantly falling over revolving wheels. All of our restless waters, fresh and salt, will thus be harnessed to do the work which Niagara is doing today, making electricity for heat, light, and fuel. There will be no streetcars in our large cities. All hurry traffic will be below or high above ground when brought within city limits. In most cities it will be confined to broad subways or tunnels, well lighted and well ventilated, or to high trestles with moving sidewalk stairways leading to the top. These underground or overhead streets will teem with capacious automobile passenger coaches and freight wagons with cushioned wheels. Subways or trestles will be reserved for express trains. Cities, therefore, will be free from all noises. Photographs will be telegraphed from any distance. If there be a battle in China 100 years hence, snapshots of its most striking events will be published in the newspapers an hour later. Even today, photographs are being telegraphed over short distances. Photographs will reproduce all of nature's colors. Trains 150 miles an hour. Trains will run 2 miles a minute normally. Express trains 150 miles an hour. To go from New York to San Francisco will take a day and a night by fast express. There will be cigar-shaped electric locomotives hauling long trains of cars. Cars will, like houses, be artificially cooled. Along the railroads there will be no smoke, no cinders, because coal will neither be carried nor burned. There will be no stops for water. Passengers will travel through hot or dusty country regions with windows down. Automobiles will be cheaper than horses are today. Farmers will own automobile hay wagons, automobile truck wagons, plows, harrows, and hay rakes. A 1-pound motor in one of these vehicles will do the work of a pair of horses or more. Children will ride in automobile sleighs in winter. Automobiles will have been substituted for every horse vehicle now known. There will be, as already exist today, automobile hearses, automobile police patrols, automobile ambulances, automobile street sweepers. The horse in harness will be as scarce, if indeed not even scarcer, than as the yoked ox is today. Everybody will walk 10 miles. Gymnastics will begin in the nursery, where toys and games will be designed to strengthen the muscles. Exercise will be compulsory in the schools. Every school, college, and community will have a complete gymnasium. All cities will have public gymnasiums. A man or woman unable to walk 10 miles at a stretch will be regarded as a weakling. To England in 2 days. Fast electric ships, crossing the ocean at more than a mile a minute, will go from New York to Liverpool in 2 days. The bodies of these ships will be built above the waves. They will be supported upon runners, somewhat like those of the sleigh. These runners will be very buoyant. Upon their undersides will be apertures expelling jets of air. In this way, a film of air will be kept between them and the water's surface. This film, together with the small surface of the runners, will reduce friction against the waves to the smallest possible degree. Propellers turned by electricity will screw themselves through both the water beneath and the air above. Ships with cabins artificially cooled will be entirely fireproof. In storm they will dive below the water and there await fair weather. There will be airships, but they will not successfully compete with surface cars and water vessels for passenger or freight traffic. They will be maintained as deadly war vessels by all military nations. Some will transport men and goods. Others will be used by scientists making observations at great heights above the earth. Aerial warships and forts on wheels. Giant guns will shoot 25 miles or more, and will hurl anywhere within such a radius shells exploding and destroying whole cities. Such guns will be aimed by aid of compasses when used on land or sea, and telescopes when directed from great heights. Fleets of warships, hiding themselves with dense, smoky mists, thrown off by themselves as they move, will float over cities, fortifications, camps, or fleets. They will surprise foes below by hurling upon them deadly thunderbolts. These aerial warships will necessitate bomb-proof forts, protected by great steel plates over their tops as well as at their sides. Huge forts on wheels will dash across open spaces at the speed of express trains of today. They will make what are now known as cavalry charges. Great automobile plows will dig deep entrenchments as fast as soldiers can occupy them. Rifles will use silent cartridges. Submarine boats submerged for days will be capable of wiping a whole navy off the face of the deep. Balloons and flying machines will carry telescopes of 100-mile vision with camera attachments, photographing an enemy within that radius. These photographs, as distinct and large as if taken from across the street, will be lowered to the commanding officer in charge of the troops below. There will be no wild animals except in menageries. Rats and mice will have been exterminated. The horse will have become practically extinct. A few of high breed will be kept by the rich for racing, hunting, and exercise. The automobile will have driven out the horse. Cattle and sheep will have no horns. They will be unable to run faster than the fattened hog of today. A century ago, the wild hog could outrun a horse. Food animals will be bred to expend practically all their life energy in producing meat, milk, wool, and other byproducts. Horns, bones, muscles, and lungs will have been neglected. Man will see around the world. Persons and things of all kinds will be brought within focus of cameras, connected electrically with screens at opposite ends of circuits, thousands of miles at a span. American audiences in their theaters will view upon huge curtains before them the coronations of kings in Europe or the progress of battles in the Orient. The instrument bringing these distant scenes to the very doors of people will be connected with a giant telephone apparatus transmitting each incidental sound in its appropriate place. Thus the guns of a distant battle will be heard to boom when seen to blaze, and thus the lips of a remote actor or singer will be heard to utter words or music when seen to move. Telephones around the world. Wireless telephone and telegraph circuits will span the world. A husband in the middle of the Atlantic will be able to converse with his wife sitting in her boudoir in Chicago. We will be able to telephone to China quite as readily as we now talk from New York to Brooklyn. By an automatic signal, they will connect with any circuit in their locality without the intervention of a "hello girl." Grand opera will be telephoned to private homes, and will sound as harmonious as though enjoyed from a theater box. Automatic instruments reproducing original airs exactly will bring the best music to the families of the untalented. Great musicians, gathered in one enclosure in New York, will, by manipulating electric keys, produce at the same time music from instruments arranged in theaters or halls in San Francisco or New Orleans, for instance. Thus will great bands and orchestras give long-distance concerts. In great cities there will be public opera houses where singers and musicians are paid from funds endowed by philanthropists and by the government. The piano will be capable of changing its tone from cheerful to sad. Many devices will add to the emotional effect of music. How children will be taught. A university education will be free to every man and woman. Several great national universities will have been established. Children will study a simple English grammar adapted to simplified English, and not copied after the Latin. Time will be saved by grouping like studies. Poor students will be given free board, free clothing, and free books if ambitious and actually unable to meet their school and college expenses. Medical inspectors regularly visiting the public schools will furnish poor children free eyeglasses, free dentistry, and free medical attention of every kind. The very poor will, when necessary, get free rides to and from school, and free lunches between sessions. In vacation time, Poor children will be taken on trips to various parts of the world. Etiquette and housekeeping will be important studies in the public schools. Store purchases by tube. Pneumatic tubes, instead of store wagons, will deliver packages and bundles. These tubes will collect, deliver, and transport mail over certain distances, perhaps for hundreds of miles. They will at first connect with the private houses of the wealthy, then with all homes. Great business establishments will extend them to stations, similar to our branch post offices of today, whence fast automobile vehicles will distribute purchases from house to house. Vegetables grown by electricity. Winter will be turned into summer and night into day by the farmer. In cold weather he will place heat-conducting electric wires under the soil of his garden, and thus warm his growing plants. He will also grow large gardens under glass. At night his vegetables will be bathed in powerful electric light, serving, like sunlight, to hasten their growth. Electric currents applied to the soil will make valuable plants grow larger and faster, and will kill troublesome weeds. Rays of colored light will hasten the growth of many plants. Electricity applied to garden seeds will make them sprout and develop unusually early. Oranges will grow in Philadelphia. Fast-flying refrigerators on land and sea will bring delicious fruits from the tropics and southern temperate zone within a few days. The farmers of South America, South Africa, Australia, and the South Sea Islands, whose seasons are directly opposite to ours, will thus supply us in winter months with fresh summer foods which cannot be grown here. Scientists will have discovered how to raise here many fruits now confined to much hotter or colder climates. Delicious oranges will be grown in the suburbs of Philadelphia. Cantaloupes and other summer fruits will be of such a hardy nature that they can be stored through the winter as potatoes are now. Strawberries as large as apples will be eaten by our great-great-grandchildren for their Christmas dinners 100 years hence. Raspberries and blackberries will be as large. One will suffice for the fruit course of each person. Strawberries and cranberries will be grown upon tall bushes. Cranberries, gooseberries, and currants will be as large as oranges. One cantaloupe will supply an entire family. Melons, cherries, grapes, plums, apples, pears, peaches, and all berries will be seedless. Figs will be cultivated over the entire United States. Peas as large as beets. Peas and beans will be as large as beets are today. Sugar cane will produce twice as much sugar as the sugar beet now does. Cane will once more be the chief source of our sugar supply. The milkweed will have been developed into a rubber plant. Cheap native rubber will be harvested by machinery all over this country. Plants will be made proof against disease microbes just as readily as man is today against smallpox. The soil will be kept enriched by plants which take their nutrition from the air and give fertility to the earth. Black, blue, and green roses. Roses will be as large as cabbage heads. Violets will grow to the size of orchids. A pansy will be as large in diameter as a sunflower. A century ago the pansy measured but half an inch across its face. There will be black, blue, and green roses. It will be possible to grow any flower in any color, and to transfer the perfume of a scented flower to another which is odorless. Then may the pansy be given the perfume of the violet. Few drugs will be swallowed or taken into the stomach unless needed for the direct treatment of that organ itself. Drugs needed by the lungs, for instance, will be applied directly to those organs through the skin and flesh. They will be carried with the electric current applied without pain to the outside skin of the body. Microscopes will lay bare the vital organs through the living flesh of men and animals. The living body will to all medical purposes be transparent. Not only will it be possible for a physician to actually see a living, throbbing heart inside the chest, but he will be able to magnify and photograph any part of it. This work will be done with rays of invisible light. End of What May Happen in the Next 100 Years by John Watkins Jr.